Start again. Is it going on? Here we go. Now we're on.
Yo,
What up,
what
peeps?
up,
How's it going? How's everybody doing? Talking about, well, first off, what's up with that Will Smith smacking Chris Rock yesterday, right?
Oh
How
my
crazy is
God.
that? It's funny because right when Chris Rock came on, I was like, oh, good, I like Chris Rock. You know, Chris
Yeah.
Rock's one of my favorite comedians, and he goes up and, I thought his joke was funny, but it was like lighthearted. It wasn't,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't find it to be offensive. I
No.
also think they took it wrong because I
Yeah.
think G.I. Jane is a good thing being
Yeah,
called
that's
G.I.
what I
Jane. I
thought.
thought G.I. Jane was meant to be a powerful woman who fought adversity as being a woman in the military
Exactly.
to
Yeah.
grow through the military ranks and become the soldier she
Yeah.
wanted to be without, and didn't let the men who picked on her and try to hold her down stop her.
Since when is that an insult?
Like, yeah, I
I
always thought
missed that.
G.I. Jane was something for women to look up to and
Yeah.
be like, you know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So for him to call her G.I. Jane too is to be like, yeah, you're bald, but you show us how brave and how you can be and how adversity won't hold you down. Instead, he showed the opposite. Will Smith went against that and showed how adversity makes him get up and slap a dude as opposed to fighting through it and being like, yes, I am tough, strong.
Yeah.
Like, but instead you showed that you're way too sensitive, instead, like tough people aren't that sensitive. So that's kind of funny. And then we go on Twitter and we see somebody's arguing with Sean and trying to say that he's a race baiter, which is funny to me because it's a response to race baiting, but
Mm-hmm.
he has this weird logic that says that if you respond to race baiting, you're a race baiter. How does that work?
Yeah.
Like that doesn't work that way. And nothing else works that way. Say you make a career out of calling out hypocrites.
Mm-hmm.
Why would the act of doing that make you a hypocrite? You
Yeah,
could still be
exactly.
a hypocrite on other things, but the act that they you doing the act of calling out somebody for something doesn't make you that thing. Now,
Yeah.
you could be a hypocrite because you can also be that thing separately,
Mm-hmm.
but you'd have to show that separately to him calling out and being a response to something, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's not what happens. He just says him responding makes him a race bait. He's like, oh, but the original people are race baiting, and then he's responding, so that makes him a race baiter. And I keep telling him like that logic doesn't carry in any other thing.
Yeah.
Like, so it's weird that you bring up that logic for race baiting. Why is that logic only like that for race
For
baiting,
race
right?
baiting. Yeah.
Now, he also strawmans the meaning of race baiting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, race baiting is a deception,
Right.
right? That when you race bait is because you're deceiving people. You're
Mm-hmm.
deceiving people in a way to create division between races,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Now, Sean doesn't want division between races. Sean lives in New York City. He's not a person who runs from diversity.
Mm-hmm.
He himself is a diverse human being two different races and nationalities mixed together, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
the point is that he's calling out other people race baiting. So, this would happen. This is a tactic that Christian apologetics would use when we used to argue atheism. And it would be like this. You argue about atheism all the time on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Almost your channel and everything is thematically about atheism and God.
Mm-hmm.
So the Christians would be to say in arguments, which is bullshit, would say, why are you so obsessed with this? You must really believe in God, actually. Oh, no, what? Atheism is a religion
Yeah.
because you're so obsessed with God.
Mm-hmm.
How can you be obsessed with something that doesn't exist? And it's like, no, the atheist isn't obsessed with God. The atheist is obsessed with calling out the people who are spreading a fairy tale.
Right.
It just how so happens this fairy tale or fairy tale like thing or things that are like this fairy tale
Mm-hmm.
are followed by over 80 to 90% of the population of the planet.
Yeah.
So it's constantly in our faces. It's not we're not the ones who are obsessed with religion.
Mm-hmm.
You are.
You are.
We're
Yeah.
trying to call you out for making everything about religion and calling
Yeah.
you out for spreading false information and spreading an ideology that's not true, that has no basis in reality. That's the point. So when Sean's calling out race baiting, he's not also race baiting. What he's doing, and he's not obsessed with race, what he's doing is showing everyone that everyone else is obsessed with race.
Yeah.
The media is obsessed with race. When a white person commits a crime, they say, white man, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
When a black man commits a crime, a man, blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's calling out, right? We have this instance right here, which is where this guy starts arguing. Now, when you bring up this instance, which was his point,
Mm-hmm.
he says, you must not have watched his channel. So he's not, this isn't really his issue isn't really this, right? This isn't really his issue.
No.
This tweet. He's just using this tweet, which doesn't prove his point, to call out an issue that he says is happening throughout Sean's entire presence on the internet.
Right, right.
But this tweet doesn't show that, right?
No.
But for some reason, he decided to pick this tweet. So we can start with this. So this lady, I don't know he, I don't know who he is. Jumaine Williams. I don't know who he is. I guess we could click it and find out. Maybe he's like a journalist or something. Candidate for New York governor. So this is also relevant to Sean because he lives in a city where this guy is a candidate for the governor, not a city, for a state, right? So he says, there's a black woman, happens to actually be a WNBA star, being held as political prisoner in Russia. One, that's not true.
Yeah.
She's not a political prisoner.
No.
He committed a crime and was arrested for that crime.
Yeah.
Right?
When you hear political prisoner, that I think, like, what did she say that was offensive
Yeah.
or against the lines in Russia or against Russia or something
No,
like that?
she got caught with a vape
Wasn't any
pen,
of
which
that.
was illegal.
Yeah.
Which
She
is
had
illegal for her to
the-
have on her in that city or wherever they were.
It was a drug charge
true.
is what she got arrested
Yeah.
for. So there, that one line right there is just not true. She's not a political prisoner.
So,
She's held on a drug
One,
charge.
that's not true. Already something for Sean to call this out on. You may not know, and it's not daily headline news, because there's a black woman happens to actually be... Okay, now, that's not true. This was headline news. I knew about this. This happened, what was this, like a week or two ago? This was a while ago. This was during the Olympics. The Olympics are over now, right? This happened a while ago. It was headline news. It's over. The news is done. There's no more news to report on it. We're waiting for her to finish being punished for the crime she committed, and then she can come back home. A lot of people are saying, free her, free her. But if you go to another country and commit a crime, there's no expectation for them to not charge you like they would charge their own citizens for a crime.
Exactly.
Right? There was a case like this that happened in the 90s when I was younger, when I was a teenager, where a kid, 18 years old, went to Singapore.
I think I remember.
And
that one.
they made a big deal about this. It was headline news, just like she was, because he's saying she wasn't headline news, but she was headline news for a day or two. And this was headline news for a day or two. And then when the punishment happened, it was a day or two. But what happened was this kid vandalized things there. He used a spray can and he spray painted on a car, I think, and on a wall over an ad or something like that.
Right.
That Singapore, that's against the law. In Singapore, if you spit gum on the floor, that's against the law.
Yeah.
They do not take lightly littering, and they cane you for it. That's exactly what happened. The charge was you get caned, right? But now America was like, oh no, that's one of our guys. You can't cane them, blah, blah, blah. And then people made a big deal about it. And the U.S., the general public was kind of divided on it, where half of them were like, well, you commit the crime there, you take the punishment.
Yeah,
That's your own fault. I don't give a shit that you're 18 years old. You know what I'm saying? You went to Singapore, you committed a crime. You face the charges for that. You take that punishment. And the other side is saying, no, let him go, bring him back to the U.S., we'll take care of it. It's like, no, that's bullshit. I believe if you're in another country, you commit a crime in that country, you face those charges. No one else is going to fight for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you think this woman is the first woman to be arrested in Russia for committing a crime that's American? Like,
No.
why is she so special that because she's black and an WNBA star? That's why she's special? No, I'm sorry. Even if you're a WNBA star and you're black, doesn't mean that you get special treatment now.
Yeah.
Like, it means you get treated just like everyone else does. If you commit a crime in another country, I don't care what your profession is. I don't care why you're there. I don't care what your race is. You get charged with a crime and you have to face the sentence of that crime, right?
Especially just packing that in her luggage. Like, I don't know why she would think that would be like
Yeah, how
a
does that
legal
work?
thing to do or something that she would get away with.
I don't know if she didn't know, but I would assume that they would give them like a list of stuff to watch out for. If a list of things to watch out for to not do, like if you're going to a country, right? I would assume that all the Olympians that traveled from the U.S. to Russia got probably a list of things like, hey, don't bring this, don't bring that.
Don't do this.
We'll
don't
buy
do
this
that.
for you there. How sometimes you can't fly with like deodorant or stuff like that. They'll probably like, don't buy this. We'll, put on deodorant before you go, and then we'll buy you some there when we get there. We'll all have some. But yeah, none of that makes any sense. So this guy really is only doing that. If this woman was white, or if it was a guy, if it was a white male swimmer, would this guy be putting out a tweet saying, hey guys, there's a white man happens to actually be a swimming Olympic champion being held political prisoner in Russia. Now, you may not know this, that daily headline. But now, not only that, but he's also making the claim that the reason it's not daily headline news, which it shouldn't be, what else can you say about this?
Yeah.
She got caught, she got busted, she's awaiting trial, or she got punished. What else is there to say about this? It was headline news for a day or two. That's it. There's nothing more to say until another thing happens with it that would be a reason to report on it, right?
Right.
So, yeah, so really, there's no reason for him to have tweeted this except to be like, black women athletes should not be held prisoner in other countries, even if they commit crimes and all that. But he's already lying, calling her a political prisoner, even though there was no politics involved in that.
It's just so false, like being held political prisoner. Anybody could look her up and see what the charge is right now. So
now Sean makes the point that I exactly explained right now. So Sean says they can take any American citizen prisoner as long as they're not a black woman, I guess.
Yeah.
And there's the same thing we can say about Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Yeah.
Chris Rock can go on stage and roast anyone as long as it's not Will Smith's wife.
Yeah.
And he'll laugh about it. He roasted Javier Bardem and Penelope Cruz.
Yeah.
What happened? Javier Bardem, Penelope Cruz laughed. The camera pans over. Will Smith is laughing.
Yeah.
Laughing hard. He's laughing. Ha, ha, ha. Hilarious. You roasted these two Hispanic couple. Hilarious. Now you roast your wife. Will Smith still laughs at it, but sees his wife's upset. What does he do? He gets up and slaps Chris Rock.
Him. Yeah.
You know, so this is exactly this. Because it's my wife, because it's my race, because it's this, that attached to me, you can't do that. When it's to anyone else, I don't give a shit.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the point Sean's making here. And he's pointing out correctly that the only reason this guy would tweet this out is because it's a black woman.
Right.
Right. And so this guy says, a black person's race. So this is the guy we're going to be talking about and going through his stuff.
Evan says
Jake Gyllenhaal was accused of fucking. That is true. That was an accusation going around. I'm not saying that it's true that he did it. I'm saying the accusation is true. He was accused. That was a rumor for a long time. So then this guy says, a black person's race is only relevant to you when you can bring up crime, I guess. Which is not true, because this wasn't even about crime. This was about him.
That's more accurate to the person.
Yeah, it's more accurate to Jermaine Williams. Jermaine Williams brought this up. And then, you know what's funny is Sean retweets that, right? And says, but it was a crime, right? Like,
it was a crime.
And the guy was ignoring it was a crime, which is funny, because that's kind of the point, is he's lying about it being a crime. Well, I don't know where it is now, but we'll run into it, because it leads to it from here. Yeah, but this guy's the one ignoring that she committed a crime. He's calling her a political prisoner.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why... What's funny is this. There's a reason why this happens. A black person's race is only relevant to you when a crime can be brought up, I guess. Which is not true. Sean has done responses and videos on black people without a crime being involved. But even still, when a crime gets brought, when you could bring up a crime, well, doesn't that say that there's a shit ton of crimes out there where black people are involved? You're just proving his point with that statement. Like, you're saying that, but it's relevant because Sean is replying to the media theme. There's a theme in the media that black people are victims.
Yeah. White
people are actually the ones committing crimes, and the victim and the black people are always the victims when it comes to these crimes, and it's white people when you see a crime spree happens, it gets blamed on white supremacy. So the point of him calling these out, which again, this had nothing to do with race, except the other guy's the guy who brought up race. The other guy literally is saying black woman. Sean didn't say black woman. Now, if Jermaine Williams did this, right, Sean would never have said anything. If this was Jermaine Williams' tweet, there's a woman, happens to be a WNBA star, right? You know, political prisoner in Russia, you may not know this. There's a woman, happens to actually be a WNBA star. Sean would have never brought up race.
Yeah.
He's the one that brought up race. So Sean didn't bring up race. So when this guy's saying a black person's race is only relevant to you, Sean didn't bring up a black person. Jermaine Williams did. So what he's saying, what's actually happening here, it's Jermaine Williams is the person bringing up a black person and then ignoring the crime that black person did. Yeah. Doesn't bring it up at all. Nowhere
she's
here
being held
does
as a
he.
political
Yeah,
prisoner.
and in fact lies and says that she's being held as a political prisoner. We all know that's not true. This has been reported. We all seen the reports. We know she got busted
Yeah.
for having a vape pen on her.
Yeah.
That had weed on it.
To hear political prisoner,
We know
I
that.
was when I searched it, I'm
To a
expecting to
country
see
where
her
it's illegal.
saying something controversial,
Yeah.
not she had hash oil
Yeah.
cartridges in her luggage.
Which again,
TSA found
this guy's saying because he got busted on this though, because this guy brought this up, which doesn't prove his point.
Mm-hmm.
But because he got busted on this, he changed it and said, "Oh no, it's about something else. It's about it's. I guess you haven't seen his content because his content is this and that and blah blah." And I'm like, I've seen his content for years. And I said, you realize Sean is responding to the tweeter, right? So it's the tweeter that thinks it's only relevant when it's a black person.
Yeah.
Sean is actually pointing that out.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's pointing out that you only care about this because it's a black woman.
Yeah.
If it was a white woman, an Asian woman, you wouldn't be tweeting this shit.
And it's highlighted in that Jermaine guy's tweet.
Yeah.
He puts black woman, black in capital letters,
and capital.
then woman.
Why even put that? Why even put that? I'll tell you why I put that, because he's talking about black people.
There's a black person being talked about.
Because it's a black person. That's the only reason. The tweeter, right? Yeah, so I said, you realize Sony talked to that. Sean is actually pointing that out. And he says, and I was responding to Sean. Okay. In that instance, so you were responding wrong then. You're responding to him for something else in this instance. Why not wait till he does what you're calling out and then respond to that one with it?
Yeah.
But instead, he does it on anyone, a random one. According to him, somehow it's random one, I guess.
Yeah.
So he says, and I was responding to Sean. My point was he adamantly focuses on race. Yes, because the media does. That's the point. And if you look at any of his videos, they're almost all responses to someone else making these comments, right? On race, when he can associate black people in crime. No, but hold on. But the association between black people and crime are already there. He's not making that association. In fact, that association was being ignored, and Sean didn't even bring up the crime. He didn't even bring up the crime. Sean didn't bring up the crime here.
The reason for this person being held prisoner to this Jermaine Williams person is because she is a political, what does it say? She's a political
prisoner. She's not a
prisoner. But that's not the reason for her being held in prison or being arrested even. So that's why Sean reports on it and says, I guess you can't talk about as long as you can take any American citizen prisoner so long as it's not a black person.
And here's the big bust. Sean didn't even bring up the crime or didn't even bring up that a crime occurred. Yeah. So the truth in all of this is the only person who brought up a crime is this siren dude. Yeah. Is this guy. He's the only person who brought up a crime. A black person's race is only relevant to you when you bring up a crime. Who brought up a crime? Where did Jermaine Williams bring up a crime? He didn't. He actually ignored the crime and said that she was held prisoner politically, not because she committed a crime. Sean says American citizen prisoner. He never says that there was a crime committed. Never brings up crime at all in that tweet. And yet, this guy is still telling me that he adamantly focuses on race when he can associate it with black people in crime. Mm-hmm. But yet Sean didn't associate it with black people in crime. Yeah. You did. Right. Right? And when the tweeter is advocating for something good on behalf of a black person, he's opposed to it?
He's now.
What do you mean what's he opposed to it? But he's not doing something good. In fact, that would be a whole other argument. I disagree that this guy is doing something good. I think he's doing something bad. I think someone who goes to another country and commits a crime should be punished for that crime. Yeah. Not doing that is not teaching them the lesson, and you are now perpetuating the behavior that you can go to another country and commit crimes.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. In America, even without going to other countries, in America, follow the laws. If you want people to get out of crime or not be busted for committing crimes and not face their punishments, I am against you. Yeah. I think people should face punishments for their crimes. This is how you fucked up. This is what keeps you from fucking up again. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And so if maybe she learns her lesson this time, next time she goes to the Olympics, she's not going to bring that vape pen with her, right? And break a crime there. She learned her lesson. But if you don't punish her, she might be like, well, I got away with it last time. I could get away with it again this time, right? So that's wrong. You're not doing something good. What you're doing is spoiling the person, which is a bad thing.
And for him to say that, like, Sean just doesn't listen or give any attention to other black people or people talking about black people that are doing something good, That's also untrue because that one show, The Real Talk, there's a woman, a bigger woman on there, a black woman. I don't know her name, unfortunately. I'm sorry, but he's said like she seems to have a bit more of a level take than some of the other women on that panel. And even there, I don't know, I can't remember his name either, but the man that was talking to people that used to be in the KKK and talking them out of being in that group, I feel like Sean's spoke a little bit about that too. So I don't think it's the way that this guy is trying to say that Sean just doesn't give a fuck about black people or black people doing good or something like that. And I'm now left alone because Al went to the washroom and I'm scared. Okay, I didn't know what else to fill in, and now I'm. Stay with us, people. We're working on things.
Right. So this is wrong already. His response to me was wrong here already. When I was responding to Sean, my point was adamantly focuses on race when he can associate black people in crime, which didn't happen here. Mm-hmm. So now, I'm not saying that never happens, but that's a response to something. Yeah. Right? That's not like Sean's bringing that up out of the blue. Mm-hmm. That's a response to the media idea that they don't report when black people do something. Now, this isn't something that never happens. In Germany, there's actually a rule that they don't announce the race of a crime. Mm-hmm. This is actually a rule. So when police are looking for a suspect, they don't say he was Middle Eastern, he was Asian, he was white, he was black. They don't say that. It's actually a rule not to announce race because of, woke stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So this is something people are afraid will happen here in the US, mm-hmm. that will stop mentioning what the person looks like. Now, you could say that's a good thing in some senses. You could say it's a bad thing. If you're looking for someone, their description is very important. Mm-hmm. And also, everyone should be allowed to have the truth. Yeah. Whether it's a harsh truth, a sad reality. You don't want, there's lots of things in this fucking world that suck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's terrible. And we wish didn't exist. Mm-hmm. But it does. And we can't ignore it existing. And in fact, sometimes ignoring it existing will either perpetuate it, mm-hmm. or will make it worse. Yeah. Because you're not taking an effort to live by the truth. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And you should know the truth. This is where my atheism comes in, right? Where I'm like, I don't believe these religious things, and where I say we respond to them because we want people to live by the truth, even if it's a harsh truth. Like the harsh truth that we don't live forever. Christianity might sound nice because you die and you live forever, but the truth is we don't know that that's true. Yeah, and it seems more like we just die and we die and that's it, and that's the end of your life, and you do with what you have, And that's kind of how this works. So if you're gonna you respond to this, what Sean does and what people like Devin does, and and many other YouTubers and content creators, what they do is they're calling out a lie that's going on in the media that's creating a false reality for people. Mm-hmm. And now people are living under a false reality. Yeah. There's a story of a lady who went to some Arabic country. I forgot what it was, but she was under the impression, I'm going to prove that Muslims aren't rapey and do respect women and all this stuff, and that they aren't these kind of people who are going to rape you. That's not part of their religion, whatever. People say it's part of their religion. It's not. Mm-hmm. So what she did was she jogged across the country, and guess what happened? She was found dead, raped. Oh you know what I'm saying? And and this is because there are sad realities out there. We don't want to live by them, but it's true, and we need to call it out. We can't let the media sugarcoat things and make things look nice for us. Yeah. The media is just supposed to tell us the truth. The whole time when I was younger, I always took the media to be unbiased. So I grew up near New York City, and what I would see on the news all the time is black people committing crimes. And they didn't report it as, when I was younger, I'm talking about when I was 8, 9 years old, right? This is late 80s, early 90s. It wasn't reported as, black man does this, black man does that, right? It was reported as a man did this, this, and that. But they would show you his face. They'd show you a video of the crime, or they show you a sketch. And you're like, oh shit, that's a black dude, And then, me as a child, I would always wonder, how come I always see black dudes on there, right? How come it's always black people? Mm-hmm. Not always, but mostly, right? How come it's mostly black people? Now, this was a discussion back then too. And people would be like, oh, the news only shows black people, like they trying to blah, blah. The truth was, and you could still see it now, look at the number of violent crime in New York City. I'm not talking about the country, but in New York City, and you're going to see a huge percentage is by certain groups, right? Yeah. And this is what happened. Now, mind you, a few years after that, we're in the 90s, mid 90s and stuff, and we're getting stop and frisk coming up. Another thing people are saying are racist. The truth was, they were targeting neighborhoods that had the most shootings occur in it.
Right.
And then they would go to those neighborhoods and randomly search people because they're trying to keep guns off the streets. Now, people say it fails. It's not good for certain reasons. We'll have to do it right and stuff like that. But people try to argue it in the wrong way and will say, oh, it didn't work because, look, it didn't drop crime any. And it's like, well, you don't really know that. Or it didn't catch a lot of guns. Oh, you didn't arrest many people. You didn't catch a lot of guns. But the purpose of it wasn't to arrest people. The purpose of it was to get this culture out there that you might be randomly searched by a cop so that you won't carry guns on you. What they really wanted was not to arrest you, but they just wanted you to keep your gun at home.
Yeah.
So that when you go out and something happens, you're not shooting people, right? You get pissed off or whatever, you're not shooting people. They'd rather you not take your guns out. And that was really the point of stop and frisk, was to stop people from taking their guns out and to put that threat out there. If you walk out with a gun, you might get caught and go to jail. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But in that case, it might have worked. I don't know the numbers for that. But I know a lot of people say that it was racist because it mostly targeted blacks and Latinos. But you look at the statistics for those times, and yeah, like 90% of the violent crime in New York City was by color, by people of color. It wasn't by white people. So that's the reason why those were the people stopped more, because it was those neighborhoods that were getting patrolled most with stop and frisk, right? But this is what I'm talking about. Most people, the random layman you talk to about stop and frisk, that's what they'll tell you. They'll say, oh yeah, I'm glad they ended that. It was racist and blah, blah. They were targeting blacks and Latinos and it was racist and blah, blah. They don't understand the concept, and they don't know, like, if you tell them, oh yeah, but who was committing most of the crimes at that time?
Yeah.
And by what percentage? Like that, so we could line it up with the numbers of how many blacks and Latinos they stopped, where, in what neighborhood. Let's check out that neighborhood and see the numbers there. How many blacks and Latinos live in that neighborhood? How many of them are committing crimes in that neighborhood? And maybe that makes sense, but the average person doesn't do that. The average person just hears, oh, racist, and that's it. And they're too lazy to keep looking and find out for themselves, which I understand. Information's easy these days, so it's easy to just skim the top, right? And not go any deeper into it, right? It's easy to do that nowadays. And then he said, yeah, but when the tweeter advocated for something good on behalf of a black person, he's now, I guess he meant he's now opposed to it. And I'm saying opposed to it, huh? When he didn't even say he was opposed to her getting out of jail. He's just saying, oh, well, they could do it, but not when they're not black. He's actually calling this guy out.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's got the opposite. Sean's not saying you're wrong, they shouldn't let her out at all. All he's saying is the only reason you want them to let her go is because she's a black woman. It's not because of anything else, That's the only reason. You didn't bring up the crime she committed. You didn't say, like, oh, she's apologized for her crime. It's a small crime, please. Let's ask Russia to let her go, please. He didn't say nothing like that.
She's a black woman and a WNBA player, so like 100%.
Yeah, so that means let her go.
Innocent, right away. Innocent.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, and that's what Sean's calling out. Your logic here makes zero sense.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying the only reason you're doing this is because she's black.
Yeah.
If not, this would make sense. Like, but you're not saying nothing that makes sense. If what he was saying made sense and Sean agreed with, yeah, let her go, Sean wouldn't even have made this. And he'd be like, no, yeah, that's a good point. Let her go because of this and this and that. But Sean's not even saying that. But, and again, I would argue that this is not something good.
Yeah, no.
And this is only done because the person's black. Like that's really the point. It's only being asked for because the person's being black. If this person was white, Asian, Arabic, nobody would be doing this. Like this guy right here specifically, Jumaine Williams, would not be saying, hey, there's a white guy who's a soccer player being political prisoner in Russia. Let him go. The only reason you don't see this on headline news is because he's a white male soccer player. He would never say that. And it wouldn't be headline news because a sports person committing a crime in another country and being arrested is only news for a day or two until there's more to report, right? There's not more. When she gets out and gets sent back, that will be on the news. That will be headlined. Oh, Olympian comes back and returns to the U.S. after serving her time for her crime.
They're still going to probably call her a political prisoner if nobody else has like looked up the reason.
And this guy will still call her a political prisoner, even though she was arrested for a crime. There's no other reason why they have her there. They could have arrested anyone as a political prisoner. They had a bunch of people there being able to arrest them. She was arrested for a reason. He focuses on race because he is responding to others who do. This is why it sucks on Twitter, and this is why I invited this guy to come on, because it's hard to do this on Twitter because you're limited on how much you can send, right? And then you're trying to logic something and make someone understand something within a set amount of characters, which makes it harder. That's why I'm like, come on live with us and we can go back and forth and you can explain it to me. I can explain it to you live. If I don't understand something, we don't have to waste time of me typing, I don't understand, can you explain this better? And then you having to type it all again. We could just do it on the spot. I could be like, I don't understand that. Can you elaborate? You know, but he didn't want to. He asked me to pay him, which is funny because that's something I do when people invite me to go on their streams. And I'm like, pay me $250. But this works in reverse because he doesn't understand that I don't really give a shit if he comes on or not. I'm just giving him, I don't like to talk about someone's arguments and then not give them a chance to defend their side of it.
Right.
Like I wanted to give him a chance to defend this. I thought it would be, in fact, I thought it would be pretty good content where I could argue Sean's side and then he can come on and argue his side, right, against Sean.
It's as if he thinks you're joking by asking that or being like, oh, I bet you this and you won't even...
Or he thinks it's going to go a different way. Oh, you're going to go on and yell and mute me. No, I actually, I would yell and mute you if you act out of line. But I would prefer to just have a normal conversation about this and discuss it. I mean, I think I was pretty cordial with him on Twitter. I didn't call him names or try to go after him or anything. I did kind of repeat myself a bunch because he would reply in ways that didn't make sense to what I was saying. So I would just repeat my reply of, I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying, you know, until he actually replied to what I said, which he wouldn't.
And then he responds back with, reading comprehension is hard. And it's like, no, but you could elaborate or clarify yourself or not.
If he wants to talk about reading comprehension, we're not far from this. In the first reply, he's adding in something that Sean didn't say or make any claim to. Sean did not say anything about crime here. And in fact, the original tweeter didn't say anything about crime. So Sean had ample opportunity to be like, this guy's not even mentioning, I'll mention it. She committed a crime and deserves to pay her punishment for that crime in that country. Right. If I went to that country and do that, I would take my punishment like a man and be like, I'm going to take my medicine. I fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I have to accept it. I'll try to get a more lenient sentence as much as I can and apologize and put myself into the mercy of the court. But I committed the crime. I'm not going to sit there and be like, I'm not guilty. Let me go. I'm an NBA star. You know, like I'm not going to do anything like that. I would be like, all right, you got me. I'm sorry. You know, I'll take whatever punishment you give me, whatever, you know, like I apologize 100%. I didn't know, you know, or whatever I have to say.
But it's become the popular thing for people like the Jermaine Williams guy tagging free Brittney Griner. You know, that's become the popular thing because even when there is like just undeniable proof of the person being guilty, like Julius Jones or Purvis Payne or Kevin Cooper, like any of those people that is known to have done those things, and there's so much proof, they'll still put their hashtag out of free such and such or whatever like that. That's now popular to do something like that.
All right, so, and I said, but I'm saying he's opposed to it. Sean never said he was opposed to it, so that's again reading comprehension problem. When he's just, this is where I say he's strawmanning him. He's just putting stuff into Sean's mouth that's not there. He focuses on race because he's responding to others who do. Sean also makes videos on movies, taxes, general politics. Like, he makes videos on all types of shit that have nothing to do with black people. But you're focusing that Sean does this because that's your obsession. You're the one interested with that. You take offense that Sean also makes videos about black crime. And makes videos about people denying black crime.
Yeah.
Right? This is the difference here. What this person doesn't understand is the difference here. Sean doesn't deny white crime.
Right.
Here's the difference, right? Sean is doing a response to the media pulling cover for black crime.
Right.
Sean does not pull cover for white crime. So when you say, oh, how come he doesn't show white people doing crimes too? And it's like, well, because nobody has the argument out here, and Sean's not making an argument that white people don't commit crimes. Mm-hmm. When white people commit crimes, Sean says, yes, a white person committed a crime. It's bad. Mm-hmm. I denounce that person. Yeah. Right? He doesn't say, oh, well, he's white. That's one of my skin color. I'm going to defend them and pull cover and say, well, he committed a crime, but, black people commit all this so much more crime. Yeah. That's not what he's doing. Sean is not covering for white people. Nowhere in any of his videos has he ever covered for white people because they're white, or made an argument that white people don't commit the amount of crimes that we have statistics for.
Sean reported on a crime, on a case that was happening during Christmas of that female cop who accidentally shot a black guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Instead of tasing him, she was apprehending him, and she thought she pulled her taser out. It was an accident that she shot him, and it killed a black man. Sean reported on this. So this guy, I don't know if he's brand new or isn't familiar with Sean's content, but
I actually busted somebody on this. I think it was a while ago. It was when that Asian hate stuff was going on, when it was really big, which is probably like a year ago.
Yeah, right.
Somebody did do that. Somebody was like, shot. This was later in it, and the guy was saying, "Oh, how come you only post this Asian hate crime stuff when it's black people doing it? You never post it when anybody else is doing it." And I started arguing with him. I said, "Yes, it does." And he was like, "Oh yeah, prove it." So I scrolled back. And I found the one in New York City. There was a white guy who came out of a store. I remember the video specifically. Yeah. He comes out of a store and just punches a lady square in the face. Yeah. And they caught him later, and it was a white guy. And Sean reported on it. Exactly. So it's not like he never reports on it. Yeah. It's just that one type of crime happens way more than others. And there are people pulling cover, running cover for that.
Yeah.
And getting upset. The media is not saying the race of somebody because they're a person of color, but when it's a white person, they will say it's a white person. Mm-hmm. So it's not Sean that's running the cover. His is a response to other people running cover. Right. And that's why he's not understanding. And this is where this person doesn't get the concept of what a response is. Sean isn't pulling these stories out of the blue. Sean isn't creating these stories. Mm-hmm. He isn't falsifying these stories. All he's doing is getting to the truth, right? Yeah. If he's wrong, show him he's wrong. Show him the counter proof. If it's good enough, he has retracted things before. He'll go back and retract it. You know what I'm saying? He'll delete the video if it's terribly wrong. But nobody ever does this. Nobody ever really shows him solid proof of these things. Mm-hmm. Nobody ever challenges them to it. They just do what this guy does. And make these logical, inconsistent arguments, right? Videos for taxes, blah, blah, blah. When he covers black people, it's because other people are lying or inconsistent with their logic about it. Totally makes sense, right? And then he said he's not opposed to race baiting. He is. Mm-hmm. That's kind of the point of his channels. Right. He's calling out race baiting. He race baits with black people all the time. When? That's why I say when. He's just opposed to doing it to white people. No, that's not true either. Sean doesn't run cover for white people. If you want to talk about white crime with Sean, talk to him about it. He's talked to me about it. He knows the numbers. He'll tell you how many crimes white people commit. He'll tell you the different proportion between how much crime white people commit and how much, he knows these numbers. Sean went to school for criminal justice. He knows all these numbers and stuff. It's not like Sean only knows the numbers when it comes to black people. Yeah. He could tell you the Asian crime numbers. You know what I'm saying?
It's what Sean went to school for. So he's got a pretty good amount of knowledge on this topic in particular. So this guy just obviously doesn't listen to Sean at all. He sees this one tweet and decides he knows everything about how he functions.
No, it isn't that. Weird. This is a biased person, and he's only looking. There's that person. When I wrote back to that person when I was arguing with them, and I showed them the tweet that Sean made about the white guy who attacked an Asian woman, he said, "Touche." The guy acting. He was like, "Okay, right, all right." And he backed off. But the problem is that person is biased. Mm-hmm. This person's biased. Right. So what they do is their mind filters things differently. Mm-hmm. Everything that doesn't have to do with a black person that Sean tweets about gets erased. It doesn't stick in their mind. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't exist. It's forgotten about. Where every time Sean does do something about a black person, they have a bias towards that. And it sticks to their mind. Yeah. So to this person, the only thing Sean does is make videos about race. And it's like, no, Sean makes a lot of videos about race. They're not all about race. And there's a reason why Sean makes a lot of videos about race. He's not race baiting. His intention isn't to create division, nor is the tactic to create division between races. The purpose is to get to the truth and break through the media lies and say the media is portraying things in this way. This is actually what's happening.
Right, right.
How can we solve? And in fact, for me, my reason for doing that would be, how can we solve racial problems if we're not looking at race realistically and we're not looking for a realistic solution? We're looking for solutions by lying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know how we could fix race relations. Let's lie about black crime. Let's have all the news lie about black crime. Right? like, how is that helping? You know, that's not helping at all. The truth should be, we should get the truth out there and then have the conversation of what we do with it now that we get to the truth. These arguments never go past anything because we're still on step one. We're still on understanding the truth. There's still millions upon millions of people who still don't understand the truth and are still being swayed by media lies. So we have to get past that part. If you want to get past that part and have another conversation, we could do that. But really what Sean is still at step one because it doesn't pass. Look, Devin used to do, this is how we used to have different things. With Devin, it was funny too. When he used to do atheism content, there was atheism 1.0. There was atheism 2.0, atheism 3.0, right? Yeah. At a certain point, you move on to the next level. But that's for a reason. You don't just move on to, atheism 1.0 got tired. All the arguments had been said. Everything had been called out.
It's just
there was
repetitive.
Nothing more to do with it. So he said, I'm moving on to the next level, right?
Yeah, yeah.
When it comes to this, we're still at the first level. We can't get past it. The vast majority of people still believe the lies, still will argue against you. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't get it. So then he says he's just opposed to it, doing it to white people. But no, he's opposed to it either way. Even if he's opposed to people race baiting for white people too.
Yeah.
This is why Sean doesn't get along with some other right wingers, because some other right wingers do use white people to race bait and do use racist propaganda against black people and stuff like that. Sean's not for that. He's against those people. And no, Sean doesn't just respond to other race baiters. He also race baits unprompted. There's no such thing really in what he's doing because his entire theme is to respond to that. So when Sean posts a crime on his Twitter without saying anything, just shows a crime, that's a response. Sean, why would Sean be doing that? Just think about why Sean would do that. The main reason, and thinking about his theme of calling out race baiters, right? So wouldn't the concept be, I'm showing you this to show you the numbers, to show you how it works. This is a theme. This is a pattern. This is how they lie to you. That's what he's showing. So it's not unprompted. His entire Twitter is for his channel. It's for his theme of what he makes the videos. This isn't Sean's. Actually, Sean has a personal Twitter. This isn't his personal Twitter. He has another Twitter that was his personal Twitter where he didn't post these things. So there's a context to this that this person's ignoring. Mm-hmm. This isn't like a private personal Twitter that's Sean's personal. This is his channel's Twitter. This is the actual Justice Warrior Twitter. Mm-hmm. So everything on the Twitter is thematic with his channel, right?
Right.
When, and even Sean even posts things occasionally that are not thematic with his channel, and he'll state that. He'll be like, I know this has nothing to do with blah, blah, but I just bought a new car or something. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And he makes a reference to that because he knows, and everybody who follows him knows that this isn't his personal Twitter, this is his business Twitter.
Yeah.
And the business is calling out race baiters. So when he's talking about, no, he also race baits unprompted, that's not true. One, Sean doesn't race bait. You're using a straw man definition of it to say that he is. Sean doesn't race bait, one. And two, nothing Sean does is unprompted, really, because when it's thematic, because it goes with the theme. If you know the theme, then you know why he's posting that.
Right.
Now, if he does things unprompted, that would be like, I just had some Chinese food today. Then you'd be like, huh? What does that have to do with actual Justice Warrior? I don't care what you ate. I just bought a new car. What? Huh? That's not thematic. And I'm not saying that he always sticks to the theme, But I'm saying when it is part of the theme, you understand that because
Right.
it's contextual to his channel, right? Which is funny because he replied to someone else saying, "Oh, I guess you don't watch his channel." But I mean, if you watched his channel, then you would
Then
know
he
it's
would know,
thematic, and you
yeah.
would know that that's not unprompted. You know,
That's
it's a
why
response to the overarching media story, right?
This
Narrative.
that person seems to just nitpick what they watch of
Mhm.
Sean's, and this is how they get the conclusions.
Yeah, and then this guy. Let's read the other ones too. But why is her race relevant when committing a crime, which is what the OP post is essentially saying? Well, no, not really. They're essentially saying she didn't commit a crime and that she's only being held prisoner because of a political issue. The OP makes race relevant specifically when it's a black person committing or accused of committing a crime.
Okay.
That's not the OP. The OP is this guy, Jumaine Williams. That's who he's talking about, not Sean. This tweet was advocating against mentioning what? His tweet was advocating, yes, against, well, one, it wasn't advocating. Not true. This is, again, another straw man. And these people do this straw man a lot where they just think everything everyone says is an advocacy. How is this an advocacy? What he said. It's a response. That's not an advocacy. That's a response. That's him pointing out something, not advocating, saying that, hey, don't do this, don't do that. He's just pointing out, notice this guy only tweets this out because it has to do with the black woman. Like saying, you pointed out she's a black woman so much that it seems like if it was any other American citizen that wasn't a black woman, you wouldn't care. You know what I'm saying? And it should be good. That should be going for everyone, regardless of race, regardless of sex or gender, whatever you want to call it, anything, any fucking identification. It should be regards to that. You're American. That's the only thing that matters in that situation. His tweet was advocating, no, against mentioning her race, sex, actually, it wasn't even against that. It was actually just pointing out that the only reason that person is doing it is for that. I was pointing out that he does, in fact, focus on race in the context of crime. Right. How is that hypocritical, though?
That means he focuses on all races, white, black, like, whoever.
See, this is wrong again. Sean race baits ad libitum, I don't know what that means, and unprompted, not true. That is not true. Again, Sean doesn't race bait, and he doesn't do so unprompted because he doesn't race bait in the first place. But when Sean does tweet about race, that's not race baiting. It's still prompted. There's a prompt to that. If I tweet right now out of nowhere, black people commit the most crime, or black people get arrested the most because they commit the most crime. If I put out a tweet like that, I'm not responding to anybody, but that's not unprompted.
No.
That's a response to the overarching narrative. Like, how did you not understand that then? Like, so saying unprompted is not true. And on top of that, it's not race baiting because Sean doesn't do it in order to create division. Sean's not doing it to be deceptive, to deceptively create division between races.
Yeah.
In fact, Sean doesn't want division between races. That's not what he wants. And he's often said that. He goes out of his way to highlight crime if the person is black. Yeah, he should. He should, because then the media's overarching message, right, is that black people are being arrested in large numbers just because they're black. Or just because people don't like them.
Once.
That's the overarching message. What he's showing you when he shows you black people committing crime is, look, black people do commit crimes. This is why they're getting arrested.
Yeah.
Not because it's random or anything like that, or, oh, we don't like these people, let's arrest them. They're getting arrested because this is the behavior they're getting arrested for. That's what he's showing. It's not unprompted, you know, and he should go out of his way to highlight the truth is what he's highlighting. What's wrong with that? The person he is replying to is obviously very openly declaring her race and sex like 5 times in the response to himself. And Sean is, of course, saying openly that this guy thinks you should care about it because of her race. Right. That guy's the racist one. Sean's calling out a racist. Now, this guy could say, well, I'm calling Sean out for being a hypocrite because he's also a racist. But he has to show that, and he hasn't, you know? He must not. So yeah, this is the one where he's like, he was criticizing the other person bringing up race. And he said, you must not be familiar with this guy's content, huh? And this guy said, what if I told you 97% of people killed by police in the U.S. are men, proving the police are sexist against men? That's silly. Men are killed more by police because they commit more crime. You see? It's a meme. People hate this, but it's true. and it makes a point, right? So this person says, there are definitely issues with how men are treated in the criminal justice. Completely missed the point. completely missed the point already. But and also, what's the issues with how men are treated in the criminal justice system? As opposed to who? As opposed to how women are treated?
Yeah.
I guess maybe, but I don't see that as an issue.
In prison, like, what type of treatment are you?
Yeah, what kind of treatment are you supposed to have for fucking doing
prison.
a terrible thing? But they commit most crimes. What the fuck do you expect? Free cake and PlayStation? Exactly. You do not understand that a demographic being statistically overrepresented in a category of crime does not then justify mistreating members of that demographic. But who is? Who is justifying that?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. You're saying that, but when does Sean justify how black people are treated in prison? What? Unless they're being treated like that is justified, and he gives an actual justification. If he gives an actual justification, then it is justified, and there's not a problem here.
Right.
But what he's saying is that it's not justified, and people are trying to, and they're failing at it, but that's not happening. Where? When there is a mistreatment, Sean will say that. Sean will say, I don't, like, what was it, with the Ahmaud Arbery case? Sean made a lot of arguments saying they shouldn't have chased them, they shouldn't have done this is not right, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He actually said that he agrees that they didn't have the right to citizen's arrest. After reading the laws, he said, yeah, I don't agree, they don't have the right to citizen's arrest. That is a situation. Now, why isn't this guy bringing up that situation where Sean was unbiased and didn't care about the race and said, no, they shouldn't have chased, even if they saw him commit a crime, it doesn't fit, it did blah, blah, we looked at the citizen's arrest rules in Georgia, and it doesn't fit, why didn't he say that? Why isn't that there? There are other ones, and you can find these, but he doesn't. This is where I say this person has a bias, and he doesn't see when Sean does do this and does call out a mistreatment or something that happened wrong to a black person, he ignores that. It doesn't exist. Like I said, with Ahmaud Arbery, with you watch Sean's what's his name, George Floyd videos. There's times he's reprimanding the officer, right? Not George Floyd. He's not only going against George Floyd. He's unbiased in that and looking at the unbiased thing. So this person doesn't look at that. It doesn't see that. They themselves, they are biased when Sean isn't. That's the problem here with that they're having. The overwhelming majority of men do not commit crime. Yeah, but nobody said they do. Who said they did? Daniel Shaver didn't deserve to die because men commit crimes. Yeah, nobody said he did. None of this. This is why I say this man's straw mans. Who here made the argument the overwhelming majority of men do not commit crime? Or who here made let's switch it because we're talking about race actually. They're using men, right? When did Sean make the argument that the overwhelming majority of black people commit crimes? Sean's never made that argument. I would dare this person to show Sean making that argument. He never will. I know that because I know Sean very well. He's a friend of mine. And I know he doesn't believe that to be true. So, Daniel Shaver didn't deserve to die because men commit crimes. 100% Sean will never agree that, I don't know who Daniel Shaver is, but I bet he doesn't agree that person deserved to die. So who is saying that person deserved to die? See, these are all straw men. Nobody has made these arguments. Okay. So now the guy responds. Perfect response. Never said it was okay. Yeah, right. That's exactly. Nobody made these arguments. It's just factual. You will face more adversity in the justice system, the more likely the group you're in are to commit crimes, as there's more instances where you will face the justice system. Correct. Totally correct.
Right.
You're not making an applicable point here. If you think it's justified, you're indifferent, huh? It is what it is, or you personally just don't care that there's no point in engaging. That doesn't make any sense. What is he talking about there? This was a perfect response. What does he mean he's not responding? I don't understand.
I know who the Daniel Shaver person is.
Was that the guy that was shot by the
police.
Lady police officer by accident?
No. It was a male police officer named Philip Brailsford. And the reason why the police were even called to the scene of Daniel Shaver is because there was a report of a rifle being pointed out of a window of Shaver's hotel room.
Right. And
the police officer, Philip Brailson, was acquitted of the killing. And he had been rehired previously, but then I guess it was only temporary that he was rehired. And then they let him go after that. But he was found not guilty of... There was reason for him calling. I guess there was reason of him having drawn his weapon and shot at him as well, at Daniel Shaver. So I think this guy must have very limited information of even that case.
But even in that, it's like, well, he pulled out a rifle out a window. Were people
like
not supposed to call cops on him? And then the
Yeah.
cops show up, and if they shot him and this guy was acquitted, that's not saying he deserved to get shot.
Yeah.
That's just saying there were circumstances that led to him being shot. It doesn't mean that he was shot because of his race.
Yeah.
Like, why does that mean that? Maybe he was shot for another reason. This is the thing. I remember when Ben Shapiro first came out, I'm not a huge fan of Ben Shapiro, but I liked one aspect that he had when he first came out. And he was talking about race. And he was talking about two Black Lives Matter people when it was really first starting out.
Mm-hmm.
And they brought up something about a crime. And they were like, oh, yeah, blah, blah. There's a crime against black people as well as this. And he said, do you guys just default on racism? Like if a white cop shoots a black guy, do you just default on racism? Or do you default on maybe that guy's a criminal?
Yeah.
Or maybe, when a cop shoots somebody, my first thought is they were probably threatening the cop. Now, I could be proven wrong. I'm not going to say I'm right every time. Mm-hmm. But more likely than not, and if you look at statistically, more likely than not, when somebody is shot by a police officer, it's because they did something.
Yeah.
That got them shot. When I'm not saying they deserve to be shot, but they're doing something that gets them shot. That's the reality of the situation. It's allowed sometimes to shoot the person. It doesn't mean this person's an evil motherfucker. Execute them, executioner style. That's not what that means. What that means is you can get shot by police officers. They have the right to do so if you are a threat to them or someone around. So when someone gets shot, that's what I default to.
Yeah.
Regardless of race. It could be a black cop shooting a white guy. It could be an Asian cop shooting a black guy. Doesn't matter to me. The first thing I'm thinking of, that guy did something wrong to get shot. Mm-hmm. That allows a cop to get shot. And then maybe there's video. Now we can watch that and make another conclusion, right? And then there's a trial. We can watch that, get all the evidence and make another conclusion. But the default shouldn't be racism. That's statistically you're gonna be wrong more often than not, So it makes no sense for you to fucking.
It's at this part now when I'm seeing he mentions Daniel Shaver that I'm confused with what he's bringing up race with at the beginning of this, because Daniel Shaver isn't black. He's a white man, and the cop that shot him is also white. Mm-hmm. So now I'm confused of does he think Daniel Shaver is black, and that's why he was shot?
No, because they're talking about men, but he's using it as an analogy. But he didn't get shot because he was a man. He got shot for a reason, besides him being a man. Yeah. Or is that your default? Your default is when when a police officer who's a man shoots another man, your default is it always happened because he was a man? Or is there another default that's like that guy was probably a criminal? Yeah. This is why this person brought up men, because nobody does this. When you watch the news and you see so-and-so, who's a white man, was shot by a police officer who was also a white man, you don't have anyone come out and go, he shot him because he was a man. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. He did it because he's a man and blah, not because of any other reason. Nobody does that. No. So you can't use that analogy. That never happens. And there's a reason why that never happens. Because statistically, you would be incredibly wrong. You know what I'm saying?
If you say, Daniel Shaver didn't deserve to die because men commit crime. I mean, is it not a crime to point a rifle out a window? Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of people these days act really fucking weird about guns and guns being used. Just the other day we did a stream of that BX Bullet, having that person on that pointed a gun on the stream because she had an issue with what that Noodles 9.
And now what happens? Last night that video came out of that teenager shooting her cousin in the head by accident because they were posing with guns and trying to for TikTok and shit and Instagram.
I just don't know why we're supposed to act so casual with guns when they're being used in that type of a situation. Pretty sure that's a crime, and we shouldn't be just being like, oh, you were scared about a gun being pointed on stream. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing pointing it out a window? Yeah, I mean, exactly. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Anyways, let's move on. You're not making an applicable point. Yeah, he made a perfect point here, and he's saying, what this guy is saying is, if men commit more crimes, you would expect to see men getting in trouble with the justice system more, or being mistreated more, or because there are instances of mistreatment, but it's like if people run through it more, it's like if I run up the street and there's a crack that that statistically I trip over once every 10 times,
Mm-hmm.
the more often I walk up the street, the more that's going to happen.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like I could avoid that street completely and go another way, and I'm never going to trip on that.
Mm-hmm.
Or I could keep going that way and double the amount, and now I walk up 20 times or 30 times a day, and now I'm tripping on it 3 times a day as opposed to just one, right?
Yeah.
Well, where my neighbor who's walking up that street only 5 times a day is only tripping on it once every other day. You know, that's the point. So if mistreatment does happen, say 0.01% of the time in the system, if you're in a group where most of you, where a large chunk of you and more than anyone else per capita is going through the system, then per capita you're going to be mistreated more, right? So commit less crimes, you get treated less. You know, and we try to stop these things. Sean isn't for mistreatment of criminals. Sean isn't for that. He doesn't advocate for that. There's nowhere where he will. And in fact, he studied criminal justice. He knows everything about what's in people's rights when it comes to committing crimes, and, you know, what rights you have as a criminal and stuff like that. And he's for those things, you know. But it is an applicable point. He's saying, this guy didn't deserve to die, but he is a man. Men commit more crimes. It is likely that the reason he died was because he committed a crime, is the point. He's not understanding the point.
Yeah.
There's no point engaging. If there's more of something, there's more of a chance that something will have something happen to it. Basic math. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And then he replies with, basic math shows that it's far more likely that a man won't commit crime. Okay. And? Well, how does that fit into this at all?
Yeah.
If they're not committing crimes, then they're not being mistreated by the justice system.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Also, committing a crime by itself also doesn't justify the issues and mistreatment. Nobody says it does.
No.
Who said it did? When you have those issues and mistreatments, you call those out. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the problem? State what your opposition is to that. Huh? Are you high? No judgment. Substances can be reprieve every now and again for some people, but it's almost like we're not even having the same. Yeah, we're not, but it's because of him. Yeah. He's not having he switched this. See, this is where this person sucks at arguing and doesn't understand how arguments works. This guy,
it would be good to have this as a voice conversation.
Yeah, that's why it would be good as a voice conversation instead of on Twitter. But what happened here is they were arguing a certain point.
Yeah.
So somebody put up the meme that did this point, but used men instead of black men, right?
Men, yeah.
So he responded with, how they're treated in the criminal system. That has nothing to do with the argument in the first place. So there was no reason why even to bring that up. What he's saying is, I can easily do this. Oh, so you're saying because black people are mistreated by the criminal justice systems, that means we should ignore when they commit crimes and allow them to commit crimes then? And we should ignore that they commit the most crimes?
Yeah.
Or are you saying that it's the fault of the mistreatment that makes them want to commit more crimes? Like, what is your argument here for? Like, if you're saying nobody is arguing against mistreatment of people, the thing is, what people are arguing is saying that that you're trying to say it's because they're black. We're trying to say is, no, criminals are just being mistreated by the justice system. When we see that, we call that out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If we think something's unfair, we'll call that out. You know, or if it breaks the rules of what is set, we'll call that out.
Yeah.
But there's nothing here. In fact, in this one, the rules were broken. And in this instance, what he's arguing is somebody who did commit a crime and should face the punishment for their crime.
Yeah,
in a country that's not theirs. You know? Why should she have leniency? Because she's not from that country?
Not from the country, yeah.
I think countries should be harsher on foreigners coming to their country and committing crimes, because it sends a clear message that if you come to our country, don't break our laws. You know what I'm saying? I would be for that. Any person, if we do the Olympics in the U.S. and say someone comes from China and smuggles in something that's illegal here, I say we punish them to the highest extent to show people, hey, you don't come to our country and commit crimes. We're going to punish you as hard as we can if you do.
Yeah.
Sorry, but when 6 to 8% of an entire U.S. population commits 50+% of all homicides, I think that's a topic worth a discussion at the very least. Fantastic point. 6 to 8% of the population doesn't commit 50% of all homicides. You're talking about a fraction of a fraction. That makes it worse. This is the SJW 9000 argument. That makes it worse that less people are doing it. That makes it worse. How do they not understand this? Hold on. I gotta pee.
Okay.
Too much coffee.
That's okay.
You talk.
I'm Baby Yoda taking the wheels, people. You know what? I would like to shout out the Baby Yoda community. We are a cute group of people who love to post Baby Yoda all the time. So hashtag Grow Gang. You guys are you make my heart very happy. Thank you. um, let me see what's in this tweet. The next tweet. This guy was very odd. He thought that we were gonna pay him to have him come on the stream or something like that. And I don't know who he thinks he is, but that's not gonna happen. Yeah. I don't like being the one doing the things on the stream. I don't know. I gave a shout out to the Baby Yoda people.
Oh, nice.
To the Grow Gang community.
Grogies. I love the Grow Gang.
This guy's funny for thinking he was going to be paid to come on a stream with us. That's all. So let me
the left works so hard. What's up, everybody in the chat? I've been ignoring you guys. Obviously, Kim K told me Julius was innocent. Case closed. Yeah, the left works so hard to controversialize. It's hard to read it the first time. Controversialize things rather than address issues being discussed. Yeah, but I want to explain this. So, when we say 6 to 8% of the population, we're not saying the entire 6% or the entire 8% are the ones are committing crimes. That's saying all of them are committing crimes. We're not saying all of them are committing crimes. What we're saying is this group, within this group, are people who commit 50% of the crime. Now, if you want to talk about what percentage, if you want to say 68% of the population commits, whatever it is, 16% of the crime, go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it. No white person would say, actually, it's a fraction of a faction that's actually committing the crime. Nobody would say that because we all understand what is said when you do this, but these people don't understand what is being said. So what they do is they try to twist it in a way to make it seem like you're saying, when you say 68% of the population commit 50% of the crimes, what they're flipping the context of that to mean is that you're saying that entire 6 to 8%, every single one of those that make up the 6 to 8% are committing 50% of the crimes. But that's not what it's saying. What we're saying is, here's this group. This group is 6 to 8% of the entire population of the United States. Within this group are people who are committing 50% of the crime. That is the context of what is being said here. This is it's hard to call it. It's kind of like a straw man, but it kind of not, because they're kind of taking what you're saying, but they twist it to mean something else. And there's an argument I've discovered before, and this is the SJW 9000 argument. And here's where he says, well, when you say 68% of the population committing crimes, what you're saying is all black people commit crimes. And I'm like, no, that's not true. And when you say, but guess what? When you say black people are being mistreated by the court system and they're in jail, and if we said 68% of the population make up blah, blah, blah of this amount of people in jail, right? What are you going to say? Are you going to say, well, it's actually a fraction of fraction? No, you would say, yeah, they're being mistreated and blah, blah, blah. I can't believe this percentage of black people, right? They use that to say this percentage of black people, of prisoners are black. Oh, it's racist, blah, blah. Well, I can easily go, well, it's not that percentage, because really it's a fraction of a fraction. You know what I'm saying? And I can do the same argument. And that's why this argument doesn't work. It's a really shit argument. Yeah. And now we go to the SJW 9000 thing, where he gave me the argument where it was like, it's actually way less. It's a small percentage. That makes it worse. That makes it worse that we have a tiny percentage. There's a group who make up a tiny percentage of a population, and they are committing 50% of the crimes. That's insane. Let's say we had a group, Muslims or something, right? People say Muslims are terrorists. I don't say that. Some of them are, but I don't say that. But let's say we were living in let's say in my city, we're living in a city, and in the city we realize 50% of the crimes are being committed by Muslims. Right? Muslims make up like 0.06% of the population. That would be horrifying. That's like, wow. People would say something about this. People wouldn't just be quiet about 0.06% of the population creating 50% of the crime in your city. Crazy. People would not be quiet about that. People would be like, what is going on here? There's a group of people acting out of control maybe we should say something to them and say, hey guys, relax, calm down. You're committing way too much. Like, chill out. But oh shit, sorry. But we're not allowed. But people aren't allowed to talk about it. You're lying if you're talking about it or something, or you have an agenda or something. But it's not true. It's just looking at facts. So he says 68% of population doesn't commit 58% of all homicides. Fine, but then we're gonna statistically match that. If you're saying we're not going by counting the group and you just want to count the people who are actually committing the homicides, that's a different statistic, and we'd have to do that with everything else. So now when you're talking about prisoners in jail, we're going to change how we get those statistics now, because you're not doing per capita anymore and you're not breaking up groups by race anymore. This is the problem here. He's saying 68% do not commit 50% of all homicides. This is, in context, this is about groups of race.
Right.
So we're saying 68%, like white people commit this amount of crime, create, whatever percentage it is, 13% of the crime, 40% of the crime, whatever it is. We agree with that. Nobody would argue with you and say, no, actually the white numbers, blah, blah. The only thing that might come out is, well, some Latinos are bunched in there. But fine, you take out the Latinos, we agree with that answer. We still would never tell you that answer is wrong. No. And we would never say, actually, 68% aren't committing this percentage of the crime. We would never say that. We would always be like, yeah, that's probably true. And we are against all those, the portion of that 68% that commits the crime, we disavow them, and we want them to be punished or rehabilitated, whatever needs to happen for them to stop committing crimes, right? And we would say that. And I say that for my own community. I'm Hispanic. Hispanics can create second largest amount of crime. And I tell my fellow Latinos, stop committing crimes, right? You're making us look bad. Stop committing crimes. We're the second largest demographic in this country. I don't want to be the second largest committing the crimes. You know what I'm saying? That's not good. Stop committing crimes. I was raised poor too. I don't have a criminal record. I don't know what to tell you. You don't have to commit crimes to live. You can figure out other ways. You can work around the system. So, but there is a percentage of Hispanics who commit crimes. I don't disagree with that. I don't say all Hispanics commit crime. When you tell me, oh, well, this percentage, whatever the Latino percentage is, I think it's like 16%, commit the crimes. I don't say, well, we don't all commit crimes. I don't say that, because I know that's not what's being said. Right? Yeah. You're talking about a fraction of a single population of mostly gang members accounting for the disparity. That's worse. That makes it so much worse. And they never understand why that makes it worse. The smaller the population is creating the 50% of crime, the worse it is. It makes it so much worse. And that small population, guess what? Devin does this. Devin doesn't say 1350. Devin says 356. Because it's 3% of the population, because we can get more specific. It's young black males, right? Only, not only, but mostly. And we can break it down to that 3% of that entire race who's causing 50%, which now isn't 50% of homicides anymore. Now it's up to 56%. You know what I'm saying? So,
and when the black people are reported on for the crimes that they commit, they don't mention that they're in a gang or something like that. They throw up, they were a toddler once, they were a 5-year-old. They put up any young version of that person that's being spoken about for committing a crime. They'll never show you a current day picture or mention that they're affiliated with criminal gang activity. That's just hidden.
Disparity. This is an argument conservatives often make when talking about police officers. I'm not sure what he means by that. What do you mean talking about police officers? What does this have to do with police officers?
So now I'm starting to think that this guy just has an issue with just police. He's one of those all cops are bad type of people. Likely. I would not doubt that. Yeah, just for him to now all of a sudden shift to, now we're not talking about race, we're talking about police now. Not men. Now it's about the police. It just makes me think that that's the issue at this point. That he just sees cops in a certain way.
Yeah, this guy makes a good point too. She brought illegal drugs and drug paraphernalia into one of the strictest countries in the world when it comes to drugs. Regardless of her skin color, she brought it on herself by being a fucking idiot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it has nothing to do with it. So the only thing Sean's bringing up is that the only reason this guy cares is because she's a black woman. That's it.
That's why I asked him at one point, so what is she being held political prisoner for? Because if that's what he wants to continue to suggest or something like that.
Where was the other one that we were arguing with him on? This guy, Sean retweeted something after this. I just gotta go. Is race baiting? Oh, this is another thing. We'll get to that too. But there's another one where he's... I mean, see, Sean's going back and forth doing other shit. He's not even really arguing with this guy. Just... I could have swore there was more. Where's the other one that he retweeted? Or was it that guy retweeting and then Sean responded to him? There was another one. No, I've lost it. It might be on top of this. Hold on. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so then he says, a black person's race is only relevant to you when you can bring up crime, I guess. And then he said, didn't she get arrested for possession of marijuana in Russia? It seems like this is a crime story. So it is a crime story. But the point is, I guess Sean misunderstood. But the point was he was trying to say the only reason he cares to bring it up is because a crime was committed. But Sean didn't bring up a crime. He did, actually. So the only person who brought up a crime was him. So I don't know how that works. Yes, Sean Fitzgerald's forte. Race only matters when it's black crime? Huh? What do you mean? That's not true.
He's forgetting what the original tweet was, and Sean again never mentioned.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with that
until he just responded to his tweet here saying, didn't she get arrested for possession? This is the only time that Sean's mentioned
and it was after he mentioned a crime, and that's the only reason Sean mentioned a crime. If not, Sean would have never mentioned that a crime was committed. But on top of that, he says, race only matters when it's black crime, which is not true. Sean doesn't only talk about black crime. Sean also talks about race when it comes to, awards, representation in film, stuff like that. It isn't just crime stuff.
Right.
Crime is a big part of it, and I'll tell you why. Sean has a degree and majored in, get this, criminal justice. He has an interest for crime. And studies crime. Wow. Look at that. It's almost as if Sean has an interest in something and made a business and makes money out of his interest and doing what he loves, which has to do with crime.
Oh, yeah,
and a big phrase that Sean also uses is crime denialist.
Yeah.
Which are people who try to cover for crimes. Which, what else does that tell you? Oh, yeah, Sean's channel thematically is calling out people who cover up crimes.
Exactly. Such as UIT.
And I'm pretty sure it's not only black people. I'm pretty sure it's when it's a story. You know what I mean? When, it does have to do with regular, when it comes to local and petty crimes, that has to do with how they don't call out race when it comes to that stuff. That is a response to something. But Sean also covers when white people, celebrities commit crimes or something, or if a Asian celebrity does something, he covers that too. Sometimes he's covered stuff that had to do with Asians and Latinos and have nothing to do with black people. You know what I'm saying? But TYT will do a story that has to do with an Asian and Latino, and they'll bring in black people in there. Yeah. They'll bring fuck white people into that without the story having anything to do with white or black people. Right? But they'll always bring it in. Sean doesn't do that. No. Sean doesn't bring black people in out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
Their coverage of Kyle Rittenhouse and saying he went there to kill black people. Yeah. It's what the fuck was that about?
Yeah, no.
What was that about?
That's not the case, but that's what I'm saying. And Sean doesn't do that. Bad. When I do it, great. But when did he do that? That's not what he did. And it's You're the one that brought up a crime. Yeah, Sean didn't bring up a crime.
Yeah.
Sean was just calling out the guy wanting her to be let go because she's a black woman. Yeah. And that's it.
Once again, that's for what's that? Jermaine Williams, the one that I think that's what his name is, the tweet that was originally where he responded to. Yeah. But yeah, that's who that should be for still, not Sean.
It's a good response. This guy says, so spreading factual information is race baiting, which is not. Race baiting is a deceptive tactic. It's not spreading facts. It's almost a lie of omission. You're omitting things. What is Sean omitting when his talks?
Yeah.
And then if you want him to not omit something, why not say that? Why not just be like, hey, Sean, how come you don't talk about how many white people commit crimes? I don't think Sean is against talking about how many white people commit crimes. It's just not a story.
It's not common.
Because no one denies how much crime white people commit.
Yeah.
No one's here saying white people are being mistreated by the police. You know, oh my God, have you seen how many white people were killed by police this year? Totally mistreated. They were all unarmed. Oh my God, they're mistreating. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. In fact, most people probably say, yeah, they probably deserve that, or they probably did something and, you know, caused that themselves. You know, like, we believe white people should take their own accountability for their own actions.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not like we're treating anyone differently.
Exactly.
That's the thing I'm saying. That's the thing this person isn't understanding. So he's saying, how come you only point out black crime? Well, because that's a response to a narrative that black people are being mistreated or targeted by police for the color of their skin as opposed to their behavior. Which is when you call it for white people, we wouldn't say it's because they're white. We would say it's because of their behavior. Because that person's a piece of shit, white trash, you know, drug addict or whatever, and they acted up with the police. So that's what happens. You know, we don't make excuses for them, or we don't say that it happened because they're a white person. You know,
people like Lance from the Surfs think that the reason for crimes is because of poverty, and that this is like because of the circumstances of certain black people, they should be excused from the crimes that they're committing because they have no other option. So if Sean hears something like that, yeah, he's gonna call that out and be like, "What the hell are you talking about? This is a crime. People should still be held at the same level when they commit these crimes."
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, exactly. Where the narrative is that black people are being or overrepresented in jail because they're being treated based on the color of their skin. The truth is they're overrepresented in jail because they're overrepresented in the behavior that leads people to go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's for everyone. The numbers match. Latinos are the second most people in jail and the second most to commit crimes because of their behavior, because they act that way. That's my people. I understand culturally. And on top of that, some of the people lumped into that are immigrants. So they don't have American culture and they're coming in their South American or Central American or Caribbean cultures and acting in the ways they acted in their countries. Right? When Cuban refugees came to my city in the 80s, when I was a little child, there was a group called the Marielitos, which came out of the Mariela port from Cuba. Guess what those people were? That was Fidel Castro rounding up all the people he didn't like, the prostitutes, the homosexuals, the criminal drug dealers, anybody he didn't like, putting them on a boat and going, later, and sending them off into the sea. Woo, there you go.
Clean it up.
And then they land in Florida. We give them the refugees, and a bunch of them came to my city in the 80s. There was a huge percentage of that who weren't criminal, but there was a percentage of that was and came to the United States and acted in the same way. Now, at my age, I have, in my 40s, I have many friends who are in their 40s who grew up with their parents being in jail or something because they were Cuban refugees who came and started selling drugs, committing crimes. They're in jail. They grew up not knowing their dad or something, you know what I'm saying? And that happened because of that, you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying there's reasons and there's behavior. Now, should I say that those Cubans were treated unfairly when they got here?
Yeah, right.
Is that my default, or should I default that, well, if they were kicked out of Cuba for being criminals, there's probably a percentage of that came and corrected themselves and are acting as criminals there because of the situation. Maybe they came here and changed. But there's also going to be a large percentage of that that's going to be criminal and continue their criminal ways.
Not want to change.
Right? Sometimes we have Central Americans that move here. And what do? They get drunk in the afternoon, which is not the culture here. And you rarely see, we can go out to the main street.
Yeah, that's not.
You're not going to see many drunk people. But you will see one or two Central American immigrants who are drunk off their ass. Kids are walking around getting out of school and they're pissing on the side of a wall with their dick out because they're drunk off their ass, falling over. That's what, it doesn't happen often, but that's what I'm saying. When you have a certain percentage of people, that percentage is going to have its own percentage of who are committing crimes, who are living like that. Now, if you have a percentage who are raised in a certain culture where being gangsta is cool and, attacking somebody to the extreme over a disrespect is normal and in fact encouraged, that's going to create people going to jail. You might look through jail and look, if I have friends in the hood, right? If I ask one of my friends in the hood, let's go through these criminal records for some of these random people in jail and see what is worthwhile. And if they see, oh, he beat up a dude because he made fun of him, yeah, that dude deserved it. Get that guy out of jail, right? But to us, we're like, no, a joke like Will Smith. I think Will Smith deserves to be arrested. I get it. Chris Rock don't want to press charges. Perfectly fine. But he still committed a crime. He should be arrested, right? He committed assault. I don't know what the state they're in and what that state considers assault. But that's assault. And he should be arrested, right? Now, that goes into the black crime. Who said, but there are a portion of people who will say that what he did was justified and that he doesn't belong in jail. So that's where you get this concept that, oh no, but they don't deserve to be in jail. All he did was that, there was a crime. Oh gosh, Sean covered this too. There was a crime where an old Asian man was killed by a black kid. And that's the one where he runs across the street and tackles the guy. He hits his head on the ground, dead. Right? And the dude did it for fun. Like he just ran over, tackled the guy, and then walked out. People are saying he yelled something. That doesn't justify it. Right? And you'll hear that a lot too. Oh, well, they said the N-word. That doesn't justify it. Somebody calling you the N-word doesn't justify you committing crime. And if you want to commit the crime for that, I would even say that's fine. Just take your medicine. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're like, I don't let people call me that. And if they do, I'm going to slap them or I'm going to punch them. Go for it. But then don't cry when the police come and arrest you for assault. Take that and be like, I accept that punishment for what I believe is right, right? Like if I did something like that, I would take that. This is where I say protesters getting arrested. It makes no sense that they get mad, they get arrested. Isn't that the point? You're going there to get arrested. Exactly. So that's the point you're making. Yeah. But anyways, we'll continue on. I went a little rant there. Yeah, sure. Calling others, spreading factual information does not exist. Yeah, this is funny too, right? So spreading factual information is race baiting, which is true. It's a fact, so it can't be race baiting just on that. Spreading factual information does not exist in a contextless bubble. Exactly. Right. That's the point. That's the context is that there's a narrative. You know what I'm saying? Like, how does he not understand that the context is there? Yeah. He's the one not in context when he calls out Sean. That's the point. The information he chooses to highlight and the manner in which he covers it denotes a particular trend and agenda. Yes. And that trend and agenda is calling out the narrative that black people are victims of the system as opposed to their behavior leading to them being dealt with by the system more. Right? That's the thing. That's why that other guy was saying, no, they commit more crimes, so they run through the system more than anyone else per capita. That's why it looks like they're being mistreated more, but they're actually being mistreated probably around the same amount as everyone else. It just seems like more because they're running through the system more than anyone else. Even though they're a smaller percentage of the population. Spending and the manner in which he covers it denotes particular. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I get out of the trend and agenda. I don't understand why he's getting something different. And there's a reason why he's not getting it different, because he's not within the context. This is where he's saying it doesn't exist within a contextless bubble. Exactly. It exists in a context bubble that you are ignoring. You're ignoring the context bubble and saying that it's out of context when it's not. There is a context there. Everybody who follows Sean and watches Sean's videos understands the context to Sean's videos without him having to explain it at the beginning of every video. You shouldn't have to do that. This used to happen with Devin too, where people be like, oh, well, Devin always talks about this. Well, Devin explains why he talks about that in a video. He shouldn't have to explain it in every single video. Right, you know what I'm saying? If he did that, then all your videos are going to end up being like 2 hours long because you have to keep explaining everything. You know what I'm saying? Instead, how about you either continue to watch him and understand the context over time, or you can go backwards, or you could just ask him, and I'm sure he would tell you. Exactly. If you just asked him, instead of saying this and him accusing Sean and being accusatory, like if he came in and said, Sean, what's the context to this? Do you think that blah, 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 and just let him answer. You know what I'm saying? But instead, this guy wants to be a douchebag. This is where I call him a troll, because he wants a reaction. He wants people to act out. He's not looking for an actual conversation. This is why when I try to have an actual conversation with me, he goes around. When I make a point, he dodges it and goes to something else,
He still does it now, even like Sean, or here, you want to look at this first before I bring it up? He responds to Sean again talking
but that's newer, right? We'll get to that. Yeah. We're not there yet. But when I tell him I don't understand something, like he makes an argument back and I tell him I don't understand it, instead of elaborating or rephrasing it, he starts a game
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I don't want to play this game of you being like, huh, yeah, you don't understand it, blah, blah. I know I don't understand it. I just told you I don't understand what you said. Rephrase it or elaborate it right away. Why play this game of, yeah, of course you don't understand. What? How can I express to you that I don't understand how your argument relates to my argument without you playing a game? Like, how do I do it? And then, and
there,
you
showed you, basically, is what he's trying to, like, to say, basically. Oh, shit.
Well, like, we'll get to that one where I didn't understand what he was arguing there because it didn't fit to what I said, right? Like where he was saying, oh, you want me to come on your stream that bad? After I said, I really don't care if you come on or not. I'm giving you a chance to defend yourself against what we're arguing and argue with me. But if you don't want to, that's fine. I'll just do the stream anyway without you. Like, I don't care. Oh, well, you really want me to come on bad? Why don't you pay me? And I was like, I just told you I don't care if you come on or not.
I know my worth. $65 is your worth.
Stop asking me to come on. Like, I didn't ask you to come on again. Yeah, then he asked me, oh, why you keep asking me to come on? I asked you the one time, and every other time I was just reiterating that the invite's open. You can come in if you want. It's there. Just come on. You know what I'm saying? I'm not re-inviting you. I'm just letting you know that that invitation still stands.
Oh,
I haven't taken away the invitation at any point. The invitation still stands now. If he's listening and wants to come on, come on. I'm not going to pay you. I don't care that much. I can continue doing this.
And a third
makes no difference.
Is
I just like
zero.
to give people that chance. That if I'm going to talk to you, I'll give you that chance to come on and defend your side of what you're arguing. If not, it's going to stand on my side, and it's all one-sided. But that all I can go by is what he wrote on Twitter.
Yeah.
And he can't explain himself further because I'm not in communication with him anymore. If he came on, he could explain himself further, but that's fine. Yeah, sure. Calling out others for racism when they cry about race is definitely some bad agenda. LOL, how stupid are you? Yeah, good point. What's the problem with that agenda? Associating black people with crime is the oldest trick in the book. No, it's not a trick. Black people associate themselves with crime. Does he not know that gangster rap was a thing that existed? Yeah. White people associate themselves with crime too. There's mafia. There's all this kind of stuff that you can associate white people with crime.
Didn't he just a few?
And we would never say associating white people with crime is the oldest trick in the book. We'd be like, yeah, there are associations to white people in crime. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This is the argument that I say that they think, this person thinks the argument is black people do this. And the response is, no, white people do this. You know what I'm saying? But it's not black-white. It's just black people are doing this. Black people aren't doing this. White people are. And then Sean comes in and says, no, both white people and black people are doing it. They're the ones who are actually racist because they're arguing black people aren't doing something that we can prove that they're doing. And Sean is consistently showing that they do it. What Sean is not doing is saying that white people don't also do that and that he couldn't show you proof of that. But he doesn't need to show you proof of white people doing it.
Yeah.
Because there's no narrative out there saying that white people don't do that. You know what I'm saying? There is zero narrative out there saying that white people don't commit crimes. There's none. You know what I'm saying?
This is where Devin's hashtag not all has to come in, because now he's saying, a few tweets up, didn't he say that it's a few people linked with gang activity committing these crimes, black people with gang activity committing these crimes.
So because it's a gang, it's excused now?
Yeah, so is it a trick that we're, like, this is what I'm saying, like, the hashtag not all has to come in, because he's saying, oh, it's a trick to lump all black people in with crime. It's like, but you just explained where some of the crime is coming from.
And we can go through the numbers too and see how many of each race of people per capita are in gangs.
Yeah.
We could see that and see who is in gangs more than others.
Yeah, exactly, right.
And being in a gang doesn't justify you committing crimes, so that goes into it too, right?
Neither does poverty,
poverty doesn't excuse you from committing crimes.
Oh, like, you're in a tight situation and...
But there are times we are lenient on people. There are times cops bust somebody and realize they're stealing food. And they go, oh, I'll buy that for you. And they buy it for them, It is a crime. Sometimes you don't get away with it. Sometimes people are nice and you get away with it.
Yeah. One of those channels that we watched where the guy, he had a surveillance and he saw a black boy stealing some items, and he said it was just sad, the things that he was stealing, because it was like, flowers, soap.
The guy was mad at first and he was like, you motherfucker, and then he looked through his bag and he was like, oh shit. He's like, yo man, if you got a problem you could just talk to me, maybe I'll help you, like you don't need to come in here and steal, I could help you out. And then he let him have he's like, you know what, you can have these products, I'll buy them for you, but next time if you need something, don't steal, because you're gonna get in trouble. It was like a 14-year-old kid, right? Yeah, sure, calling out how stupid are you? Associating black people, but that's not really what's going on. And it's not a trick. Black people associate themselves with crime. This is why gangster rap exists. This is why when you watch something that's really popular in black community are crime stories. You know what I'm saying? Like heists and shit like that, and being outlaws. This is not something that's a trick. This is actually like an interest of the culture. And it is for other cultures too, just in different ways, you know. I grew up with white friends who idolized gangster movies, and I don't mean the black ones. I mean like Goodfellas, Godfather. Oh, shit, sorry. And talked about how they want to live like that, you know. And oh man, I wish I was in the mafia and this. And that. So it's not just a black people thing; it's an everybody thing. Everybody has their own versions of being outlaws. It's just to what proportion, you know. Yeah. And if you're gonna blame the proportions on the wrong people, you know what I'm saying? On the opposite people, and it's like, why are you doing that? Just look at the truth. Like that's all that Sean's saying. It isn't calling out people for racism. It's just race baiting. Well, can you show that you are? It is calling out people for racism because the point is you're so racist that you can't see the truth in your face because of race. You're more focused on race that you can't accept the truth. It's a cognitive dissonance. But it's just race baiting. It's not race baiting. Race baiting is deceptive, which is calling it a trick, but it's not a trick. And you're defending it for some reason. Why is that? I could tell you why I defend it. It's a good argument. And if you came in, I would give you the argument and express to you how all of that makes sense and how the way you're characterizing it is wrong. Yeah. You're characterizing it as something it's not. It's not a trick. It's not race baiting because it's not a trick, because race baiting is a trick. Since it's not a trick, it's not race baiting. And you're defending it. Yeah, it should be defended because it's the truth. The truth should be defended. Why is that? Also, if you want to tell me, blah, blah, but he didn't. He pointed out a fact that black woman was arrested for a crime. He didn't even point that out. So this guy's arguing this person's straw man, this is what happens. You fall for a straw man. Now you're arguing something Sean never even did. You see this? So now this guy's arguing with this guy saying, oh, Sean was just pointing out she was arrested for a crime. Sean didn't do that. Well, Sean did now after this guy brought up the crime. It wasn't Sean didn't bring up the crime.
Wasn't she arrested for possession? Yeah. Isn't that what he asked? Wasn't it about possession?
Yeah, Sean didn't bring up the crime though. Cyrenix did.
Exactly.
He brought up that there was a crime, and Sean responded to that by saying, "Well, didn't she commit a crime?"
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying I didn't even say she did, but didn't she? You just brought it up. The context. Oh yeah, but he didn't point out the fact that Bloodman was arrested for a crime. There's nothing race baiting about it. That's true. In fact, it's the other person who's race baiting. Sean's calling out the race baiter, calling out the person who's saying we should let her go. They should let her go because she's a black woman. He's the one bringing up race. No one else brought up race except that guy. There's nothing race baiting about it. Try again, kiddo. Yeah, no need to be creative. Okay, that's for the other thing. Context is not just the tweet. It's his context. Right. Exactly. That would be my argument, is that there's context to this that you're ignoring. It's his content, right? His content is within a context that there's a narrative that black people are victims of the system as opposed to being part of the system because of their own behavior.
Exactly.
Right? That's the context, always, of the narrative that's going on right now. How he constantly harps on race he harps on about race because... Back to the context, because the context is about race.
Yeah.
All media, TYT, all these people that he responds to constantly bring up race, even when it has nothing to do with race, right? Exactly. As long as it's in a way to associate black people in crime, not true. And we can prove that. Provably, we can go through his channel and we can find multiple videos where he talks about black people when it doesn't have to do with crime. And we could probably find a few where he talks about other races committing crimes. So, not true.
Right.
You're not paying attention. I am. I've been watching his content for years now.
Yeah.
And I'm a personal friend of his for at least a year. Right? But I've known his content for years. I do pay attention. So maybe you're not paying attention, or you're paying attention through your bias. But I wasn't. When I first started watching Sean, I didn't know who he was. You know what I'm saying? And I first watched him because he did a stream where he went on Hassan. And that's where I saw him. But I already knew these things. So Devin was already talking about these things, right? So I found Sean through something else. But that's not the context of Sean's videos at all. Like, he's totally wrong. you're not paying attention. Read a little more thoroughly before you respond with these weak insults. Well, it's the whole point is he's contextless. That's why he thinks Sean's trying to associate black people with crime.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is Sean's trying to tell you black people commit crime.
Exactly.
Because the media is telling you that they are a
yeah.
victim of the system and they're not actually committing crimes. They're just being overrepresented in the system because of their skin color or because of something other than their behavior. What Sean's showing you is, no, it's because of their behavior, and this is normal. This is like, we can look at them, how white people behave and look at their prison numbers, and we understand that, right? And we see where their behavior comes from and what's the group within white people. We can even break down white people if we wanted to and say, well, this many are Russian, this many are of Polish descent, this many of Italian, and we can break that down and do it like that. It doesn't matter, but that's how the media wants to break it down, as white, black.
Yeah.
In fact, the media rarely even talks about Asian, Latino, or any other race. It's always white, black, white, black. To the point where, like I said, we have a case where TYT will cover a case where it's a black person and a Latino person. And then for some reason, white people come up. Yeah. And it's all white. This is white people's fault. What? A black guy and a Latino guy get into a fight and one stabs the other and it's a white person's fault? Yeah. What? You know what I'm saying? This is the point. They're the ones who are obsessed with race. Sean is in response to that. This is what this is. He's out of context.
The only time you hear a black person being described in something they're talking about is like with the video Devin put out the other day with that woman who, there was a traffic situation. She was hit by this guy that was then said to have had like a diabetic issue, wanted to drive himself to the hospital, and the lady just continued to follow him and had her gun drawn at one point, and he reached for the gun and pulled the trigger, shooting himself. And that's the only time you'll hear that's the only time so far I think I've heard of a black person being described in like an altercation like that. Otherwise you never hear race. They never even mention that it's a black man. It says a man. A man did a crime, and that's it. Like, yeah,
that's what he's telling you. There's a context, but what he's doing is taking out the context, really. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to show you, this is the context I see, but the truth is there's an overarching context that he's completely ignoring.
Yeah.
And trying to say, no, you're not looking at the context. It's the other way around. You are the one missing out on the context of what Sean's channel and Twitter is
about. Yeah.
Yeah, you're completely off. You don't understand it. Then you don't actually, exactly. You don't actually watch his videos, considering his points are out simple facts and is actually blaming others for using race instead of data. No, I'm going to like that one. I'm not sure you would be able, that's exactly right, yeah. I've seen much of his content, not just the videos on his channel. Sean race baits a lot. I would like to see an example, especially with black people. That's not true. And you guys enjoy it. I don't enjoy it as much as I just nod my head to it and go, yeah, that's true, and move on. I don't need to rationalize it. He's just showing the truth. I mean, you look at the truth and what? Yeah. Then what? Why would you need to rationalize something that's true in your face?
Is TYT really, am I supposed to really believe TYT is real news out here? Like, come on.
But TYT is the popular, yeah.
Right.
Why wouldn't it be? It's one of the most popular YouTube news shows, and they race bait constantly. Why wouldn't it be a rationalization? Like, there's like actual whole culture of people who are anti-Destiny, and there's a whole clique of people who stream and do panels who are anti-Destiny. There's a reason for that. Destiny's a big presence on the internet.
Yeah.
So when he says things people don't like or tries to push, or what they think is him trying to push a false narrative or something, there's going to be large groups of people who react a certain way. And when you ask them why, they're going to say, but Destiny.
Because Destiny's
a huge presence on the internet.
Yeah. And Destiny calls out not just his side, but the other side too, and they don't like that. You're not supposed to call out the side like with Surfs or Vosh or any of those crazy people. You're not. Destiny's supposed to be on those people's side. So giving criticism to any of the absurd takes they have, that's wrong. That's going against them. That's showing that Destiny isn't even on their side. Yeah. He's on the right now.
if TYT was had 3 people viewing and 10 subscribers, nobody would be doing this.
Yeah.
A big point of why you can say, but TYT, is because of how big of a presence they are on the internet.
Yeah.
That's why it's good. It's a popular rational. I don't understand where the rationalization needs to go. What needs to be rationalized? I don't understand what needs to be rationalized. Most critiques of Sean's content are followed by someone yelling, "But TYT."
No.
But I mean, no, wait. That's fine. Yeah. What's wrong with that? Where's the why? Where is that incorrect? Mm-hmm. Why can't you say "but TYT"? If look through Sean's content, and I can bet you probably more than 50% of his content is replying to TYT. Literally, you can say "but TYT" with Sean. I was just gonna say that. Yeah. And it makes sense. Right. Where doesn't it make sense? Mm-hmm. That's what I would ask. Where doesn't that make sense?
Mm-hmm. That's why I don't think he even understands or can read sarcasm, because Sean also does polls where he does things that are like kind of jokey polls that he does about something that TYT said or something like that, and other people saying like, oh, but TYT said it's this way, and I thought they're real news.
Yeah, maybe some of it's him not understanding.
That's what I'm starting to think.
East Coast sarcasm, because like one of the things I liked about Sean from the beginning is I get your sarcasm, and then he told me a lot of the people don't understand he's joking a lot of times. And I'm like, oh, I totally get it, because we're from the same area. I grew up with that humor. Like, I totally get your sarcasm. And I know when you're joking every single time. I used to leave him comments and be like, oh, shit, that was hilarious at the end. Mm-hmm. And then he would write back like, oh, shit, you understood it was a joke. Like, half the people don't. He doesn't race bait. Yeah, he doesn't race bait. He hasn't proved he has. Not against white people, no. There's no race baiting against. The point is to create racial division. It's not really pro or against any side, I would say. I would think it's just for the point of creating racial division. That's the point. He does it against black people? I don't know if it works that way. Sean has already spoken about what he thinks of race baiting many times and how he defines it. Well, show that. Yeah. He knows what he's doing, and unless you don't know enough of his content or you're playing dumb, you should too. I know what he's doing because I talked to him, because he's like a personal friend of mine. So I know exactly what he's doing. And I know exactly what some other people that I know do that too. Like, I follow a couple of people who cover this kind of content, and I don't know exactly what they're doing. Because I talk to them and I actually ask them and find out from them and talk to them personally. Not because I see their content and I think what I think, which is what he's doing. But even through looking through Sean's content, you get it. And it says, why are you obsessed with race? Ask Sean. He's the one race baiting. But he's not. And you haven't shown he has.
His example for that from the tweet, if you want, I think he ends up sharing it in a moment here. But there's a tweet from Sean that he screencasts from 3 years ago. And it's not even Sean being sarcastic how he opens this. I don't think he understands what Sean is doing when he says, I use race baiting to talk about race baiting. He's not using race baiting to say black's always bad, white's good, or anything like that. He like how TYT goes on to talk about black people for the Kyle Rittenhouse case, when Kyle Rittenhouse had nothing to do with black people, I think is an example of how Sean uses race baiting takes.
I don't even agree with this. I don't think Sean uses race baiting at all. No. And I don't think Sean was talking about himself in that tweet. Exactly. I think that was speaking as if through TYT, like as if it was speaking through Chink. And that's why I would want to see more context to that. What was going on around that time, because he was tweeting that about something that didn't come out of the blue. For a guy who talks about, he's not tweeting that in a contextless bubble. It's funny to show something from a contextless bubble as proof of something. And it's like, yeah, that could be understood a different way. I would like to know what was going on around that time. What was that in reference to? Yeah. Was that a reference to a certain story? Was that a response to somebody? What was it? But he said, no, you look it up. You're being lazy. So then, okay, as easily as you can denounce that or show that as proof is as easily as I can say, well, there's no context there. Brush it off. That's how easy I can do that. And now I don't take that as proof because there's nothing backing it up. Sean is the one who race baits. But this is a dodge right here. Why are you obsessed with race? And look at his dodge. Ask Sean. He's the one race baiting. How would Sean know why you're obsessed with race? And what does race baiting have to do with being obsessed with race? You could be obsessed with race and not race bait. You could be obsessed with race. You could race bait and not be obsessed with race. Both. So, I mean, either way. Though that doesn't make, that's a complete dodge, 100%. I'm asking you, see, that this is the game I'm talking about. Now this guy has to waste an extra response to saying, but I'm asking you, you're the one who brought it up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like Sean didn't bring up race. Someone else did. Sean was replying to someone bringing up race, and then you came in and brought up race. And now you want to talk about how Sean talks about race. So why are you obsessed with race? Sean is the one who race baits. I criticize that. And you ask me why I'm obsessed. Yes. Why can't you answer the question, though? Even if it has nothing to do with this, just be like, I'm obsessed with race because of this, but that has nothing to do with this situation, you know? It just keep dodging. Again, ask Sean why he is obsessed with race. We can give you an answer to that. I don't need to ask Sean. One, Sean is not obsessed with race, and the reason it looks like Sean is obsessed with race and covers race so much is because the overarching media narrative is obsessed with race and puts race into everything. So he is responding to the obsession with race. You know, that's where you're going wrong. He is the one race baiting, but that's wrong. He's not race baiting. Where did he race bait?
Yeah,
you know, show the example of it. He doesn't race bait. That's why I'm asking. You seem to be obsessed with race. You probably think this is race baiting, right? And then Lauren Chen, which I'm not a fan of, so I'm not even going to look. He does, I respond to it, and then you claim I'm obsessed with it. He didn't claim you were. He asked why you were. At best, you just don't know the history of any of the people you're talking about, which is not true. I'm sure it's not true. I'm sure this guy does know, and I do know. I know Sean personally, been watching his channel for years. But I've already addressed this. I've been on his channel. He interviewed me on his channel. So, I mean, where would you get the idea that I know? I've already addressed this, right? And he was wrong about it. And didn't actually show any race baiting. Maybe you also just don't know what race baiting is. See, this is the part where we get down to it. He's saying what race baiting is. We all know what race baiting is. I think anybody who's listening to this right now knows what it is. Everybody knows it's a deceptive tactic. It isn't something, and the intention of it is to create division amongst race. That's the point. You're baiting a situation to be about race that is not about race.
Right.
That's why we call it race baiting. You're baiting race. Sean is responding to people doing that. He's not baiting race. Sean is responding and saying, you guys are obsessed with race. You keep bringing race into this. You know what I'm saying? Not me. So he's not the one obsessed. This is where I'm saying he doesn't, either this guy's lying and he's saying he watches his content. He could be lying, or he doesn't understand the context, which is funny because he's blaming other people for not understanding the context, or he's dishonest. And it's one of those three. And that could have been easily resolved here on the stream, but he didn't want to come on. But he could have just came on and we could have figured out which one of us is being honest, which one of us is being deceptive, which one of us truly understands the content more than the other, you know, who gets it, what logically can we get to proving that if he's right or I'm right. We could have tried. He does to respond to it, and then you claim I'm obsessed. I respond to it. Oh yeah. No, yeah, you can respond to it all you want. We're just saying you're wrong. Nobody's saying you can't respond. You're wrong. Because you have circular logic, which this guy said. Or maybe you don't know what you're talking about and you're too dug in now to let up. That sounds more plausible. No, it doesn't. What sounds more plausible? Someone has dug in so much that they don't want to change their mind, or someone is misrepresenting. So I would say misrepresenting seems like a simpler thing. Yeah. And Occam's razor would say that more likely someone is mischaracterizing the situation than someone digging their heels and having cognitive dissonance on the situation. I don't think that's true. Or maybe you don't know what you're talking about. You're too dug in. Sounds more plausible. I don't think that's true. I may not be a kiddo, but the kid in my avatar is pretty badass. Yeah, but who cares? LOL. So you don't even know what circular logic is. I should have known. Yeah, of course, he dodged the same thing he said, of course, because this guy's constantly dodging. There are very convincing arguments you're putting forth. But see, instead of replying to the argument where he said you don't even know what circular logic is because he didn't respond, this is what I say. He doesn't respond to what you say. So he said circular logic. He's saying this guy did not respond to the point that he made about it being circular logic. So then he comments on that and says, wow, you completely dodged that, basically. And the guy says, oh, these are very convincing arguments you're putting forth. Another dodge. Yeah, just another dodge. And then this guy repeated it back. So yeah, exactly. Like, I can say the same to you. Like, you're not answering. You're not answering the question. This is abundance evidence. The first question would be, how does Sean Fitzgerald determine race baiting? So I ask you, Mr. Xbox enthusiast, how do you think Sean over here determines if something is race baiting or not? I'm going to explain it right now. And this isn't how Sean determines what race baiting is. This is how everyone determines how race baiting is, because this is what the definition of race baiting is. When you determine it by finding out that a person is, one, bringing up race. This is one of the things it could be. Bringing race into it for no reason. So you have a story, has nothing to do with race, but yet you bring up race and you inject a race that has not, or even still, you inject a race that has nothing to do with it, and you continue your narrative of white versus bad, black bad when it doesn't have to do with that. You know, it doesn't have to do with white people. Like I said, when you bring up a situation where a black person stabs a Latino person, and then in the story you bring up white people for some reason, that's race baiting. Another thing, race baiting is a deceptive tactic. So when you have, or when you know a person, this is why it's also kind of out of character, right? Like, in a way, but it can be in your character. But it's like, if you cover a story that there's no, let's say, this is a good one. This is what TYT does. They'll cover a story where a white guy attacks a black guy. They'll cover it as if it had to do with race, even though there's no evidence that it has to do with race. Mm-hmm. They'll cover it and say, white man attacks black man. They'll insinuate that it has to do with racism and this and that, even though it doesn't, right? Mm-hmm. Now we go to another story they do, and this is why it also has to do with following the path, right? And you see the narrative. Now TYT will do another story, but this time it'll be a black man attacking a white woman.
Right.
Most of the times they won't cover these, but say this story's too big and it'll look obvious if they ignore it. So they have to cover it. So what they say now is man attacks woman. They don't mention the race. They don't try to put it in a way that racism had to do with it. Or I think they did this with those kids who kidnapped that Trump fan that had mental issues, that he was like had Asperger's or something. Mm-hmm. And they kept them, they tortured him.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, you white mother cracker, Trump fan, blah, blah. And they were like tasing him and shit like that. That was a hate crime.
Yeah.
Right? If that happened in reverse, everyone would say that's a hate crime. Mm-hmm. So TYT reports that, and they try to, oh, they're just kids and this and that. But if the reverse were to happen, they would say hate crime. This is how you determine whether someone is race baiting or not. The race bait has to be, it's a deceptive tactic. It's not somebody showing you facts. It's not somebody responding to someone cutting through their story and showing you the actual facts of what happened in the story, which is something Sean does, right? When the narrative, the overarching narrative from the media is that black people are a victim, when Sean posts something to show they're not, that's not race baiting. That's a response to an incorrect, a misinformed media narrative, right? It's not, he's not saying, he's not using it to cause division. Sean doesn't want division. The purpose of race baiting, there's another thing. To determine race baiting is you have to understand motive. This person is adding motive to Sean. Right? There's nowhere where he can show us enough of this motive to say, oh, well, here it is. Here's a part where Sean says he hates black people or something. How come Sean, we can literally go through Sean's channel and we could show times where he shows other people committing crimes or, you know, but the problem is the media itself is the one spreading this narrative. It's a prevailing narrative. It's all over the place. TYT almost exclusively talks about this show way more than Sean does. Talks about race way more than Sean does. So Sean doesn't talk about race out of the blue. His everything he does is a response. So when he says, it's funny, you guys always say, but TYT. Yeah, but TYT. Mm-hmm. Correct. You're right. There needs to be a response to TYT.
Yeah.
We shouldn't sit here and take misinformation. We shouldn't allow a group like TYT to become huge on YouTube and just sit back and let them spread lies about race. Mm-hmm. There should be a response for it. And Sean is that response. Devin does it too. You know, there's multiple people out there who will do responses to TYT. I do it. You know, Hassan, another person we do responses to. Sean responds to Hassan too, not just TYT. We say but TYT because that's the biggest one, but also but Hassan, but the Surfs, but Vosh. You know what I'm saying? There's but manys. You know, it's not just him. It's actually what is popular right now is the prevailing message that black people are a victim of these situations that they're not, you know.
I found the tweet that he's trying to use to say. So somebody deleted a response.
How convenient!
How convenient that somebody's response is taken down. But Sean, that Javar Jackson person actually quote tweets Sean's first comment the first tweet that he says, watching Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, and J.R. Jackson double down with their race baiting. You only covered the story because you thought it was a white person. There are thousands of local crime stories you don't cover, and you also tried to blame Trump, and you're still doing so. Mm-hmm. And this is from 2019, and I'm still trying to kind of gather like what they're actually talking about.
He's talking from TYT's
perspective. But it's about TYT saying that they're the ones race baiting, basically. And then JR goes, thanks for watching, boo. And then somebody makes a response to Sean. Conveniently now it's deleted, and Sean goes, this is where Sean responds, I use race baiting to talk about race baiting. Why do you think they did videos on this local crime story and not the many others? Why do you think TYT deleted their videos on the topic? In their stream, they said it was just about pursuing justice, so why can't they stand by it? And somebody else responds from a suspended account again, and Sean responds after that saying, such a sad response. I'm not saying they should take a random crime story and use the victim to push a narrative. I'm pointing out that's what happened. They used the victim for political points and deleted the video when the races didn't line up the way they wanted. So if this guy was like wise enough at all to read into Sean's follow-up responses,
which was him bringing up you're out of context. Yeah, he's the one out of context, and then taking a tweet from 2 years ago, out of context to try to prove something. And I'm like, and then when I ask, well, where's the context to this?
And so
he says, well, you find the context. Well, you're the one trying to prove something here. Like,
and so after that, somebody responds again, but it's from a suspended account now. And Sean responds to that person saying, do you actually not get it? They used the little girl being killed by a white man story to push their narrative of racism in America. They asserted based on nothing that it was a hate crime, then blamed Trump, then deleted the video after the races didn't line up. And again, somebody responds with a deleted message, and Sean goes, I watched the responses live, and I have the video they did before and deleted downloaded. So Sean kept that footage, and he continues saying they without evidence claimed it was a hate crime, called it a terrorism, called him a thug and a monster. Now that the guy turned out to be black, not terrorism, not thug, and not monsters. So this just completely derails this moron.
Yeah, he's talking through TYT saying they race bait in order to race bait. Like they double down. He says
I wonder why Sean constantly mentions TYT. I wonder.
And this is why I say about this guy taking him out of context. He's the one doing that. So he says so he asks why he doesn't answer this question. He says there is abundant evidence is not evidence. So remember, he's trying to tell this guy that he's dodging. He's like, you're not answering my question. Trying to say he's dodging. But the truth is, he's the one dodging with the question, because really what was asked first was, do you have evidence of this? And his response is just to say, there's abundant evidence. How do you think, blah, 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 blah. You can't ask a question. No, he asked you for the evidence. He didn't ask you if there was evidence. He asked you, where is the evidence? Show me it. I guess he didn't properly read the tweet again. No, that's you who didn't read the tweet. That's all right. Let me see. What was the one before that? Let's read it and see who's wrong here. LOL, I'm not to bad anyone, just pointing out factual information. And regardless of criticism, you're not pointing out factual information, except you provided no evidence of your claim. Typical, that's the problem here, is he didn't provide any evidence. Answering with, there's plenty of evidence, there's a bunch of evidence, is not having evidence. You need to show the evidence. He says you've shown no evidence. Instead of showing evidence, he gives him a question and then tells him that he's dodging, basically, for not answering that question when he still hasn't shown the evidence, which was in question.
I'll send you that link where it starts with what Sean says, and then I think if you click a certain part, you can see it expanded to see his response.
Oh my God, look at this fucking dodge. I guess he didn't read that prop tweet again. That's all right. You need reread it and answer. So he did. Yeah, now, I asked you for evidence. You don't get to answer with a question. Exactly. The fact you still haven't provided any isn't surprising, because you don't have any. Exactly. Then check out this massive dodge here. We first need to establish how and why the evidence being provided can even qualify as such. No, we don't.
What?
If you have evidence of this, it should be self-evident.
Right.
You are showing evidence, and then you add what you want to think it says. But that's not what evidence is. Evidence should be you show it to us, and you can show us a tweet where Sean says, I talk about race because I hate black people, or something like that. But you don't have any evidence like that. You're just, all of these things are straw men. This is why I say you're straw manning. He refuses to agree. But that's literally what it is. He's making up a motive for Sean that's not there, because we all understand the motive. He's out of context on the motive, so he thinks it's what he thinks it is. But we're all trying to tell him that's not what the motive is. We've been watching for years. I know him personally. I know the motive for these. He's a criminal justice expert. Like, this is what he does. To do that question of what is race baiting must be clarified. It's crazy that he's stuck on this, because we know what race baiting is. He's the only one giving a definition that nobody agrees with. He's the only one doing it, though. Everybody he's argued with has told him that's not how it's defined, right? So again, to understand if he is doing it, what determines if something is or isn't race baiting? Then you need to tell me what race baiting is. It would be pointless for me to tell you, considering you just argue I was wrong. You're being dishonest, asshole, just because salty. Yeah. I'll tell you what Sean says race baiting is. He defines it as covering local crime stories. Incorrect. He's already wrong, because you can race bait without using local crime stories. And TYT does that all the time. They race bait all the time without. Companies race bait all the time. This guy who was just race baiting that started this whole discussion that Sean answered to, the Jermaine guy,
Williams,
he was race baiting a story that's not a local story. He was race baiting a national story of a WNBA player playing for the USA Olympics.
She's an American.
And he's arrested in another country.
Yeah.
That's not a local story. Yeah. That's a national story. So that is something Sean's calling race baiting already defeats the argument he's saying Sean's saying race baiting is. He already defeated his own argument. That's why I said this is a straw man. He defined it as covering local crime stories because of the crime of the accused, while ignoring other local crime stories, again, because of the suspect's race. That is a tactic used to race bait. That is one of many tactics someone can use to race bait, but that is not specifically what race baiting is. You can race bait without using that tactic at all. That's just one specific tactic that Sean has pointed out as being race baiting.
He's basing all of this off of that tweet that he screenshot, trying to expose Sean for being the one race baiting. When you actually look into it, it's TYT. It's Sean calling out TYT for race baiting. Why all of a sudden are they not calling this guy, a monster and all those things? Because all of a sudden they found out it's a black guy, and now we have to backpedal. Sean wouldn't backpedal if the race of the person that Sean was reporting.
No, yeah, who would still consider it a crime, and he wouldn't delete that video.
If later on,
I promise you, if you look through his channel, I mean, he has a shit ton of videos, but if you look through it, you'll eventually find one where a white person committed a crime or a non-black person committed a crime, and he didn't delete it when he found out. It stayed up. Like I said, there was that one he covered up, the Asian crime, the hate crime, and it was a white person that did it. He didn't cover it up. He showed the picture of the person. Given Sean's own definition, but that's not Sean's definition. This is why I said this is a straw man. He said it isn't. I said, would you like to place a bet on it? I can ask him to define it, and we can see who is right. I can even probably get that done live on YouTube, which is a pretty good way to do it. How much would you like to bet if we did bet? He said he has already stated it. That's not what he stated. He stated that's the tactic used to race bait.
Right.
That's not the definition of race bait. That's like saying, what is traveling? And you say, oh, it's getting into a vehicle, turning the key, hitting the accelerator, driving. But that's not what traveling is, because you could travel without getting into a car. Like, I could travel on foot. I could travel on a skateboard. You know what I'm saying? So you're using one tactic and saying that specifically is what traveling is, right? Yeah. So you're saying traveling specifically has to be in a vehicle, and there's no other way that I could travel besides a vehicle. So no, using local stories is not the only way to race bait. That is a tactic used to race bait, but there are multiple ways to race bait, and that is not the definition of what race baiting is.
Someone in the comments says, I would probably define it as something like sharing an inaccurate story to incite racial tension, which is kind of like ironic, because that's exactly what TYT did, and then deleted their video coverage when it turned out that it was a black person.
Yeah, and Sean doesn't do it to raise racial tension. In fact, Sean wants racial tension to end. Yeah. And he wants people to live together peacefully and not have this racial tension. We want to break through the narrative and get down to the truth so that we can finally start solving these problems and learn to live together, as opposed to ignoring the problems and trying to run cover for certain groups on what the problems are for those groups. Every group has problems. Nobody's denying white people have problems. Nobody's denying that. And in fact, the vast majority of the people, I would say, pushing this narrative are white people. That is also a white people problem, and a problem with white people, that they feel this guilt and need to sate that by covering up for certain groups and lying and making a narrative. That in itself, I think, is an issue with white people that I think white people need to realize and open up and be like, oh shit, I've been doing this thing and infantilizing a group of people. Like, you know what I'm saying? When I should be treating them just like I treat my own group of people, because we're all humans. Right. So I said, can you show me? I mean, race baiting has one definition, and most people know the term, right? And it's not that. Knows what it means, and I would assume Sean and I have the same definition. What you defined was not the definition. So then he posts this, which is, again, another dodge, but you already went over what was wrong here. But I use race baiting to talk about race baiting. Why do you think they did videos on this local crime story and not many others? See, this is him talking through TYT. The first sentence is, as Chris went through the context of what was going on at the time, he was talking about them doubling down. So they race baited to race bait. It was a double race bait. So he's saying, I use race bait to talk about race bait. People do this all the time. I just tweeted out earlier something like this. Sean's tweet that this guy replied to that started this was this, talking as if of another person. So when Sean tweeted that this guy responded to, Sean said, well, I guess now it's okay to let, you know, to keep anyone prison who's not black. I guess that's fine, apparently. I guess it's only because it's a black person we need to let her go.
Right.
Sean doesn't actually think that. This is called a sarcastic speaking through someone else. People tweet like this all the time. This is why you need context to know. You can't just show a tweet like this. But read the context of the rest of this tweet and you get it. And this is why I said, it seems like he's talking about someone else. Why do you think TYT deleted their videos? Blah, 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 right? So that's why I responded with, yeah, he's using their race bait to talk about race baiting. So he is talking about TYT. That's who he's talking about. He's just race baiting. No, he's not. How you haven't proved that. Show it. Yeah. But you think it's justified. I do not, in fact, think it's justified. Because he's responding to someone else who he claims is race baiting. That's not what I said. And they in turn are responding to others they claim are doing the same. Show me where he race baited in that context. Exactly. Where was the race bait in that context?
I asked for the
if Sean is the one saying to his audience, I myself, Sean Fitzgerald, used race baiting to talk about race baiting, show the example of him doing that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But he
not
does
in tweet form, in his actual content, his videos.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, show like, that. Not in the you're saying form. This. You're saying that Sean's admitting it here, so show what Sean's admitting to, right? But Sean's not admitting here. This is where you have to understand context. And it seems like he's talking through TYT, that TYT is the one doing it. The rest of it is about TYT. Show the context.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's using that. So, and then he said, well, again, he didn't understand what I was saying, and I didn't justify anything. And I said, no, I don't, because I don't justify race baiting, ever. So no, I don't justify it. Right. Now you are strawmanning me. I don't think he is justified because there is nothing to justify since he isn't doing anything that needs to be justified. In fact, he's pointing out how what other people are doing needs to be justified.
Right.
Who are these others claiming this? So he's saying other people are claiming to do the same. So he's saying when Sean is responding to people who are race baiting, he says, this person is race baiting. He's saying that person that Sean is talking about will also say when that comes to them, they will also say, well, I'm not race baiting. I'm responding to this person that's race baiting. Who are they claiming is the original race baiter? Yeah. This is where I'm calling him out on this.
Yeah.
He's calling Sean, you're race baiting by calling out the Young Turks for race baiting. And if we ask the Young Turks what they're doing, they'll say, I'm race baiting in response to this person race baiting. Well, who is the person that TYT is claiming they're responding to? I disagree. TYT does news. Sean doesn't do news. Sean does response. Right. TYT does news. They cover stories. They don't cover stories to give a response to them. They cover stories to give you their biased opinion of how that story went. Right? And it's two different contexts of which these operations work as. TYT is not a response channel.
Right.
They're not a response channel. They claim to be a news channel. Sean
news.
Does not claim to be a news channel. Sean claims to be a response and entertainment channel. That's what he claims to be. So these are two totally different contexts. So if you're saying TYT claims to be responding to somebody, you have to show who are they responding to. And if they're saying that that the only reason they ever race bait is to respond to someone else who's race baiting, then you have to show that other person race baiting, and whether eventually we'll get down to the bottom of it and see who is the original race baiter. We can do that. I'm cool with that. I'm not saying we can't do that. Mm-hmm. The point is, I think the original race baiters are the people that Sean is responding to.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think those people even make the claim that they're responding to other people race baiting. I don't think they even make that claim. No. So that's why I asked, who are these others claiming this? Like, who are you talking about that's claiming this? Yeah, you think it's justified because it's coming from... Already, this is what I talk about how he doesn't respond to what you're saying. Because I just told him, I'm not justifying anything. I don't see anything there that needs to be justified. So I'm not justifying anything. And his response is, you think it's justified because it's coming from someone you agree with. And I'm like, huh? I just finished telling you that I'm not justifying it because there's nothing to be justified there.
Right, yeah.
So how is that even an answer that makes any sense to what I said? This is why I stopped replying to him. Because it's like he just responds with things that aren't... He just dodges the arguments. This is a good argument. He gave me an argument, a legit argument, where he said, Sean is race baiting. I say, no, he's not. He's responding to race baiting. His argument back is, well, that's fine, but that still makes him a race baiter because he's responding. And if you ask TYT, the people he's responding to, they would say the same thing, that they're responding to somebody who's race baiting. So then I say, okay, can you show me? Now you have that argument. Now, can you show me that argument? Who are the people who are saying this? Can you show me TYT claiming that they are responding to race baiters and not just giving their own opinions? You know what I'm saying? Can you show me this? And he responds with, oh, well, you think justify, blah, blah. You know, like he's not answering that. That we were having a legit argument here. It was going in a good sequential order. He was giving an argument. I was responding. He would argue back. I'm responding.
And this is
then he gave another argument back. I asked them to clarify his argument back, and let's delve deep into it and get into that discussion of what his argument, and he dodges.
Yeah.
This is why you can't have an argument. This is why I said, let's do this live. Because if he was live right now and responded with that, I'd be like, you just ignored everything I said. Can we get back to the argument instead of you strawmanning me? Like, now you're strawmanning me as justifying something that I just told you there's nothing to justify for me. So I'm not justifying anything. Like, so how can you tell me I'm justifying something when I'm telling you there's nothing to justify there? Now we're in a different argument where you have to show me that I need to justify something. Yeah. And I don't find an accusation warranted justification. Like you're saying he's race baiting. I'm not arguing that he's justified to race bait. I'm arguing that he's not race baiting. That's my argument. So he's strawmanning my argument to saying, I agree he's race baiting, but I think it's a justified race bait. I don't think any race bait is justified. So, at all. And I call it out when people race bait on the opposite way, like Nick Fuentes and them. I don't like Nick Fuentes. I ignore those. You know, I call those out. I have videos that I made making fun of Nick Fuentes. I have videos that I made making fun of Lauren Southern and other conservatives. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, why would you think that I am biased on that and don't call out race baiting? Like, I totally do. You just don't understand what race baiting is. You made up a definition, and then when I ask you to clarify your argument, you dodge it.
Yeah.
So this guy says, however, he seems to analyze... Yeah, see, this guy gives a really good argument. I remember reading some of this. After this guy says that Sean is race baiting. He says, however, he seems to analyze media coverage of crime as much as doing more traditional reporting on the facts, issues of underlying crime legal aspect. Crimes are generally local. Why they become national news seems largely to be advancing a BLM narrative purpose. Exactly. He also goes out of his way to highlight crime stories, specifically if the suspect is black. Exactly. And what is the context to that?
Yeah.
Why would he do that? What context do you think he would do that for? I bet you he would give us a context that would be biased to him.
Yeah.
He would say, oh, because he doesn't like black people or something like that. But there is another context out there. So you're just picking the one you want to pick as opposed to asking him and finding out what the context is. What context are you doing this in for? But this is called uncharitability. Like he hears what Sean's saying, and there could be multiple motives for Sean doing this, but he's going to pick the worst one because he's an uncharitable person. Right?
Yeah.
As opposed to these other ones that are good and are good intentioned, you know, but he doesn't care about that because people focus on the negative, and he's a victim of animalistic impulses and can't get away from just focusing on the negative. The suspect is black, yes, because there's a narrative out there that black people are a victim of. Yeah, I've repeated that multiple times. The amplification of local crime stories to national prominence when the suspect is black is something the right-leaning media is indeed well versed in. Okay, but they do it when the suspect is white too. So who cares? It just depends if it's a news story. But even still, rising local crime stories to national prominence still makes sense in the context of today.
Okay, I think it's back. Hello?
Yeah, it should be back.
Hello?
Let me see. Yeah, I think we're back.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny to go over this again because this is like Black Crime 101. It's just like if we were going back to Atheism 101 or 1.0. You have to explain the basics of how this works and the context behind this as somebody who doesn't understand even the basics of this. Yeah, so he says it goes back, blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, it is a response to race baiting. So yeah, he highlights those because those are the ones being used to race bait. Go to the people he's making these videos in response to and ask them why they do it, right? Because vast majority of the time, his things are content to other. And he says race baiting and then using another person's race bait to justify your own race. But he doesn't do that. Sean doesn't justify his race baiting because there's no race baiting there to justify. So how can you talk about there being a justification to something nobody's justifying? It's such a weird argument to me. Like, why do you keep bringing up justification for something that nobody feels needs to be justified? Are you saying that? Because just because you say it doesn't mean, like, if you came to me and said, you need to justify this behavior, and I don't see it as a problem, I'm just going to be like, no, I don't care to.
Yeah.
I don't see it as a problem. You know what I'm saying? So Sean responding, Sean's not race baiting. He's using the wrong definition. We already went over this. Sean's not race baiting. What Sean's doing is responding to race baiters and calling them out for being race baiters. This guy thinks in doing so, that makes you a race baiter. That logic carries over not at all to nothing. If we want to talk about any other kind of thing you would call people out for, it would never work that way. Just because I'm calling people out for being hypocrites doesn't mean I'm a hypocrite. You know, if somebody talks about abortion and they make a hypocritical argument about it and I call that out, that doesn't mean my argument's now hypocritical. It never works that way. Just because I call out something doesn't make me that thing. Now, I can be that thing too, and I can also do that, but that doesn't mean I am. You know what I'm saying? You need more than that, you know? So race baiting and then using, so this is an argument that doesn't even work because we haven't even established that he's race baiting. So for him to justify, you guessed it, race baiting. Your own race, but he's not justifying his own race bait. He's not even saying he's race. He doesn't, not only does Sean not agree with you, nobody agrees with you that Sean is race baiting. No. That's not the meaning of race baiting. The other side can and will claim that they are also responding to other people. They can, but where are they? Show me that. That's what I'm saying. Show me that. Thus justifying their own race bait. But that doesn't justify it either. One, that wouldn't justify it. Two, none of them claim this. I have never seen any of these people claim that they are doing this in response to someone else race baiting. They're doing it. They're the ones making this story. The overall arcing narrative in the media is one thing. It's not a back and forth thing. The one overarching narrative in the media is that black people are victims. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what that's a response to. When that stops being the narrative, Sean's not going to care about posting black crime anymore.
Yeah.
The point of posting black crime is a response to say, hey guys, you know how the media keeps telling you black people are a victim of circumstance and they're not committing these crimes, they're just getting arrested because they're being targeted more? Well, the truth is their behavior is why they're being targeted more. You know, that their behavior shows you why they're being arrested more.
Yeah.
It's not because they're being targeted because of the color of their skin. It's because they act in these certain ways. And that's for every group. We don't justify it for any group. Every group has criminal elements and every group has criminal elements because of the behavior of the criminal elements, not because of the color of their skin. Asians don't commit the crimes, the amount of crimes they commit, or the little amount of crimes they create because of their color of their skin. They do it because of their culture. Culturally, they commit less crime. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not the color of their skin, it's their culture. They culturally commit less crime. You go to other countries and you'll see Asian countries have some of the lowest crime countries. Japan has the least violent crime out of every country in the world. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, would you expect those people to come to America and commit 50% of the crime?
Yeah.
Considering they commit hardly any crime in their own country? Would you expect that? That's a cultural thing. You know what I'm saying?
Such an odd change all of a sudden.
It's part of their behavior to not commit crime. You know what I'm saying? With some other groups, maybe not. Now we could talk about certain, if we want to talk about Latinos, we could talk about certain countries of Latinos and say, well, this country has a lot of gangs and stuff like that. So when they come, there's going to be a percentage of those people who are culturally criminal and want to commit crimes because of their culture, the way they're raised and stuff like that. Not because of the color of their skin, not because, maybe because of where they came, but not because of the color of skin, not because of a physical characteristic. So that's not race baiting to say that. That's just stating facts. That's what he's not understanding. But nobody's justifying it, so let's move on. I said, no, that doesn't even work that way. You calling out somebody on their hypocrisy doesn't make you a hypocrite. And nor does it work to justify yourself and say, I'm being a hypocrite in order to call out this hypocrite. Well, then I'd be like, okay, well, then you're just both hypocrites. That's fine. If you want to say that, that's fine. But that's not what's happening here. And a lot of times people call out hypocrites who aren't non-hypocritically. Are the people he's trying to calling out? Oh, that was loud. This is a game. You can call out race baiting without race baiting. That's what he does. Yeah. Or you can just race bait and justify it by putting, or you can call out race baiting without race baiting, which is what Sean does. Huh? I'm sorry, I don't understand this. If you are calling out a race baiter, how does that make you a race baiter? It doesn't make any logical sense. If you say something that is a race bait, and I say, weird, look at this race bait, how does that make me the race baiter now? Right? Logical question as to what it's saying. That was his argument. His argument, he's a race baiter because he's calling out race baiters, basically, is what he's saying. I'm saying, how does that logically work? So yes, your lack of understanding, see, there you go, dodge again. Yeah, your lack of understanding is the genesis of the problem. Why would I be asking you to clarify something for you to just tell me that I'm not understanding? I'm asking you to clarify because I don't understand. It's already there. Why waste time?
You know
that?
what this is
it's
starting
so
to remind me of?
This
is reminding me of when the trucker convoy, they were doing there was some small vandalism happening, and you called it on Twitter, and you were like, wow, it's easy to be consistent. You said, I'm paraphrasing, but you said something along the lines of, it's easy to be consistent calling out both the right and the left for doing these types of vandalism things. And all of a sudden people came at you saying oh, what do you mean? You can't be consistent. You're not being consistent. Yeah. If it happened on your side, you wouldn't call it out at all. And you're like, I've definitely called it out on this side. And they're like, you just don't understand. This guy's basically your lack of understanding is how you're missing.
No, this is not understanding.
Race baiting or some bullshit when it's him that missed it. And this is why he didn't even share the link, because he would have been busted in those tweets. Because
if you looked at the context, he could have. I think he didn't even look at the context. He didn't even know he could be busted, but he knew that there was a possibility that there was context because he didn't know what the context was. So, and then he said, work on your comprehension skills. My problem isn't comprehension. My problem is that his arguments don't logically track. So when I say I don't understand, it's not that I don't understand the words he's saying. It's that I don't understand how his argument tracks on to what we're arguing.
Yeah.
How is even an argument? Yeah. I don't understand. So when he's talking about Sean, Sean justifies it by doing this and that, I say, I don't understand this argument because nowhere have you shown that Sean has justified anything.
Yeah.
Sean doesn't even agree with you that he's race baiting. So why would he even make a justification to race bait if he doesn't even know that he's race baiting, right? He wouldn't even know it, right? It doesn't make sense. Oops, sorry, babe.
It's okay. Don't hurt your hand.
And so he continues on and says, work on your comprehension. If you want to call out a race baiter, then do so by criticizing the race bait, which is exactly what Sean does. When has Sean not done that?
Yeah.
You don't go on an expedition to only ever talk about black crime, which Sean doesn't do. But considering black crime is an enormous issue right now in the United States, you're going to see him covering it more. But if you go back in time, you'll see Sean covers many topical things that have to do with what's big in the news at the moment. Black crime has been big in the news for a couple of years. There's with Devin, people always talk about Devin and they say, oh, you always talk about black people, black crime. Yeah, because that's the major story right now. Guess what Devin was covering 6-7 years ago? Atheism, because that's what the major story was at that time. What are you talking about? They're covering things that are important and are part of the narrative right now. They said you don't get to go on especially about black crime then claim it's TYT. No, yeah, you do. Why not?
Dude, why?
See, that's where another argument. This is why I said here we're arguing in person, I would be like, why not? Why
I've
can't you do
never
that?
seen Sean
That is a
delete a video that he's made.
no, but also going on an expedition to only ever talk about black crime, I think, is a legitimate response to TYT.
Yeah.
I think anyone doing that is doing a legitimate response to TYT, because TYT goes out of their way on an expedition to talk about black crime themselves and blame it on white people. So if someone else, as a response to them, wants to go on an expedition to show them that they're wrong by showing the truth about black crime, I don't see the wrong there. I don't see how that's race baiting. I don't see how that's wrong. That's what I'm asking him to clarify. But he just keeps repeating the same thing, right? So he's like, yeah, then claim it's TYT. And then I said, no, you do get to do that. Why not?
Yeah.
Can you give me a reason? Like, why can't you do that? He says, I have already given it. See, that another dodge. As opposed to just saying what the reason is, he says, I've already given it. What was the reason? We've been reading this together.
I don't hear the reason.
Yeah, we've been reading this together. Do you
guys
guys know what his reason is? Why it's bad to respond to TYT about black crime? Like, why is that wrong? I don't understand.
Especially when he uses Sean's tweet as the example.
The tweets I did. I said I already did, and it's a lot of conjecture and straw man. I'll just read it live, which I just did, and I showed how a lot of it is him just assuming Sean's motivations, and how a lot of them are straw men and saying that this is how Sean defines it when he doesn't. Sean used that definition to define how that specific instance was race baiting. It's not what race baiting means. It's a tactic used to race bait. So that's not the definition of race bait. The definition he's giving is a tactic. That's what I'm saying. It's like saying, how do you play baseball? You run. And that's it. And you don't tell them you have to swing a bat, you got to do this, you got to catch the ball. You don't tell them any of that shit. You just say, oh, define baseball. Oh, yeah, running. Yeah, running. Yeah, you just run from one end to the other end. That's how you define baseball. So now everybody thinks that's a definition. And anything you do where you run from one spot to another, you're going to say, that's baseball. That's baseball, right? It doesn't work that way. Now, running from one spot to another is a part of baseball, but it's not the definition of baseball, right? So saying that, taking a local story and expunging, now that could be a part of the definition. It's not the definition. It's actually a tactic used to fulfill the definition of race baiting, right? Like, so you have it wrong. So I've already given every two tweets. We just read through it all now. He did not give a reason. So I said, I already did, and it's a lot of conjecture, straw man. I'll just read it live. I see you don't want to continue this conversation because he's done. Like I said, at this point, I realized he kept dodging stuff and he wouldn't just straight up answer to continue the argument. We're in an argument. You're making responses to me. I'm responding back to your arguments. And then you play this game where you don't want to respond back when I ask you to respond, to continue the argument. So that's you. You don't want to have this conversation. You want to end it. I'm done. So I said, I don't see why I want to continue this conversation. I'll just do it on stream and be out later. And he said, no conjecture, no straw man, just not what you want to hear. That's not true. I'm in an argument with you. Yes. I wanted to hear your response. Yeah. You dodged the answer. So how does that show? It's funny. This shows the exact opposite. Not only that, one, I invited him to come on and give his side of this and argue this with me. He didn't want to, right? That already shows he's wrong about me not wanting to hear it.
Yeah.
Secondly, I'm going through this argument with him and asked him to reply from an argument. He gave me an argument. I asked him a question about that argument. He refused to respond, to answer it, and instead played this game of, I already answered it. Read it all again. I just read it all again. I still don't know the answer, and I still would like you to expand. I still want to hear it. Right? So he's wrong there. If you want me on, you know how to. Yes, I want you on. I know how you want to come on. It's not how I want you to come on. So therefore, I don't want you to come on. Yeah. Simple as that. But it's not because you're not invited. You were invited. The invitation is still open. You can still come in now. You could type in the chat, hey, I'm here. Let me in, and we could do this. So you're still invited. But the point is, you wanted me to pay you to have you on, and I don't feel it deserves that. I don't think it's not going to help me any to pay you to have you on. I don't need to have you on to make my point. I can still make my points. This is more a penalty for you. I'm making the points, and no one else is hearing your points except for what you wrote on Twitter.
Yeah.
You can't elaborate on what you said because you're not here. So this isn't a thing where I need to clarify anything or I need you to come on to argue this.
Yeah.
It would be more of, I'm allowing you to come on and give your side of the arguments if you would like to. If not, well, I don't have a big audience, so maybe it don't matter to you. That's fine. That's fine. But the few people who are listening are only going to hear my side of the arguments and what you wrote on Twitter. And that's it. which is fine with me. It's no sweat off my back. I just, out of courtesy, I wanted to give it the thing. But he has zero courtesy. That's why. But at least on my side, I know I was courteous and extended the olive branch and said, hey, you can come on and we can argue this and maybe we can reach a conclusion. You don't want to, or you want to only because you want to get paid. That's no sweat off my back. I just wanted to extend the invitation. That's it.
Yeah.
If you refuse it, you refuse it. And, he wants to play this gaslight game saying, oh, well, you don't want me to come on because if you did, you'd pay me. And I'm like, no, I want you to come on. Yeah. I just don't want to pay you. Yeah. How does that work? It's you dodging coming on by saying pay me, which I do the same thing. I've done this multiple times where people want to argue with people and they want me to come online and argue with them and I ask them to pay me. But that's because I don't need to go out of my way. And I understand he doesn't need to go out of his way either. But what I don't do after I tell people to pay me to come on is say, well, you don't really want me to come on or you pay me. I don't do that. I just say, pay me to come on. And they go, I'm not going to pay you. You're nobody. And I go, okay, later. Yeah. And that's it.
Yeah, he knows.
But this is why I know he's lying and he's gaslighting the situation and trying to make it seem like I'm the one chickening out. When the truth is he's the one chickening out. Yeah. And he's the one who doesn't care. If you don't care to back up your arguments, that's fine.
He feels his worth is $65, and that may be what he feels, but he's got 5 followers, and not that followers mean anything or whatever, but of those 5 followers, probably 2 are actual people. Okay, so like he's nobody. No,
but I wouldn't even pay Destiny to come on my channel. Like, why would I care to have Destiny on my channel?
That way all the time.
That I would pay for him to come on here. And on top of that, that would be extremely beneficial to me because I'd get all these eyes and people coming to my channel.
Exactly.
And yet I still wouldn't pay Destiny to come on my channel. I would still say, if you want to come on, come on. If you don't, you don't.
Exactly.
That's it.
Isn't that how most of these things work? I don't know if there's.
I've had Sean on my channel. I've had YouTubers, big YouTubers on my channel. I didn't ask them to come on.
No.
I mean, I didn't pay them to come on. They just came on if they wanted to. I've had people I've argued against on my channel that I've had debates on my channel with people. I didn't pay them to come on. I asked them to. If they wanted to, they did. If they didn't, then we didn't.
That's fine. Yeah.
Debate.
Seems like it's more of a voluntary thing rather than like a payment exchange type of business transaction. Like he's not breaking any ground with the things that he's talking about. In fact, since we found the other tweets, he's just like got.
So then this went on to what else now?
Now he's calling out Sean because there's somebody.
Oh yeah, so now there's
somebody that's Sean is mentioning is on TikTok, and where did it go? So some TikToker came into a bank near closing time, and they wanted to cash a check for 30 grand basically, and it's right before closing. And it's for a year's worth of rent is what the person says is for. And the bank refused to cash it, even after she said that, like, you could call my dad, and now they're claiming that it's racism, and people are buying that. And this guy is going on to say, this guy is continuing on saying, like, the issue arose because they seized the check from her and refused to give it back. Funny, why did you leave that part out? Did you not do the bare minimum to look into your story? No, couldn't wait to yell racism don't exist. We do indeed live in a stupid times, as you exemplified. And Sean didn't say that it's just because that this is what this TikToker, this guy is so fucking ass backwards. Like, I can't get over this.
No, that's because he's a troll. He keeps denying to me he's a troll, but I know he's a troll. He comes here to argue. You will never be able to argue a good point with him because that's why he dances around it. You can never win an argument with him, or he'll never make any point. All these points he makes, you defeat, and then he dances around that point so that it looks like he wasn't defeated, but he was defeated in every point. This is a straw man, and I pointed this out, and he says it's not, but it's 100% a straw man. Because how does he know this? You can't possibly know this. It has to be a straw man because he's not a mind reader. So it says, firstly, look at his tweet. So this guy asked for evidence, remember, earlier? And he kept not showing it. So this he kept saying, oh, you're not answering my questions. So this guy finally said, well, I don't need to, and I'm not going to answer your questions because you've never provided any evidence. You just talk shit. So then this guy asks, what would suffice as evidence to you? Which is a stupid question. Another Christian apologetics thing where they say, oh, well, no evidence would be enough for you. No, it just needs to be good evidence. Yeah. Like, you show bad evidence, and your evidence shows that you're biased and making shit up. How is that evidence? It's not enough evidence. So he says, what evidence would suffice? Instead of doing that, why not just show the evidence? You know what I'm saying? And then see if it suffices or not. And then if he says it doesn't suffice, then he could be like, well, what would? At least after that, what more do you need? But instead, he goes to this. So then, funny enough, the guy tells him exactly what would suffice. Does he give that? No.
No.
He completely dodges it and plays the game again. He says, links to actual videos where he race baits. Now, are there links here? No. So he doesn't do. So he asked this guy what evidence would suffice for no reason.
Yeah.
Because after the guy tells him, so it's like, hey, what would you like to drink? I like to drink some Coca-Cola. Okay. And then I come back and bring you orange juice. And you're like, huh? Yeah, that's exactly. Why did you ask me what I want to drink if you were just going to serve me orange juice anyway?
Yeah.
This is exactly what this guy's doing. This is the game he's playing.
Like this
and it's obvious it's a game.
It's like the response that he gives now. I have to force myself to look at Sean's content and everything with his like weird interpretation of like everything that he's seen.
Even in this interpretation is all explainable without it being race baiting, except for the straw man parts, which aren't true. So, firstly, look at his Twitter feed where he selects crimes with black suspects to cover. Why does he do that? Because the overarching media narrative is that black people are the victims of the police and are not really committing the crimes that people say they commit. And then so when you see they commit those crimes, you show it. That is a response, contextual response to what the media narrative. So that's covered, not race baiting.
Right.
In fact, that actually calls out the race baiting of the media. Next, then look at his flash mob video in which the mainstream media was covering the robberies. Correct. And so funny enough, which is race baiting, they don't say the race of the people. But yet, we can show the same media covering circumstances where white people are committing crimes, and they specifically mention that it was a white person. Or if there's crimes or something in the news to report that it's between a white person and a black person, they make sure to mention race, even if it has nothing to do with race. Even if it has to do like an hit and run, an accident, they'll still report it as such. A white cop shoots a black person, then you watch the video and you're like, well, that was a legit shooting, why did they have to mention race? For what? That's the point. The point is the media mentions race whenever they can to race bait, and when it goes against the narrative, they don't mention race. Right now, but Sean got offended. That's the straw man. Sean did these other things, and that's all explainable without race baiting. So you don't need to justify anything. It's all explainable and makes sense when you know the motive, right? The context, which he doesn't. But Sean got offended. Straw man. Can you prove where Sean got offended or where Sean took offense to anything? That's a straw man, because they didn't specifically say black people were robbing. They didn't specifically say black people were robbing for a reason. Now, what's funny about this is to say this, I would say, well, why didn't they say black people were robbing?
Yeah.
Why didn't they? If we look up the news where white people commit crime, can we see that they mention the race there? Why didn't they mention race in this one? Why do you think it is?
Exactly.
Yeah. Like that's the point. Knowing the overarching media narrative that's going on right now at the moment, why do you think they didn't mention it? You think there might be motive behind that? I think Sean thinks there is, and I think most people think there is. So that's easily solved, and that's a straw man. So I tweeted that out, retweeted. I said another straw man. He said not a straw man. If that's not a straw man, then prove to me and show me how Sean was offended. Show me where Sean took offense. What did Sean take offense to? Like, show me that. I'm not saying these other things are straw mans. What I'm saying is a straw man is that Sean got offended, and that's why he did that tweet. You're adding a motive that isn't there. There's no way to prove that it's there. You're just imagining it. You're just saying. This is how when you argue with people online and you're laughing and making fun of them, they're like, why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? I'm not mad. I'm laughing about this. What are you talking about? No, you're mad. You're mad. And it's like, what? That's what he's doing. Like, he's just assuming that Sean did that because offended. Show the proof.
Show the proof.
If you think that's true, you should be able to prove that easily, that Sean was offended, and that's why he did that. But it's not true. Sean did that because he has taken it upon himself to go against the media narrative and cut through it to show the truth. Now, why would you show the media covering this mob robberies? Because the media doesn't tell you that it's black people doing this. It doesn't tell you that there's a trend out there of black people doing this. Most mob flashes, I don't doubt that some of them are white people, but I bet you per capita, they are mostly performed by Black people. Second most Latinos.
The recent one that happened during the winter Christmas time, TYT reported on it and said white people are robbing Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, remember that?
The recent recent one, TYT reports it as white people. Sean reports it. It's like, wow, I'm seeing a lot of white people. Yeah. But it's Black people that you're actually fucking seeing. Like,
but that's not race baiting. That's telling the truth behind someone else's deceptive race bait, because race baiting is deceptive.
Exactly.
What he's doing is cutting to the truth of it. So now when the media narrative is Black people aren't really committing crimes, it's not part of their culture, they're just, they're just being affected by the police because America doesn't like them and it's a part of the system to pick on Black people. Sean puts out these videos to say, hey, look at all these Black people behaving in a way that you would find criminal. So when the media is telling you they're not doing this, here it is, they're doing it. When the media doesn't want to tell you who's doing this, here it is, this is who's doing it. Why is that race baiting? I don't understand. We're not, people, like, especially me, like, and I think Sean and Devin, we're not showing these things in order to say, hate on Black people. Black people are the ones wrong here. White people are super innocent. We're not doing it to say that. We're doing it to cut through the truth and say, hey, everybody's got their problems, but Black people aren't victims here. They have this culture that needs to change. If we don't get down to the bottom of this culture that needs to change and understand and figure out that there's a cultural problem here, we're never going to solve it. If people keep running cover for them, oh no, it's just because the cops are picking on them. Are you sure it's not because they're walking around with guns and doing this and that? Are you sure it's not because of that? That's what's going on. It's like I think you have the wrong story here, and I'm just gonna show you why.
His tweet here that I responded to, I've never, like, the reason why it took me so long to find that tweet is because I've never, if I'm gonna screen cap someone's tweet, I have the link ready to throw up there for the purpose of context, but I've never selectively picked out a tweet and then said go find the context of that tweet, because I've never ever used advanced search on Twitter. Like, this is the first time I've ever used advanced search to put in the username, the dates, and a certain phrase. This guy is the one that did that with Sean. He's put in, I use race baiting for Sean to prove that Sean race baits in Twitter's advanced search option, which is why he found that one tweet of Sean's. I've never done that before, so
I don't think that's how he found that. I think he saved that from back then when it was tweeted as a thing to use later on to say, oh, look, he's race baiting. But he didn't actually look at the context. He just saw it. He says, oh, I'm going to save this and catch him with it later.
I'm thinking he did do that to prove that Sean race baits, because he put in that phrase when he says, like, oh, just search the phrase, it's not that hard. It's like, I had no idea how to use advanced search on Twitter. But when I put in that phrase, I found that tweet that Sean threw up there. I also found the context of what Sean was responding to, and Alf was right. It was in response to TYT and what video footage they threw up, then had to take down because turns out a Black person is the one that was guilty of that crime. So, like, that's all I wanted to say there, is that, yeah, it was a little bit, it wasn't as easy as... I'm sorry, I don't know how to do the internet.
yeah, who cares? You weren't in a position to have to prove that for him.
Yeah.
He's the one making the claim and showing some sort of evidence. If we need context for that evidence, like, I can easily just screen cap something off the internet and go, oh, look, this proves my point. But if I don't show them the link or the background work for it, how can I expect them to believe it?
Exactly.
Right? If I'm arguing with a Christian and I tell them dolphins have pelvic bones, right? They're going to be like, oh yeah, prove it. And then I go to Wikipedia and I take a picture. I screen cap just the image of the dolphin with the two little pelvic bone things in the back. They're going to be like, well, I don't know what those things are. Can you show me where you found that so I can look at that information myself? And and then I'm going to be like, no, go look it up yourself, you lazy. Why would I do that if I'm the one making the argument? Right? I would want to convince them of the argument. He's not trying to convince us of the argument. He's trolling. This is why I say, you can see by this behavior, he's trolling. He doesn't actually want to get to the bottom of this. He doesn't actually want to convince people and make good arguments. He just wants to get a rise out of people and piss people off. Because he could have just come on and made this argument. But here's what we were arguing, and he didn't understand this. This is why I kept telling him, you don't understand what I'm saying. I said, okay, I want you on, but I don't want to pay you. Because he tried to say, oh, you don't want me on because you would pay me if you did. So I said, okay. I said, I want you on, but I don't want to pay you because I don't think you deserve it. So you were invited for free. That's on you. That's called an invitation.
Yeah.
That's how invitations work. Now, if I make an invitation, well, I'll keep going because he makes a bad analogy here. That's on you. I'm not desperate for you, and I'll stream regardless. Mm-hmm. So if you don't want to come on for free, I'm so cool with that. That's on you later. Yeah. So then he responds to, damn, you like me that much? You really want me on? Like, that's the opposite of what I said. This is why I say it don't make sense. All right, break me off 60. Why would he even make an offer of how much when I just told him he's invited for free? The invitation is open. You can come or not come. Mm-hmm. Totally fine. Either way. So then he says, I'll take it to mean you don't want me or you're broke. Okay, if you want to take it as that, that's fine. If you were to make those arguments, you would have to prove those. And you can't. And if anybody asked me why I didn't have you on, I would say, well, I had an open invitation for him to come on. He just said he wouldn't come on unless I paid him. And I didn't want to pay him. But the open invitation was there. So if he just showed up, I would have gave him the link to jump on. Without,
Yeah.
So really, he's the one creating the paywall.
Yeah, exactly.
He's saying, he's trumping my invitation. So it's really because of him. It's he doesn't want to come on. It's not that I don't want him to come on or want him to come on. I gave an invitation. It can go either way. He's choosing not to come on and then gaslighting it with a paywall and saying, well, I would come on, but you have to pay me $65. And it's like, well, I don't want to pay you, so don't come on.
Like, yeah, I think you're worth $130 for us both to give you $65 each.
Personally, I don't think he's worth anything. That's why I said it's free. It has nothing to do with me not being able to pay you. It has to do with me not wanting to pay you. Why should I?
Yeah.
Why should I pay you to come on? If you're saying your time is valuable and you should be paid to come on, I disagree with you that your time is valuable. But if you think it is, then don't come on.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
You know what?
But it's not because I'm refusing you to come on. You are totally invited and can come in. I will send you the link if you want to. The truth is, you are making this paywall as an excuse to not come on.
Yeah.
So if you want to make an excuse, that's fine. Just say you don't want to come on, though. That's what I would do. I'd just be like, no, I don't want to. This is why I say when I tell people they have to pay me to come on, I go, I don't really want to come on. Like, I admit it. And I say, I don't really want to come on. If there's nothing of value to me to gain by coming on. So you have to pay me to do things I don't want to do.
Yeah.
Because when I go to work, they pay me to do the work that I don't want to do.
Yeah.
If I found it to be fun, then you don't need to pay me. I'd be like, no, I'll do it for free. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? When anybody, if I argue with somebody online and I think it's going to be a good argument and they're like, hey, come on my live stream and let's argue this, and I think it's going to be good, I'll go on for free because I'll enjoy that. Yeah. But if it's somebody I don't like and they're being a douchebag, like this guy all trolly and shit, then, why would I do that?
Yeah,
like, even if he invited me on, I'd probably go on just to show how silly he is.
I just realized something. First, it starts off by him saying, oh, pay me and I'll come on your stream. If you said, yeah, sure, and threw him $1, he'd be like, no, $65 is my price limit. Once again, it's another person putting the price tag to their name when they're saying, oh, pay me and I'll do this for you. $1, if I threw $1 at you, that's what I think your time is worth to me. $1. And then you're going to turn around in my face and say, no, $65 each? No. Who the fuck are you?
I mean, I wouldn't even pay him $1. Like I said, I wouldn't even pay big time people on YouTube to come on my channel. Yeah. I don't care about that. I'm not looking to expand my channel. I'm not looking to be popular or whatever. I'm not looking for clout. I'm looking just to have arguments. Yeah. So if people want to have arguments with me, let's do it. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pay for it. I mean, I would pay for it if I thought there was a huge benefit and I cared to have that benefit.
Yeah.
But there's no benefit in this. There's no benefit almost in anyone that I would care to have. So it doesn't even matter. But again, this is how I show you how he plays this game, that he ignores everything you say and says the opposite. Like this doesn't even make sense. So my reply to this was, I don't understand what this means. And he kept replying and I kept adding, I don't understand what that means in accordance to what I said. I don't understand what that means in accordance to what I said. And I just kept repeating it because this has nothing to do with what I said.
Yeah.
And it's actually a gaslight. You know what I'm saying? Like he's reversing and lying about what I said. Yeah. And so you replied with, see, this is why context is important. Yeah. I think I replied with that with, oh, this proves my point that you're out of context and that you strawman people. Yeah. This proves it. Because you strawmanned what I said here into saying somehow you got out of what I said that I really want you to come on after saying, I don't care. It's an open invitation. Come in or not.
Yeah.
If you don't want to come on, then I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I said that, right? Like, I'm so cool with that. Come on for free. If you don't want to come on for free, I'm so cool with that. That's on you. Later. And then he says, oh, you really want me to come on that much? That's a straw man. That's exactly what that is.
It's like
you're saying things that don't make sense. So here's the context. You weren't asked to be on for payment. Alf said that he doesn't want you on, but doesn't want to pay you because you don't deserve it. So you're still invited, but not for payment. And you interpret that as, oh, pay me. Like what?
Like,
and it says, you don't seem to understand. No, we do seem to understand.
I do understand.
That's what I'm saying. You're invited. You're the one who's saying you want money. So you're the one refusing to come on because you're not getting what you want out of it, which is fine. Nobody's arguing that you have to come on. Just because you claim... See, but you know why too, though? Because these trolls are used to that debate culture, and he thought we were going to be like, oh, you're a pussy for not coming on, you wuss. But no, if you don't want to come on, don't come on. There's no sweat off my back.
We're not Michael... Oh my
you're
God.
You're not obligated to come
I didn't see this response that he gave here.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to do it now. You don't seem to understand. Just because you claim to want me on is worthless, okay, then it's worthless, and move on. Why do you keep bringing up pay when I've already told you I don't want to pay you? If you don't want to come on, just say no. Just say, no, I don't want to come on. That's it.
He's confused at what a third of $0 is. That's still $0.
No, yeah, but me saying, I do, because he says, oh, you're not going to pay me? Then you don't want me to come on. And I say, yes, I do want you to come on. Don't gaslight this. I do want you to come on. I don't want you to come on
for payment.
I want you to come on for free and have this discussion that we're having on Twitter for free already.
Yeah.
Just live.
Yeah.
I'm not making any money off it. I don't make money off my channel, so nobody's making money off it. We're doing it to solve an argument that we're having, right? That would be the only reason to do it. If you don't want to solve the argument, that's fine. Just say no. You know, how hard is that? But it's not me denying him coming on. It's him denying coming on because he's not getting what he wants out of it, which is fine. Just deny it. But what he's doing is trying to twist it that I really want him to come on, and I'm, and I'm the one dodging it. It's not. That's totally wrong how you do it. So he says, you don't seem to understand. He's the one not understanding. Just because you claim you want me on is worthless. We didn't say it was worth anything. We didn't say it was worth something. I've told you have me come on. You must pay me. And we've told you you're invited to come on, but we're not going to pay you. If you don't want to come on because we're not paying you, perfectly fine. We're so cool that
we're doing
my exact words
so
for
well
that
without you here.
Yeah. No, well, my exact words for that situation was, I'm so cool with that.
Yeah.
So I'm cool with that. Don't come on. There are no ifs, ands, and buts about it. I'm not trying to convince you. Don't come on.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you there's an open invitation. It's all I've been telling you this whole time is that there's an open invitation for any time you want to come on to argue this. Come on.
Come on.
If you don't want to, then refuse. It's that simple. Nobody's trying to convince you to say that there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Where are you coming up with that? Like, what is that a response to? I want to meet Michael Jordan, but I have to pay for that. No, you don't.
Wow.
No, you don't.
I've met Michael Jordan.
Tons of celebrities for free, and I've never paid for it. In fact, I met Sean Fitzgerald for free. Yeah. I went to go eat out dinner with Sean Fitzgerald for free. We went around, hung out for free. I've met other celebrities. I've met musicians and singers at concerts and met them for free and drank with them for free. You don't have to pay for it. If there is an invitation to do it for free, you can accept that invitation. So, but if there isn't, then fine. I understand that. But if Michael Jordan said, I'm doing, which he has done before, I'm doing rounds to sign books. I'm coming out with a book. Michael Jordan has a book that he's really a biopic or whatever, a bio book about his life. I'm doing a tour and I'm signing it. Guess what? You can go there for free and meet him for free.
Yeah.
So that's busted. Boom. Busted. People are fans of wrestling. Wrestlers do conventions all the time where you can go meet them for free, shake their hands.
In Toronto,
free.
At Much
Bullshit
Music,
that you can't meet Michael Jordan for free. 100% you can meet Michael Jordan for free, and I can promise you that there's thousands of Michael Jordan fans out there who have met Michael Jordan for free.
Yeah.
Promise you we could find out how many people have met him for free, and I bet it's going to be thousands. You know what I'm saying? Because even still, when he was playing basketball, you could have just waited outside the court, and if he walked by, you could go, Michael Jordan, and he'll give you a high five and walk by. Yeah. You met him. You just met Michael Jordan for free.
Much Music in Toronto, they used to have certain bands that would perform for them live, and they would open the windows to see, like, they'd have like a mini little concert thing. You could meet the band if you happen to get lucky, or meet the hosts of Much Music and stuff. I did that. I chased the bands that I liked.
And this is also out of context too. It's put up or shut up. We're not the ones putting up or shutting up. It's you. You are the one invited. All you have to say is no.
Exactly.
Will you pay me? No? Okay, then no. That's all you have to say. But instead, he says no and then tries to make it as if we're trying to get him on. No, we're just trying to let you know that there's an open invitation. That's how things work. It's so weird, right? How he does it. That's so strange. But that's why I say he's a troll. Like, he doesn't care about giving proper answers or making sense. He's just trying to keep you answering and keep you doing things so that he can catch you. Well, what trolls do is they do this and they keep you arguing so they could try to catch you on something that you said stupid, so they can save it and be like, oh, look at the stupid thing, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying?
It's backfired.
And that's where it backfired. No, if you keep it going long enough, they're going to backfire and say stupid shit like this one. This is 100% stupid shit and makes no sense to what I said at all. So when he responds with this, that still makes no sense. It makes no sense to what I said. I literally explained it perfectly right here, everything. And he still doesn't understand it. Which, again, proves where he doesn't care about reading you accurately. Yeah. Right? He doesn't care about what you're saying. He's going to twist it to be about what he wants to twist it to be about anyway. He didn't like that I said, well, you're invited. I'm not going to pay you, but you're invited. Show up or don't. Yeah. You know, if you don't show up, that's fine with me. He didn't like that, so he changed it to, oh, you really want me on, huh? Well, I'll tell you what, pay me $65. Well, I just told you you're invited, but if you don't want to come on for free, don't come on. Yeah. Right? And I said, I'm okay with you not coming. Where are you getting, like, why are you responding this way? It doesn't make sense. That's a gaslight. That's what that is he's trying to gaslight. In fact, I should tweet that out. Yeah, that's called a gaslight. He was gaslighting me, and he is continuing to gaslight.
I'm gonna start calling him Rainbow Scene
with his reply to this.
I mean, Mermaid Scene.
Yeah, it's a total gaslight.
Mermaid Scene. If you're still around, happen to be watching, if you'd like to discuss that screenshot that you shared, I would love to go over that screenshot.
Oh no, you have to pay him, so he's not gonna want to discuss it without paying him. The only one lazy is you. No, yeah, he made a claim, showed half-ass proof, and then didn't show you where the proof came from. Yeah. Like, for all we know, he could have photoshopped that and made it say something else. Like, we don't know. So it's like, there's, like I said, if I'm in an argument and I tell somebody this something and I make an argument and they say prove it, and I show them a screen cap and the screen cap doesn't have enough context, they're allowed to say, hey, I need more context to that. Can you show me where you got that? And where we can, so I could see, then you should be able to source your information. Yeah. This is how it works. If you go to Sean in one of his videos and you say, hey, this isn't enough evidence, where did you get that? Sean will show you the source of where he got it from. And in fact, a lot of times I think the sources are on the video, where you can see them in the video, what the source is. So you can look it up yourself. He's not telling you, I'm not going to tell you where I got this information. He's not going to tell you, this is the information I'm giving you for my argument, but I'm not going to tell you where I got it. That's not something he does. No. And that's not something people should do. The burden is on you to prove your point. If you can't prove your point, why should everybody else go through the trouble of proving your point? They should just not care, which is what happens. Let's see. Oh, yeah, and then he said he wanted a third of what he was like, okay, I'll pay you a third of what you're paying me. And I said, perfect,
so
I'm paying you $0. Yeah. So then you pay me $0, so you're coming on, right?
And then he was confused
with
this.
And then he was confused about it.
Well, let me help you out, sir.
It's third? What do you mean? You said, if we're paying you nothing, what is a third of nothing? Pay me or don't? Yeah, see, he didn't even answer. He dodged that. He's the one who asked he's the one who said he would pay me a third of what I pay him. Yeah. And I said, perfect, a third of nothing is nothing. It's still $0. You were never getting paid. Yeah, you suck at math and your reading comprehension is abysmal. Yeah, exactly. But math skills are exquisite, yet he didn't know that a third of nothing is nothing. What's a third of 0? But I do get paid, so pay me or don't. That's it. If no, then stop. No, but nobody's arguing about that. What?
That's why I made a tweet for the redums of the world. That's it. A third of 0 is still $0. Like, that's what that is.
But you haven't done the bare... Yeah, you have. What do you mean you haven't? What was the part you didn't do the bare minimum on? Huh?
The bare minimum was looking for that tweet, and I got it
he
now,
only
and I
did the bare minimum.
1,000% know that I am absolutely right. So, like, I won that without even having to look at that shit.
No, the bare minimum is on him to do. He has to prove.
That's why,
The burden of proof is on him. He's the one on the offense.
Yeah.
We're the ones arguing against him. He's the one making the claim. So he has to prove his claim.
Yeah.
And he hasn't. So why would you do the work to prove his claim? You would only do the work to prove your own claim.
That's why I stopped asking, and I said, well, if you'd like to prove me wrong, you can provide that tweet. But if not, I'm going to continue to think I'm right, and I absolutely know that I'm right about that. So.
Okay, so he said, don't bring this up again if you don't want to pay me. Bring what up, though?
Oh, this. We're not supposed to be talking about this now. Yeah. This is why we said we'll talk about whatever we want, whenever we want, because he thinks that now, since there's no payment, this conversation is over. And this is supposed to be what? Is this supposed to be content of his now? That we're like, is he going to copyright this shit? This is nothing copyright worthy. He's not worth $65. He's nobody. He's nobody. He's more of a nobody than even internet nobody, me. Okay, so there's nothing here that we're supposed to not talk about.
So I made a joke about this because he said, don't bring this up if you don't want to pay me. So I made a joke and I said, how much will you pay us to not bring this up anymore?
Yeah.
You know, you want us to do something. We wanted you to do something. You asked for pay or you're not going to do it. So guess what? Now you're asking us to do something. So we're going to ask for pay or we're not going to do it. And we're going to keep bringing it up until you pay us, right?
Exactly.
And he said, a third of what you pay me to appear. And I said, oh, good. A third of nothing is still nothing. And he said, come on, Alpaca, you're worth at least something. I am, but not from you. I don't want anything from you. Nothing you give me. If he gave me $1,000, I wouldn't get any value for myself from that. I would just think, wow, that's weird. This guy gave me $1,000 for what? I'm not worth. What is he getting out of me to give me $1,000? Right? Like, huh? So that doesn't mean anything. Like, people paying me, I don't get paid for my worth as a human being. That's my own self-esteem. Like, that's weird. And I stream for fun. I don't stream for money because I enjoy doing it. I only ask for pay for things I don't enjoy.
Yeah.
So, or you know, are just not going to be things that are beneficial or I don't care about, you know. But if I have fun, that's beneficial to have fun.
I enjoy doing this with you.
And I like arguing things. That's fun.
Yeah.
Like, what's wrong with that?
I
think you're worth some money, but not to talk to. I don't want to charge people money to talk to me. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I said I'll pay you 1/3. Well, I do if it's going out of my way to do something I don't want to do. That's the only time. I'm not asking you to go out of your way to do something you want to do. If you want to come on, you're invited to. If you don't, I don't want you to come on. I'm not looking to convince you to go against your own feelings. I'm not looking to make you do something you don't want to do. So, just don't come on. So he says, I think you're worth some money. I'll pay you 1/3 of what you pay me to appear. You aren't worth nothing. And I said, I don't understand this because this has nothing to do with what I'm worth. Right? Or I'm not looking to be paid to have fun and enjoy stuff. Like, I like doing that. So I'm not looking for that. And I said, I don't understand this. He said, unsurprisingly. So then I started repeating myself. And I said, I don't understand this. He said, work on your comprehension skills. So I said, I don't understand this. And I just kept repeating that because it's like, you know, he's not actually responding.
I did give him one suggestion. I'm just trying to find it. I said to him, sorry, 1 second.
MSM can't talk about racism without it being about race, but yeah, they can. Of course they can. But your media can almost exclusively talk about black crime without it being race baiting. No, but MSN can talk about racism without it being race baiting. What are you talking about? They totally can. So already, this is wrong. This is wrong because the MSN can talk about racism and has talked about racism many times without race baiting.
Yeah,
it can. But race baiting is something else. So, but when your media, what do you mean your media, can almost exclusively talk about, well, they talk about it as the response. But if they did do that and it was race baiting, then we would call it out for such, right? I'm not a fan. When he says your media, what's your media? Like, I'm not a fan of Fox News or Tucker Carlson. So if you want to bring him up.
That tweet that he says there goes to the last thing that Sean says in the thread that he won't give me a link to, which is that now regarding TYT. Now that the guy turned out to be black, no terrorism, no thugs, no monster, that video is deleted, content, we're not talking about it anymore. That is TYT. That comment is meant for TYT. Right. And for some reason, TYT is the real news to this guy, and Sean is the race baiter, when it's completely the opposite way around, and he refuses to understand that.
And he says, you're just playing games and picking which race baiting you're preferential to, which is not true. That's not true. One is a response and one is not. One is a statement. That doesn't make sense. This is like, see, this person doesn't understand burdens. So he's in an argument and he thinks we both have the same burden of proof, but he's the one he's the one making the claim. Yeah. So when the argument, which is happening over everyone right now, is black people are a victim, right? And what the right is doing is, you have to prove that. You have the burden of proof. When you show us proof, we show you how your proof is wrong. Right. And we give you a counter argument. Say, well, you're showing this proof. We got it. This is evidence, but it's not proof. But we can debunk this evidence. And if it gets debunked, then you have to show us another piece of evidence, right? And that continues that way. So when he's saying, oh, but when your side does it, our side isn't doing it as a statement. Our side is doing it, which is not my side, but their side is doing it as a response to the other side. If the other side wasn't saying shit, then this side wouldn't be saying shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's totally placing the blame and the burden on the wrong side. Right. It's very silly and it's not silly, and it's easy to explain. He's just way too low IQ to understand how burdens work in arguments and proof. This is basically a national argument, right? And one side saying one thing, the other side is responding. One side's making a claim, the other side is responding back with a counter argument. It's not that one side is doing something and the other side is equally doing the same thing. Yeah. Incorrect. What's happening is one side is doing something. This is what I said about the alt-right. The alt-right was even not a statement. The alt-right was a response to feminism. Yeah. Feminism came out, got super popular, pushed way too hard, and created a group of people who are now at the complete opposite, and now they push back way too hard. You know what I'm saying? And now we got both sides pushing back way too hard. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And we need to find a middle point and be like, oh, relax, we can compromise, we can find the truth here. We don't have to do this. Yeah, there are some people on the right race baiting. For sure, that's far right people. Sean is not far right. Sean is like closer to the center on the right? But this is not true. He says MSM can't talk about racism without it being race baiting. They sure can. Nobody's making the claim that they couldn't, nor was the guy he's responding to making the claim that they couldn't. But by your thinking, if MSM is hyper-focused, right, if, he's not saying they are and are only hyper-focused, and every time they talk about racism it is. So this, again, is a dodge to what he's saying. But by your thinking, if MSM is hyper-focusing on only white-on-black crimes in order to embed heavy bias and mental heuristics about racism, policing, this guy's smart, etc., and justice system is being lenient in crime cases where most perps are black, any critique of racialism, yeah, he's saying you're the one saying any critique of racialism is race baiting. That's what you're saying. And then his response is MSM can't talk about racism without it being race baiting. But your media, but he didn't make that claim. That's not what he said. No, that's not the claim he said. That's a dance around again. And then he asked you a question and is arguing with you, and you completely dodged it to straw man him. Yeah. This is a straw man. Yeah. This is why I wanted him to be here, so I could show him, like, this is a straw man. Can you show me where he's saying that? Yeah. So then it is a straw man. And when I do that a lot of times, people will be like, oh, well, you can read between the lines. So you're admitting that you're straw manning. Yeah. That's you admitting it.
You read between the lines.
If you have to say I'm reading between the lines or it's insinuating, that means you're straw manning. That is literally the definition of straw manning. Yeah. Is that you're making a person's argument something it's not in order to argue against it. And by saying that it's insinuated or reading between the lines, you're literally saying it doesn't say that, but I'm going to guess it says that, right? Like,
that's your interpretation.
So whether you're doing it purposefully or not, you're straw manning the argument. And I've done this many times where people are like, oh, well, read between the lines. Well, you're admitting to straw manning then. That is literally the definition of it. Like, how do you not understand that you're admitting it now? What's up, Blake? See you, son. Okay, so I was like, all right, later. It's just like, you don't want to come on. You don't want to come on. I don't understand why he keeps it going. I've done the bare minimum. Yeah, there wasn't even an expectation for you to do any bare minimum. You're the one asking for him to prove his claim. He made a claim. He gave you a half-ass proof, and you were like, this isn't enough. I need the context to this proof to know what was going on around it, and he refused to give it to you. So, to me, that's not wanting the argument. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't want the argument. Everybody here is acting in good faith and arguing back and forth with him in good faith, and he's dodging, saying, basically showing he doesn't want to work with you. He doesn't want to have this argument while everyone else is working with him and saying, all right, well, let's do this the way it goes. It's an argument. We go back and forth. If I need to prove something I'm claiming, I will show you the proof of that. If you need to show proof that you're claiming, you should show the proof of that, right? So, but he doesn't do that. Word to your mother, son. I don't know why he even talks like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand this. I kept repeating that to him because he just wasn't responding. That he was dodging everything. Even though you're actually not that bad, why does it seem like you're fine with Sean's race baiting? That again is a straw man. He's not race baiting. So if Sean was race baiting, we wouldn't be fine with it, and we'd probably have a talk with him and be like, "Hey, Sean, are you sure you want to be doing this? This seems to be counterintuitive to how you operate." I would even be shocked if Sean race baited, because I know Sean well, and I know he doesn't care about race, and he wants people of different races to live together peacefully and in harmony. So I would be like,
What?
why would Sean race bait? Sean is against there being a race war. Sean is against there being division of race. Like, why would he do this? This totally doesn't make any sense. It's okay, you can listen to the stream and find out for yourself. Yeah, he doesn't have to. The fact that I dictate the direction of your stream means you should pay me? No. Nah. No, it doesn't. And look, in fact, I'm not paying you, and I'm showing you this. And in fact, I'm not getting paid for this. Like,
where did you say that then?
Right here in the response. It says, Baby Yoda, even though you're actually not that bad. Oh, yeah. He said, it's okay. You can listen to the stream and find out for yourself. And then he said, the fact that I dictate the direction of your stream means you should pay me? Well, he didn't dictate the direction. I went through his tweets my way, through the way it went. But even if he did, he's still not getting paid. So, I mean, he could say that till his face turns blue. That's not how it works. And I would be totally fine 100% with him doing a stream on me. And
I told him, I said, why don't you make
I don't have to be in it either. He could just do the same thing I'm doing. He can do it. I'm fine with that. And then if I watched that and wanted to respond to that, I could just do another live stream response to that. It would be easier and would make more sense for him to just come on and we go back and forth and get to the bottom of it. But if he wants to do it like that, that's cool too. I don't mind. I have fun doing this.
I told him, why doesn't he make a video and since he,
they never do. This is why I say it's the same guy. It's the same person with different accounts comes on and fucks with Sean, because it's always the same thing. Well, why don't you make a video? Oh no, I don't have time to. You don't have time to make a video, but you have time to sit here and go. And this argument that we had for like an hour or 2 hours, you could have made a video. We streamed right now. All it took was us punching up a stream. It took 2 seconds. It doesn't have to be this long. We're doing it this long because it's fun and enjoyable. We could have done this in an hour and been fine. Half an hour, been fine. You don't have to do it for long periods of time. Videos are easy. Especially nowadays that streaming is even bigger than video essays. Like you literally could just start a live stream and just talk. Simple as that.
Yeah, he knows his worth and all this stuff, so why doesn't he make a video for his 5 followers or whatever and call out Sean doing whatever this shit? Maybe Sean will watch it and respond.
Well, the truth is, that's a delusion. I don't have that delusion. I'm not worth people paying me to come on their streams.
Yeah.
I'm not deluded about that. He is. But here's how you know it's a delusion, that he doesn't realize it's a delusion. How many streams does he get paid to go on?
Yeah.
I bet 0. Probably you know what that means? Your value is 0 when it comes to people wanting you to go on their stream and paying you.
Yeah.
So you asking me and saying, oh, well, you have value, blah, blah. I have no delusions. No one is paying me to go on their channel.
No.
I'm not worth paying to go on anyone's channel. I know that. I know that's why I don't have Destiny or Vosh in my DMs messaging me, hey, you want to come on? I'll pay you $65. That would be the case. How many streams have I been paid on to go on? None. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing YouTube for 3-4 years. How many streams have I done that I got paid for? Well, I got donated money and Google pays me for advertising. But did any other content creator pay me to do a stream or to go on their streams? No. So I am worth 0 when it comes to that, unless I can show that I'm worth more by, say, having people offer me to go on their streams for money. Then I would say, oh yeah, I am worth something to go on a stream. But this guy isn't. So for him, I mean, you can do it for yourself. That's fine. But you're deluded to think that that's what you're worth to anyone streaming, because no one's paying you to go on streaming. I mean, if you could show me that they do, then cool. Then that's what you're worth. You're not worth that to me specifically. Then.
Yeah.
But you are worth that to some other people. But I haven't seen that. I don't know if that's true. And like you said, he's got like 5 followers on Twitter. So I really doubt anyone has paid him to go on a stream. So he's really worth nothing when it comes to that.
Yeah.
He might be worth something in other ways, but when it comes to going on streams, he's worth 0. Xbox guy, this Xbox guy made tons of good points, and all he was asking for was evidence. All he was saying is, you came here, made a claim, have showed 0 evidence, and you just keep saying that there is a lot of evidence, and keep saying, well, this is the evidence, and explaining things instead of actually showing the evidence. So then he says, Xbox guy, you haven't made a single coherent point, which his only point was to show me evidence. You have shown me no evidence. That was his only point. So it's not coherent to ask people for evidence about their claims. Somehow, while conversing with like 10 people, I've been able to make multiple. Huh? No, but none that fit the argument. What? You've danced around the argument. Is what you said. The arguments you've made don't. Points, no, but he has made multiple arguments, but they're arguments that don't fit the argument.
It's fitting for TYT, not
they're
Sean.
Dance
He's
arounds.
not understanding that.
Yeah, they're dance arounds. All his arguments have been to dance around the argument. Maybe you need to reevaluate yourself. No. The new dialogue always sucks. Let's get back to the old guy. You hear that, Sean? Your acolytes are preying onto you. Huh? What does that even mean?
Oh.
That's from Sean. People walk in every day just before closing with a check for $30K for years. All right, hold on. What is this? This is from something else. Okay, so let's we're on that now. So let's go on that now. Okay. This starts here, right? Yeah. Okay, so Sean says people walk in every day just before. Oh wait, this guy started here. Let's go back more. Some TikToker showed up to a bank with a $30K check right before closing and claimed it was a year's rent from her dad. The bank refused to cash it even after she said you can call her dad, and now she claims they racist, and people are buying that. We live in stupid times. Correct. That is stupid. Banks have a policy that over 10K, everything has to be verified, and might refuse it. And can refuse it for any reason. That's a policy.
Yeah.
The issue arose, so then this guy answers back. The issue arose because they seized her check and refused to give it back. Right, which is policy. That's the policy. Not because she's black, but because that's the policy.
No.
There, right? Well, he says, funny, why did you leave that part out? Well, why did you leave out the part that has to do with racism?
And her coming
like, did you not do the bare minimum to? Oh man, he loves that fucking term, bare minimum.
Bare minimum.
This isn't an expose. This is just a comment. This is just a comment Sean is putting out there on something. It's not a video where he's showing evidence and stuff. He can leave out whatever he wants. That's fine. What's the problem with that? It's a comment.
Yeah.
Right? It's a comment that people are stupid for thinking that your check got seized or you refused to put in the check because of skin of your color, and not because most banks in the USA have a policy of doing that when a check is over 10,000. And there's a 30,000, triple the amount of the limit for something to be clicked off and go, oh, there's a problem here, right?
He's saying, like, yeah, I'm just reading all this. Mm-hmm. I don't know what bank he goes to, but like I'm pretty sure that they're not just supposed to give you the money that you're requesting from check over to you. Like, holds on a check of a certain amount usually happen, and if they have suspicion to hold it because of it being fraudulent, that's within the law. They find out if it's fraudulent or not when they investigate it, which is like almost happening immediately. Oh my God. But this person comes in at closing. Once this money says it's for rent, it's closing time. Yeah.
Well, this is funny because this guy's ridiculous. Couldn't wait to yell racism don't exist. We do indeed live in stupid times, as you exemplify. And then he said, they held on to potentially fraudulent check. She claims this is discrimination because they don't hold on to non-suspicious checks. Unlike you, I listened to the video and saw her debunk her own claims in real time. And then he says, this is the dumbest thing. What evidence did they have of potential fraud? anything bank policy for most banks in the United States is anything over 10,000 is a potential fraud and should be verified and needs to go through multiple checks. They seize it, they call it in, they not just call the person who wrote the check, they call the bank that the check is from, and there's a whole bunch of shit that needs to be verified. It's not that they need evidence to prove that it's a potential fraud. It is automatically assumed, and this is policy. It's not only just policy, but you agree to this policy. When you open an account in a bank, you agree to this policy. It's written in the fine print. And you agree that if you try to catch a check over a certain amount, it will be flagged and could be seized. And they don't need evidence that it's a fraud.
This happens in retail as well, where somebody may place an order online. I've had this happen to me before at work, where if somebody places an order, that person's order is, and the whole account is deemed fraudulent. So now if that person comes in the store wanting to pick up their item that they've ordered online, you're not allowed to give that to them because it's already been signaled as fraud. The company management from head office, they also make you aware of this particular order number being fraudulent, and you're not allowed to give that order over to somebody. If they come in and bitch at you about that, you're supposed to explain the reason why, which is flagged. Basically.
This is common sense of anybody who has a bank account knows this. I know this. In my bank account, I know if I go in over a certain amount, a cap that they have for me to put money in, that I know that gets triggered and police might get called. I know that might get seized. It's that when he says what evidence did they have of potential fraud, that it was a check over $10,000. That is the bank policy. Everyone agrees to this. This is called an argument from ignorance. He doesn't know this. This person must be a child and doesn't have a bank account or has never deposited large amounts of money into a bank account. But I have. Most people have. Sean works exclusively with banks because, he doesn't have a job where he gets checks or payroll. So he has to go to banks and deposit money, withdraw money. Sean knows this. I know this. Anybody over a certain age out of college who has a bank account knows this, that if anything is over a certain amount, it's usually 10,000, that's considered a potential fraud. So what people would normally do is give you separate checks. Here's $800, $800, like that. That's how you would do it instead of going with one large sum because that triggers security.
And
everyone knows
this. On it, even if it's not suspicious or fraudulent or anything like that. That amount of money being transferred over to you, there's gonna probably be a hold of about a week's time or something like that. So like, you're not gonna. It's not if you're needing cash fast. You go to a loan shark. You go to like a one of those like pay now cash advance places. That's where you
even
go.
Before
I don't even know if that big amount would be able to be exchanged over that.
No, before I had direct deposit, when I would deposit a check over $500 from my job, like when I was younger, before direct deposit was even a big thing, I wouldn't get that money right away. I could only take out 200 of that money. The rest stays there as suspicious money until it's cleared, and then I could pull it out. But before then, they would say, well, you're allowed 200. If they find out that it is fraud, they're pulling back that 200 and charging me 200. But that's what they would do. And for every single time you put in a check over 500, you would only be able to take a certain amount. So what I would do sometimes with certain jobs is tell them, hey, can you pay me in $200 check increments? And then I could deposit those all separately, and then I could pull that money out, right? And it didn't look suspicious. But banks have a policy that it's over a certain amount, it's considered suspicious. So the argument is simple here. When he asked, this is how an argument works. Sean made an argument back. He's making an argument back out of ignorance. But this is the answer. What evidence did they have of potential fraud? That it was a $30,000 check. What makes the check suspicious? That it was a $30,000 check. That was her bank and her account. Correct. And for every person's bank and their account, if they put money in over a certain amount, it's considered potential fraud and suspicious. She even gave them an opportunity to verify with her father. That doesn't work because they could call anyone. She could have somebody at her house, at her father's house, waiting to pick up the phone to pretend to be her dad. You know what I'm saying? They could verify with father with her coming in, but what she probably wanted was to talk on the phone, I would guess. And they refused. Correct, because that's not policy. That's not policy of how you do this. The policy would be for them to hold the check until it clears.
Even first off, people really need to manage their shit.
Yeah, they don't know how banks work.
She's coming in. Not only is she coming in with this big check, she's coming in right at closing time. I don't know where people operate in the world where they think full service, full-fledged service, like the star treatment, is going to be given to you right when you come in at fucking closing time. First off, then she's COVID is still something that's happening. I understand that there's certain restrictions and mask things being lifted around here, but even before COVID, usually you're needing to present ID with things. My God,
this is getting you.
You need to present ID, and especially with the bank, you need to physically be there, and an ID is probably going to be taken from you. So, I just don't know where these people are operating.
If you go to a check cashing place and with a fraud check, they seize that check. Not even a bank, a check cashing place. If you go somewhere and give them counterfeit money, they seize that money. They don't give it back to you. The business takes the money and calls the police and doesn't give it back to you. That's what happened with George Floyd. He went in, he used a fraudulent bill. They kept the bill. He started arguing with them to give it back, and they said, no, we're calling the police.
Yeah.
They called the police. That's what happened. When the police came, he came outside, but he was still arguing with them to get that bill back right before the police came. And then he left when he realized the police are just coming and ran to his car. And that's when they came to him up to his car and said, get out of your car. Because the guy pointed him out. He said, that's the guy. That's the guy. You think the police got there instantly when they called? There was some time there where George Floyd was arguing with them to give him back the fake money. And he was like, no, that's not how this works. They seize the money. So Sean responds with, he says he's talking out of his ass, even though all of this is wrong. Sean responds with, people walk in every day just before closing with a check for $30,000 for a year's rent from their dad. If you're suspicious, just call the number she gives you. And if the man says, yep, that's legit, no biggie, cash it. What even is lying? Yeah. It's like, what? And then he says, people walk into banks with much more than that towards the end of the day, actually. Prove that. The only time they do is that's called payroll. Yeah. Businesses do that, payroll. And guess what they do?
You go in before closing.
But guess what they do? They don't go up to the counter and hand it in and then try to cash it out. What they do is they put it in a deposit slot.
Yes.
And that sits in that slot all night till the next morning, and then the people come and verify it and put it into the account.
Right.
But nobody's taking money out. Nobody's coming in with big ass checks at the end of the night and asking to deposit without them thinking it's a suspicion,
Exactly.
People walk into banks with much more than that at the end of the day, actually. Can you show us that? Where's the proof of that? Banks have avenues of authentication. Exactly. That's why they seize the check, and checks take 2 to 3 days to clear. Business days. Anybody who has worked before direct deposit days knows when you deposit your check from work that it took 2 to 3 days, business days, for that check to clear.
Yeah.
Now, the bank, depending on the bank, has a policy that they'll let you take out a certain percentage of that before it clears. But you were never able to take out the entire amount if it was over a certain amount. You were never ever able to take out a certain amount. It would always take 2 to 3 days to clear. Right. Now, if you said, oh, no, I don't want that, you could get the check back, but there's nowhere you're going to be able to go. Well, maybe a check cashing place, but then they're going to take a percentage, right? So, and if she went to a check cashing place, they would have refused her. That's too big. A check cashing place won't cash something.
Right. They might not have a float left to, you know what I'm saying? Like, the float left, there's a certain float you need to have, or some, amount of money that they probably even in loan places have to have. That might be all of it cleaned out, and then, what do they do?
No, yeah. Plus, he's arguing that they shouldn't have seized the check, but what is she going to do with that check now?
What
if you can't cash it at the bank at your account, who else is going to cash it for you? Nobody.
If banks
your best chance of cashing it is right there. The thing is that it's stupid to try to cash $30,000 all in one shot and want it all at that moment. Like, what you do is you put it in, wait a couple days, and then you got that money. Yeah. Is what you would do normally.
I don't know where this TikToker is, but all banks roughly close around the same time, maybe an hour later or earlier, depending on what branch or bank you're at. But what other bank is she going to be going to if all of them are closed and they're like, I mean, you can come back tomorrow. What if they held it and said, well, you can hang on to this, and we'll hang on to this, and you can come back tomorrow? But is she just interpreting it as seized? Maybe there's some miscommunication happening.
I'm going to reply with the copy and paste thing again. Once again, you aren't getting paid to come on a stream with us. He says, if you ain't putting up, then start shutting up. So then I reply with the same thing. Because guess what? I'm not shutting up and I'm not putting up.
Yeah,
and you can't control that. The only
this.
thing you could do is block me or mute me. But every time you reply with put up or shut up, I'm not going to do either of those things. Because I'm definitely not putting up, and you can't make me shut up unless you just don't want to listen. So just don't listen. It's as simple as that. But yeah, this makes no sense. People walk into banks with much more than that. Yes, they do. But guess what they do? They don't expect to cash out the whole check. The problem here is that she was trying to cash out the entire check. That's not how checks work. And over 10,000, there's a block on it. That's not what to say. They might walk in, people might walk in at the end of the day with that much money, but they just deposit the whole thing. So guess what happens? They don't even know, but what happens is the bank marks that one and says, whoa, this is high, mark it, put it in the back, and then in 2-3 business days, it clears. And then they put that money into the account. Now the person can come and withdraw amounts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But this person wanted a 30,000 check, not just deposited into account, but then she wanted to cash out that 30,000 right on the spot. That sets off red flags. Banks have avenues of authentication, which is exactly what the bank is doing by seizing the check. They seize the check and then they verify it. They're not seizing the check and then ripping it up and throwing it out. They're verifying that check. And then when that check gets verified, they are getting that stuff. It's not customary for banks to seize your check. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Somebody said, yeah, just give it back to them and let them walk to another bank and try to cash the same check. Smart. Yeah. A bank cannot legally just seize your check. I would ask for proof of that.
Proof.
A bank 100% can legally seize your checks. Stores can seize your checks. A business, a corner store, a bodega, if you go there with a check that they think is fraudulent, they are legally allowed to hold on to that check and call the police and wait for the police to come to verify that check. They're 100% allowed to do that. They're allowed to keep your false money. If you come in with, we just talked about that with George Floyd. If you have fraudulent money or a fraudulent check or a fraudulent credit card, the business can 100% keep it. In fact, what used to be customary was if your card declined, they would walk up to your face with your card and cut it in half in your face and go, your card is shit. Declined. Click. You're not allowed to use this anymore. The business was allowed to do that.
You know what?
So why is a bank not allowed to seize your check? Can you show me the law that says that?
It's almost like they're trained and know how to look for what things could make it fraudulent or not fraudulent. Like it's almost as if there's training for this to show you what things to look out for and what things to pay attention to.
Then he said, a bank cannot legally just seize your check like that, which it can, 100% it can. On top of that, it's what they do. When you leave your check, every single time you leave your deposit your check, they're seizing your check, verifying it, and your money goes into your account 2 to 3 business days later.
Yeah.
What it is under a certain amount, what they do is they just clear it because they're like, it's not a big amount. We're not taking a big hit if it's fraudulent and we can just suck it right back out of the account.
Right.
But when it's over a certain amount, what they do every single time is seize your check and hold it to verify it for 2 to 3 business days. And then that money gets put into your account. Every single time. There's no such thing as you bringing a $30,000 check to a bank and saying, here's a $30,000 check, give me all that money right now. That's not how it happens. And it's going to take hours for you to get that money. And in fact, we've seen that in movies and television shows and reality shows. I've seen that in real life where you go in the middle of the day, 3 p.m, and say, I want to withdraw $30,000.
And they
do not hand you the money at the teller. What they tell you is, go have a seat. And you sit there with a briefcase for like an hour because it's not that simple. They got to verify. They got to call people. They got to do a whole bunch of shit to get that money to you. You don't just go there, hand in a check and say, oh, look, $30,000. Give me $30,000. That doesn't happen. They tell you to go. This is why we're bringing up at closing, because what happens normally is you go sit down, and we're going to do all the shit we need to do. We'll get back to you in like an hour. And like an hour later, they'll call you, oh, Mr. Blah, blah, blah. We got your thing. Can you sign this? Can you do that? And you got to do a bunch of other shit still. It's not as simple as you come in with $30,000 and you just walk out with $30,000. That's not how it works.
Even if you have a vault, even if you have a vault where you've got like a whole area for you with your money, you still need to make an appointment. You can't just walk in at any time and be like, yo, what up? I'm getting my shit. You need to make an appointment. You can just
walk in with a huge ass check and just walk out with a bunch of money.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. I've even gone in to banks with legitimate checks and had them tell me, there's a problem here, you have to wait, and I had to sit there for half an hour for them to solve some problem with the check because they thought it might be fraudulent, and then give me the money. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason I waited was because I wanted the money at the moment. If not, I could have been like, well, if it clears, just put it through my bank, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Keep the check.
Yeah,
but so that's how it works. It doesn't work that a bank can't seize your check. I would have to say, can you show me the law on the books that says that banks can't seize your checks?
That, can you just imagine?
On top of that, it might be her dad and her might both have that bank, and therefore those checks belong to the bank, and they can seize it. They can seize your entire checkbook because those checks belong to the bank, not you. You just use that as a tender, for the bank, so they know. Oh, you're transferring this amount of money. You're doing this with that. Okay, we'll do those transfers for you. But the checks belong to the bank. If they wanted to, they could take your entire checkbook.
Like this guy,
they're the ones who gave you the checkbook. You know what I'm saying?
This person must have like zero self-awareness because it's almost as if a crime could happen right in front of his dumbass face, and he would be like, "That person's innocent." He'd still see them as innocent, even though the crime is physically happening in front of his face. Like.
The check was real, and all they had to do was verify it, which is what you do when you seize a check. They're not seizing a check, ripping it up and throwing it away. That's not what it means. Seizing a check just means holding on to it until it's verified.
Guess what? That money is
if
not
it's fraud, you get the
that,
police called on you.
Whatever account that money is in, it's not contained only within that check. It's still going to be in that person's bank account. They're just going to have to come in at a proper time with their presented other person from that bank account. And wait the time that you need
to verify it, not at the end of the day when they don't have the time to verify.
Present, like,
but no, they seized it and tried to kick her out. They didn't try to. If they kick her out, she gets kicked out. If he causes a fuss, they're allowed to kick her out. That's not a problem.
Suddenly, this sounds a lot like the museum case incident with the parents wanting to stage and sit in with the child.
And they try to blame it on something else. That it's not.
Now it's closing time, and you're supposed to be letting us just stay overnight and everything like that. And who cares that museum workers, you have to go home too? No, you're going to stay here overnight with these people protesting because they didn't have a vaccine card to be allowed to tour in the museum. Everything's closed now, and they want what? To get special treatment once again for coming in and staying at closing time? It's just ridiculous. People are really
it doesn't make any sense. And he doesn't know what he's talking about, saying that a bank can't legally seize your check. I mean, we could probably look it up right now and see that you could. Like, I've never in my life, and I've dealt with banks for a long time in my life, and I've never in my life heard that a bank couldn't seize your checks. Can banks seize your checks? They can seize your money. Why can't they seize your checks?
Yeah.
But be warned, if you're one of the extra cash strapped, and that is you owe an outstanding debt to your bank can snatch your check. Yeah, they can even snatch your payment checks that you're getting paid from your job. Why can't they seize your check? It's hard to find this because it doesn't really happen very often anymore because people don't really use checks. Yeah, see, instead I'm getting, it's not against the law for a bank to recoup overdrafts by seizing a customer's social security deposit. You can't, it shows that you can, though. They can seize your money. If they can seize your money, why can't they seize your checks? Top reasons why a bank won't cash your check. You don't have an account there. You don't have proper ID. The check is made to a business name. Legal transactions, stale checks. Hold payment requests. That's another one. Explore a more rewarding way to save. Blah, blah, blah. It's hard to find this because bank rules. Because that doesn't. People just don't use checks anymore. And a lot of times you just deposit it and wait for the money to clear.
Okay, so I've got
the problem here is that she wanted the entire 30,000 at the moment. That's the part that's suspicious because people don't do that, and most banks have a block that says over 10,000 that something happens, you know. Law lets IRS seize accounts on suspicion. Here is how banks track suspicious transactions. Bank closed or froze your accounts for suspicious activity. Yeah, they can do that. Well, it's hard to find, but either way, it's on his burden to prove that they can't, because they are doing it. It's a news story. They're not getting in trouble for it. You
Yeah.
don't see the FBI swinging down to be like, you illegally seized money, you know.
So, okay, I'm gonna read this article.
Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs.
TikToker accuses Citibank of racially profiling her after allegedly attempting to cash a $30,000 check. A TikToker is claiming she is racially profiled by Citibank. The TikToker, who goes by the username of Baby Storm or Baby Stormy, it's STORME, shared tearfully in a viral TikTok post that she attempted to deposit a check from her father at Citibank to go towards her rent in Los Angeles. The user was serviced by an undisclosed bank teller who allegedly confiscated her check and stated the bank could not verify it. So this is her talking now. She goes, "So tell me why I literally never experienced what I just experienced. I'm not the kind of person to come on here crying," Stormy says. "My dad sent me a check to pay off my rent for the next year, and that's it. I go into Citibank to cash the check so I can pay my rent, and they confiscate my check and refuse to give it back." Baby Stormy requested for her check to be returned and plans to deposit the funds to another banking institution. The bank teller continued to deny her request. After further questioning, Baby Stormy accused the bank teller of racially profiling her and asked the teller, "So do you confiscate everyone's checks who come in here that you can't verify?" Stormy asked in the video, in which the bank teller responded no. Probably because there's reason for either them holding it or not just, there's a reason why it's being held. They can't verify it, and it's obviously at closing time as well. They have no time to verify all of this stuff, so this is why none of this is happening. The teller can also be heard telling the TikTok user to delete the recordings. And now Baby Stormy plans to sue Citibank, which I don't even know. Anyways, so she goes, it continues on saying, "While things reportedly escalate, Baby Stormy was unfortunately able to keep her footage. Fortunately, Baby Stormy was able to keep her footage and says she plans to sue the banking giant."
Good luck.
And she goes, "Yes, I'm going to sue 100%. I live in Los Angeles. I don't really know anything about suing, but I'm spending all of today just researching lawyers and getting on that ASAP," Baby Stormy said in the follow-up viral video. And honestly, like, this is what TikTok has been. I have no idea what I got permanently banned from TikTok for. I just wanted to do dancings and like just cute little videos, funny little videos. I don't know how people out here are thinking they're an expert on all things on life because TikTok has a video about it. I bet you there's TikTokers out here going like, I'm a independent lawyer. I got you, sister. And is going to try and fight her for this case. For what? For a big banking giant that she's going to sue? I'm pretty sure they're stacked with their own lawyers to just, she's going to lose more money on that. So, okay, sue
But
them.
also, the point of this is to say that they're trying to say it's racism, but his argument doesn't even say racism. Even if this wasn't true, he's saying a bank can't legally keep your check. They can, but even if that was true, that doesn't mean they did it to her because of her race. What evidence do they have of fraud? They have evidence because it's a normal customary thing.
She asked one thing: "Do you confiscate everyone's checks who come in here that you can't verify?" And the bank teller responded no. And I was saying, I'm assuming that's because it's closing time. They have no way of verifying this.
It also has to do with some checks are not flagged.
Yeah.
So if it's not flagged, why would they seize it? It's seized because it's flagged, and anything over $10,000 is flagged.
Yeah.
This just happened.
Yeah.
To Ryan Coogler, to the director of Black Panther. This just happened to him. He went to withdraw. He wasn't depositing a check. The check isn't as much the problem as the withdrawal is. The problem is she could just deposit the $30,000 check and they would just go, "Okay, go ahead. You can go home." And in 2-3 days, business days, it would be in her account. And she could look at it digitally, go on her website of her bank account and see it there. But that's not what the issue is here. What the issue is here is she came in at closing time to do something that takes hours, possibly an hour or more to do, and comes in and says, "Here's a $30,000 check. Give me all of the money of it." She didn't say, "Give me a percentage of it." She didn't say, "Give me $200 out of that. I want to deposit this and then I want to take out $200 from my account." No, she said, "I want to cash this check. I want all the $30,000 right now." That's not how it works, and you can't do that.
So I'm finding another one as well, and it is from the Insider, but it has more. It has a lot more information on it. Where like they call the police to they confiscate her check, and they're calling the police to the scene. And she posts like there's not just one video. Like she's posted multiple videos about this, and she's going on saying like, to think I can't pay my rent now because of fucking racist bitches who work at Citibank.
Yeah, that's her assuming they're racist. If you can't pay your rent, that's your fault for trying to go cash a $30,000 check and take the whole thing out.
Yeah.
Why didn't you get your dad to make you smaller checks?
Yeah.
So then you can either just deposit them in your bank and it clears fast, or a percentage of each one would clear fast, or you could take it to a check cashing place if it's under $500. Have them make you a bunch of $500 checks. Like, why is that a problem? But now she's blaming it on racism, on something that everybody knows is a thing, that over a certain amount gets flagged. Like I was talking about Ryan Coogler. He tried to withdraw $12,000 from his bank.
And
his bank has a rule. Any withdrawal over $10,000 gets flagged.
Mm-hmm.
And now is now considered suspicious.
And
that's what's happening here. She tried to withdraw $30,000.
Right. So now it goes on to say a lot, basically what we already know from what was read previously. But basically, in a statement that was provided to Insider, Citibank said that they've spoken to baby Stormy and are working closely with her to resolve the issue in question, adding, "We are taking this matter very seriously and have launched a thorough investigation into what transpired on Tuesday." It's her interpretation that this is because it's a check of $30,000 and that she's black. This is what she's interpreting as the reason why they don't want it. Not the time, not the amount, not anything else, just because she's black and coming in with this large of a check.
And no, but also none of that goes with what he says anyway. Like he's making these arguments as if this proves that it was because she was black. But even if all of this was true of what he was saying, it still doesn't prove it was because she was black. Maybe we weren't there. Maybe she was doing something else that was suspicious. Nervous tick.
This is what she looks like. I don't know if you want to throw up her picture. I'm sorry. No. We shouldn't judge how people look.
No, I don't really care about that. I just think, even without looking it up, I already know that that's not what it is. My default is because it's a racism. No. So this is what's happening. This happened to her. Her default is, whenever things don't go my way, it must be because of my skin color. This is what Sean is pointing out. Oh, they didn't do this. They didn't cash your $30,000 check for you right away, like they don't do for every single other person. But for some reason, when it happens to you, it has to be about race, right? That's what he's saying. Now, this guy makes these arguments that don't track, don't make sense, aren't real, like that banks can't legally seize your check. Where are you getting that information from? I've never heard that banks can't legally seize your checks. Of course they can. And then on top of that, what about this proves that it was because of racism? So at the end he says, she said racism, so screw her, which is another thing that Sean never said. Sean didn't say screw her. Sean was just saying, you did this thing and expected a different result, and now because you didn't get that different result, you're blaming it on racism. You're a liar, is basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
He's not saying screw you, your money's gone. Her money isn't gone. They didn't seize the check, so that means the money gone. All it means is they're holding it and she can't cash it out until it clears. That's all it means.
And, this isn't, like, Insider's talking about how this isn't the first time that Black Americans have sued banks for racial discrimination because their checks were refused. But in 2020, the New York Times reported that it is often difficult to win these cases in court because of a loophole in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which does not include banks in the list of businesses that legally cannot treat Black people differently. So she's going to have a hell of a time trying to prove racial discrimination when this is not it.
It's going to be for her to prove that. She will never prove that.
Yeah.
No, the banks got this. This is why nothing came out of the Ryan Coogler thing. The media reported it as, racism. Ryan Coogler didn't even say it was racism. He just answered the police, I just wanted to pay someone. And he didn't, it was kind of shady what he said he wanted to pay the person for. It didn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. But probably behind the scenes, he wants that cash to pay for something he doesn't want on record and want people knowing about. But it got flagged. That's what happens, and you got to deal with that. And he did. It's the media reporting it as racist, right? But in this situation, this girl's playing it up, and she's like, I want to be a victim here.
Yeah.
She's not a victim here. This is normal. Anything over 10,000 you're trying to withdraw is going to create a suspicion and be a flag. This is a rule. This is a rule.
like that guy saying, I have a doctor that likes a private doctor that likes to be paid in cash. It's like the world knows about that. Mm-hmm. Every bank in all of America knows about that you have a private doctor that likes to be paid in cash at the end of the month, and every bank needs to operate in that way. This chick, Baby Storm,
and in fact, I say that's not true, and he's lying, because if he was doing that every month, then he would know how to do it without triggering off the fraud, system. Right? Because this would have happened last month, and the month before that, and the month before that, and the month before that. So it's not true that he does this monthly. This was the first time he went to that bank and withdrew $12,000, anything over $10,000. Because if not, he would have known that anytime he withdraws over $10,000, that he gets flagged. So, so that means he's never withdrawn over $10,000.
If you're constantly flagged each time and do it,
exactly. You would change your behavior to not get flagged, right? So that means he's lying, and that was the first time he had ever done that. Federal, right here, this guy tells them, federal law requires all financial institutions to report any transactions that is 10,000 or over. It's not just report, they flag it for potential fraud.
Right.
Yes, that is the law, but banks cannot just seize checks just because. Yes, they can. Who says? He says, somebody said, I agree. No, just remember, we are hearing it from one source too. 30K is a lot of money to deposit. They're doing it wrong. I don't think the deposit was the issue. It's the withdrawal that's the issue.
Yeah.
You could deposit it, you just got to wait for it to clear. But the problem was she was depositing it with the expectation of being able to cash out the entire amount
right away
at the spot.
Yeah.
That's why it was seized. If not, she would have just left it off. It would have cleared in 2-3 days and nobody would have been the wiser, right? But the issue was, for her, was that she was trying to withdraw 30,000. This is, again, like I said, this is the same issue Ryan Coogler had when he went to go withdraw 12,000 from his account. He wasn't bringing in a check, though, to deposit to say cash this out. He was actually just taking out money from his own account.
Right.
But over $10,000, you get flagged. So he got flagged. Exactly. So the problem here isn't that she was trying to deposit $30,000. The problem is she was trying to withdraw $30,000. Yeah. He would have been fine just depositing it, as long as she wasn't expecting to get the money for the next 2-3 days, which is normal.
What person keeps $30,000 in money for rent? Like, you're just each day.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume some of that was rent, but if it was that important and she needs to pay, like, say, $1,000 out of that 30,000 rent, then she should have had her dad give her a check for 1,000 and then a check for 29,000, right? Like instead, so that she could cash that, pay the rent off, and then wait the 2-3 days. Your life is dependent on a check that's too big to cash that you can't wait 2-3 days for. That's a problem. You should know that, and that shows that's a thing of ignorance. Now, what the problem is here, because she's ignorant to the circumstances of how banks work, she's blaming it on her race. This guy's sticking up for her like an idiot, saying they can't seize your check. Yes, they can.
Yes, they can.
They could seize anything they suspect as fraudulent, and anything over $10,000 is okay to flag as fraudulent regardless, just because it's over $10,000. That is the policy. If you don't like that policy, don't go to that bank, right? Yeah. That's the policy at most banks. In fact, that's federal law. So there's nowhere you're going to be able to cash a check over $10,000 without there being a flag on it. Yeah. Never. It's never going to happen. That is federal law. I agree, but he shouldn't agree. Banks should be able to seize your checks, and they should definitely be able to. Just remember, we are hearing it from one source. And if that bank didn't cash it, no one else was going to. So she wanted it back probably because she was hoping that she could take it somewhere where it could be cashed. Not going to happen. Best thing she could do is just tell her dad to cancel it. Just call your dad and go, hey, Dad, call your bank, tell them to cancel that check and write me a smaller check for now. Right? Her rent is $30,000. I don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Why not say, hey, Dad, call your bank, cancel that check. We'll get that check cleared. That doesn't count. You still owe me the $30,000, but just give me $5,000 of it now, that I could cash and use for rent and whatever I need to pay for now. And then we can come back tomorrow and you can withdraw the money to give me, right? Like, why is this? She's making it more of what it is. It's not that hard. And seizing someone's check is not that bad, especially since it's her dad's check. She could just have her dad cancel it and write another one. I agree. Just remember, we were hearing it from one side. It will take even longer to verify. Yeah, it takes longer. Her spending and deposit habits is right there in the computer. There are many variables to play. And then he said, this became a story because they seized the check, initially refused to give it back, called the police, locked the doors, then told her she had to wait for the police. No, this became is it, or did this become a new story because she's claiming it was racism? This is far from normal. I don't think so. I mean, this just happened recently to Ryan Coogler. How is it rare when it just happened like 2 weeks ago? All for a check that was readily verifiable, that was over $10,000, which federal law says should be flagged and is considered suspicious. They could have even put a hold on the funds. What? What do you mean? That doesn't even make sense. I think he thinks the check being seized means that money's gone. That money's not gone. That money's still there. And the check is still being verified. And once it clears, it's going to be cashed out to her account. Like, huh? Well, there is an investigation on this matter, and I, for one, can't wait to see what comes out of the allegations. Remember, there are cameras in the bank, and they don't lie. What if I found very entertaining is your level of investment in this? Yeah, that's true. Sean was misrepresenting the situation. No, he wasn't. Where did he misrepresent it? Which part of this is wrong? Some TikToker showed up at a bank with a $30K check right before closing and claimed it was for a year's rent from her dad. Okay. The bank refused to cash it, even after she said she could call her dad. Right? All those parts were represented, right? And now she claims they racist and people are buying that. Right. So where did Sean misrepresent it? He left something out, but that doesn't change the way he represented it. He said you left out a part. What was the part? You left out the part because they seized the check and refused to give it back. She said that. They refused to cash it. All right, but he didn't say the check. But a $30,000 check, I mean, it's not racism because they kept it. That's normal for them to seize suspicious checks. That's a normal thing. So adding that in doesn't change what Sean's saying. We can add that in and go, the bank refused to cash it even after she said you could call her dad. And then they seized the check, refused to give it back, and now she claims they racist. It still says the same thing, and it's still represented the same way. What's the difference there? Seizing the check doesn't change anything. I think that's normal. I would, so in fact, I would assume they would have seen, if a check got flagged and was held for being suspicious, I would assume that it being held for being suspicious means it's seized.
Yeah.
Means you can't get it back.
Yeah.
That's what I would assume.
The money is still in that main account, though.
Say I go to a bank and I go to deposit a $20 bill. There's something about that $20 bill that looks fake. Does the bank A say, hey, this looks fake, we need to verify this $20 bill, and I say, no, give it back? The bank says, what does the bank do? A, gives that $20 they think is fake back to you, or B, hold on to that $20 until they can verify that it's real or not, and not give it back to you. My assumption is the bank would hold on to it and you don't get it back. When a store assumes you're giving them fake money, what they do is they hold on to it. They don't, if they give it back to you, that's against the rules. They're actually just being nice to you and don't care that you gave them fake money. Mm-hmm. But the rules are that you have to keep that dollar. By law, when someone gives you counterfeit money at your business, you hold on to that. You're by law, you're not allowed to give it back to them. So to assume that a bank wouldn't seize your check if it was suspicious is weird. I think that the expectation is that they should seize your check because they think it's fake. Mm-hmm. Regardless if it is or not. You can prove later on it's not. But if the expectation is there to assume it's fake because it's over 10K, then you should assume that it's going to be seized. I think that's normal in this situation. Sean was misrepresenting the situation, which he didn't. He left something out that doesn't change how the situation is represented. Mm-hmm. It still stays the same. In order to make it seem like racial bias. No, she's the one making it seem like racial bias. He's not making it seem. He's saying how, look what she's saying. She's saying it's racism because of this normal bank procedure. She's a liar, is what he's saying. He didn't make it seem away. She did. Yeah. She's the one who brought in the racial component. Sean would never have even mentioned race if race was never mentioned in the story in the first place. Sean, in his tweet, says she's claiming it's racism. So he's responding to it, not him. The bias couldn't have possibly been a part of the situation. No, he's not saying it couldn't have possibly been a part. He's saying it's improbable. I'm saying it's improbable that it had to do with race. The default and simplest and Occam's razor reason why this situation would happen is because it got flagged for being over 10K, considering it is a federal law for banks to flag something as suspicious, anything suspicious that's over 10,000. That is a law, federal law. So why would we not expect that? So that is normal. Totally makes sense. Slippery Sean Fitzgerald with his ass pulls, but it's not true. We already explained why. And if by investment you mean being knowledgeable of the case before I spoke, I agree. But you weren't. You said that banks aren't allowed to seize checks when I would say the expectation is. And I would say the burden's on you to prove they couldn't. In any other situation, we could think about where places would be able to seize money they suspect that's yours, that they suspect of being fraud, checks, credit cards. If you go to a place and try to use a card and they think that card isn't yours, they don't hand it back to you. They don't go, oh, we think this card isn't yours. So, oh, okay, well, can I have it back? No. They're going to say, no, we're going to verify whose card this is and get them to come in and pick it up. Like, we don't know who you are. We're not giving it back to you. So, if any check over 10,000 is automatically considered suspicious, that means the check gets seized. So,
this guy is so dumb.
As someone who has worked at a bank, you don't ever just cash a check that large. Correct.
Right.
They'll maybe give you some back in cash, but they'll make you deposit the rest and wait for it to clear, which is what's happening. This is common knowledge if you're an adult who's ever dealt with a bank. Mm-hmm. Correct. That is something that could have easily been explained if not for the assumption of fraud on the real check. The assumption of fraud comes from it being over 10K. This is federal law. Every bank flags every transaction over 10,000 as possible fraud. Every single one does this. Every single transaction over $10,000 is flagged as possible fraud. You are wrong. So seizing the check, you seize the check. Locking the door, they locked the door because the bank is closed. She came in at closing time. They told her to wait outside and locked the door because it's closed. They called the police because she wants her check back. How do you solve this situation then? You don't give her the check back. So how do you solve the situation? You close like you're normally going to and have the police figure it out. But why be reasonable, right? That is reasonable. That is policy. What? Why be reasonable? Because there's a policy? I don't understand that situation. Again, is this her side of the story or the bank's? Has she tried cashing fraudulent checks before? So you still have not looked up the video. You don't need to look up the video. Everything is explained in the situation. Look it up. Stop being lazy, waiting for people. You don't need that. It's already been explained. Well, actually, from Sean's explanation, you get it. And whatever this person added doesn't change the story. It's still ridiculous to claim it's racism when they're acting on policy. Mm-hmm. And then he's saying you can't be reasonable.
Yeah.
I mean, if by reasonable you're saying they should break policy just to be nice, I don't think that's reasonable. Yeah. I think it's more reasonable to just follow policy for everyone and treat everyone equally, right? Mm-hmm. Like, so basically what you're saying is they should have given her a pass.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying, and not go by policy that is federal law, mind you. So the cashier, say she did give her that $30,000 and later on you find out that check was a fraud, guess who's getting into a lot of trouble? That cashier. And all the people who operate that bank at the time, the manager who was there at the time, that's another person. They're going to get into serious trouble because they violated federal law by ignoring flagging that $10,000 check.
People coming in at closing time or coming in asking you to do things, just do me a favor. Hey man, come on, do me a favor. I'm really good for this favor. Like people need to stop doing that shit. Like, who are you? Like,
no, yeah, you can't do that.
Who are you?
It's like, this is the argument people make though. Oh, well, the cops didn't have to bust him. Didn't have to, but he broke the law. What else are you supposed to do? What do you mean? Just let him go? Why is that the expectation that you just let people go? Like, why?
Yeah.
There's rules for a reason. Follow those rules. It's not that hard. I follow those rules. It's not that hard. You know what I'm saying? And when I don't follow those rules, I don't expect things to go good. I live with the expectation that if I break a rule, there's going to be a consequence to it. I'm just going to have to accept and eat, and eat my own medicine. What this is this. Oh, sorry. This is people want things to be like this. I stole cookies from the cookie jar. My mom came and wants to spank me to teach me a lesson, as she does with all my other brothers. But I want you, Mom, just let me go this one time, and you don't expect, and no, this is what you do. When you go take a cookie when you're a kid, you know the possibility of you getting spanked is coming. The thing is, your want for that cookie outweighs your medicine. You know what I'm saying? It outweighs it. So you go, fuck it. I'm going to take that cookie. If I get spanked later, I get spanked later. Boom, you eat that cookie. Your mom, who ate that cookie? It's missing. It was you, huh? Yeah, well, now I'm going to spank you. And now you play the game of trying not to get spanked, right?
Yeah.
Like, and you're like, but blah, blah, and you try to talk your way out of it. But just because you're doing that doesn't mean you don't deserve the thing, right? And even then, even as a kid, because you don't have critical thinking skills and you don't like to accept your own accountability, you make excuses as to why your mom was wrong for spanking you, and it's just a cookie and this and that. And but the truth is, you deserve that, and you knew, and you did that thing knowing you deserve that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you're just a kid, and you don't critical think, and you don't want to accept accountability for yourself. That's what this is. This is not wanting to accept accountability that this girl was dumb and ignorant enough to not know that you can't just walk into a bank with a $30,000 check and things are going to go smooth. It doesn't work that way. Like I just said, this just happened to Ryan Coogler, and he wasn't even bringing in a check. What he was doing was withdrawing $12,000, which was only $2,000 over the flagging limit. But he still got flagged.
Yeah.
Not because he's black, but because it's over $10,000. That would make more sense. Now, in this situation, why did this happen? Could it be because she was black, or does it make more sense that everything she did worked towards the policy of flagging things as fraudulent? You know what I'm saying? And when you look at the policies, you go, oh, this all makes sense. So maybe it's not that. And Occam's razor would say it's not. These are people who go out of their way to come to a conclusion that it's not. And look, he's arguing with everyone. This guy literally told him it's federal law for them to do this. And he's like, oh, but not to seize her check. Yes, it is. Yes. Proof to me that they can't seize checks. Why would they not be able to seize their own checks? That makes no sense. I think that's it. Oh, no. Correction. Yeah, and then he corrects himself. Oh, no, there's so much more loaded here. Are you still arguing with him? We're doing a stream. Why are you arguing with him on Twitter? I don't understand. What's the point? Where was it? See, now you've messed me up because I reloaded the page and now I have to go all the way down. Where is the shit with the checks? I have control over you. See, you're letting him play this game. I have a certain level of control over you. I detect it, And it's like he doesn't really have any of that. But if you keep responding to him, that's why I tell you to respond with just, okay, bye, because that's what he wants. He wants to keep you along and he wants to keep you arguing. If he didn't want to do that, he could just come on the stream and we could resolve it and get to the bottom of it. But the truth is, he doesn't want to get to the bottom of it. He just wants to keep stringing you along and keep you talking. There's really no, and then he's going to use that to be like, aha, I have all your attention and I get to, you do what I say. But the truth is, he's the one doing that. He's the one that is stuck with our attention and wants our attention. I don't want his attention. I don't really care. I'm just going over what he said to other people. And there's one, damn, I lost it now. He would corrected somebody, but now it's completely out. Maybe it was part of this one. Because he said something. Oh, yeah. Oh, they tried to kick her out. They said, correction, they initially closed the doors, right? Because it was closing time. The whole part of the story is she went in at closing time, right before they closed to cash a check that's $30,000. Even if they said, yes, we're going to cash it for you, guess what would have happened? Wait outside. We're going to lock the doors, wait outside, and then we'll call you in when we have the money ready. But that's not going to happen because it's closing time. Correction, they initially closed the door and told her to wait for the police. Yes, of course. That's what you do in that situation. What else would you do in that situation? A, the bank has a duty to prevent fraud on its customers. Correct. Don't expect a check of that size to just be cashed like any other. Correct. Where is she living that she needs over $2,500 a month for rent? Yeah, exactly. That's bullshit too. She needed a portion of that for rent. But then it would have been easily solved by her getting smaller checks. Like, that's all she needed to do. Was there an investigation? You already went to that. If you think Will Smith oh my god, he even did this. He even responded to this. Yeah, this is the guy who's obsessed. Yeah, hitting people is bad unless it's Sean wanting to publicly fight for. That was a joke. He's taking the joke. It's obviously a joke. LOL, just a joke, dude. It really was. I was there for that, and I was there with him tweeting that. That was honestly the joke. Oh my god, he doesn't get it. The joke was you want to debate, but you're a pussy for not debating. So the joke was, well, then let's fight. And you're a pussy if you don't want to fight me, you know, like, because it goes the same way. That was the joke. Yeah, hitting people is bad unless it's Sean. Yeah, it doesn't get that was a joke. LOL, just a joke, dude. Sean is somehow never responsible for anything he says or does. You guys are funny. He's over 30 years old. He could put his big boy pants on himself and take responsibility. What? No, but that was mutual combat. On top of that, he was talking about mutual combat. What Will Smith and Chris Rock did was not mutual combat. One did assault and the other one took it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they didn't fight mutually, set up a fight and fight each other. He's talking about having a fight, not assaulting somebody. Those are different things. Yeah, you seem to really hate Sean for some reason. He's over 30 years old. He could put his big boy pants on. I don't hate anybody. Why do you think I hate slippery Sean Fitzgerald? Because you obsess over him. Okay. But yeah, that's funny. But that's not even, that was a joke. But even still, those are not equatable. Because one is assault and the other one is asking someone to be in mutual combat with them. Yeah. For money. And raise money and we'll do mutual combat. It's the same as asking somebody for a debate. What's the difference? You're asking for a mutual thing to happen. You're not forcing them to have a debate with you, like Will Smith forcing his hand onto Chris Rock. Chris Rock didn't say, okay, let's fight. And then Will Smith smacked him. That's not what happened. Chris Rock is smiling, thinking there's a joke, and he got sucker punched. Or sucker slapped, if you want to call it that, by Will Smith. That is completely different than Sean going on Twitter and saying, hey, you want to have a fight? Let's set it up. Raise money, come to me, and we'll get a place, and we'll have a mutual, agreed upon match. Not even a fight, a boxing match. Like, put on gloves and stuff. That's what he was asking for. So, oh, oops. Oh, I forgot I got to reply with this again. I don't know what he did, but I'm not getting his replies anymore to me because this one didn't show up. But I just do the copy and paste over and over again. He keeps saying, so look at this, 3 in a row. Don't bring this up again if you don't want to pay me. Once again, you aren't getting paid to come on stream with us. If you aren't putting up, then start shutting up. Once again, you aren't getting paid to come on stream with us. Then stop talking about it, Alpaca. Once again, you aren't getting paid to come on stream with us. That's all you need to reply with. Because that's what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? So all you have to do is keep replying with the same thing. And on top of that, he wants the last word. So what you do is you just copy and paste yourself and keep repeating it until he gets tired of coming up with stuff. You'll see he will. He'll eventually give up on it. Also, you're confusing me with Will. He's the cuck. Then y'all must have. Okay. We will do as we please forever, and you cannot literally stop it. But you already know that any stream proposition requires monetary compensation. Oh, there we go. Copy and paste. Once again, you aren't getting paid to come on the stream with us. Also, that is not true. I am streaming right now, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not getting paid. You're streaming right now. You're not getting paid. I've had Devin come on my streams. I didn't pay him. I had Sean Fitzgerald himself, who this person hates and argues against, on my stream myself. I haven't paid. I've had him on multiple times without paying him. So that is not true. And I've also had multiple times people who disagree with me, and we've had arguments on here without either of us getting paid. So that is not true. Any stream proposition does not require monetary compensation. That is not true, and it's provably not true.
You should read the next two things, because he says things that he goes, I'm definitely willing to come on and have a voluntary conversation. You just need to volunteer monetary compensation so I can volunteer my stream onto myself onto your stream. Payment is a prerequisite. And I said, you should manage your expectations because you aren't going to be paid for your voluntary time. And how about you do some actual volunteer work and then ask your supervisor why you aren't getting paid for your voluntary time. Plus, he responds with that with, my expectations are pretty manageable. I gave you a discounted rate just because I thought using Dork was a unique and appreciated hearing Dork for the first time in years. Just pay me my discounted value or give it up. Also, the last line was super corny though. He doesn't get how volunteer time works or what a volunteer...
No. He doesn't understand what an invitation is what it is. He's saying you have to pay him. I'm saying I don't have to pay you. Just don't come on. And he's saying, don't talk about it or pay me. And I'm going to say, I'm going to continue talking about it and still not pay you. So both of those things, you're not getting it. I'm still going to talk about it and I'm still not going to pay you. You don't have to come on, but the invitation is open. But don't come on if you don't want to come on. Nobody's forcing you to come on. Nobody's saying you have to come on. Oh my God, this is haha. Now I'm laughing at you. I'm not laughing. Yeah, he didn't say you were. That's weird. He didn't say you were. Nah, I would just love to read the media making white supremacy. So you read it and got enraged? That ain't healthy, son. Do you get angered by funny things? That's weird. I laugh at stupid shit. Sad you equate comedy with anger. Yeah, I lack emotion. I'm like an android. See what I mean? Like, he doesn't even give legitimate arguments. And he's like, you laughed? Oh, you must be mad. And he was like, what? Do you normally laugh when you're mad? And then he goes, I don't have emotions. I'm like a rope. Like, you're ridiculous. Like, that's not even an argument. You're dictated to the stream. That is your right. Oh, yeah. I gotta copy and tweet again. I'm definitely willing to have a voluntary conversation. You just need to have monetary compensation. Here's the copy and paste. He's gonna end up muting me, watch. No, I told you to stop asking me to go on the stream. Again, you do what I influence you to do, so that's okay. Copy and paste. Once again, so you notice how now he's saying we do what he influences us to do, but he's telling us to either shut up or pay him, and we're neither shutting up nor paying him. So how is that, And now I'm copying and pasting, so I'm not even wasting my time with him. It's like 2 seconds, like bleep, 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 here you go. Maximizations are pretty manageable. I give you a discounted rate. Okay, the discounted rate was 3%, was a third of what I was going to pay you, which I was going to pay you nothing, so a third of nothing is nothing, and you still don't want to come on. So I'm going with what you said. You said you would pay me a third of what I would pay you. I would pay you nothing. So where's the problem? You know what you've got to do, pay up. Here we go. Another copy and paste. Damn, I don't even know how many of these I did, like 8 or 9. So it's literally just her sitting in her car telling a story that has yet to be verified without any input from the bank. And this is what you think is worth believing? How old are you? Sigh, dude, there are multiple... Who says sigh? What? There are multiple videos, Jesus Christ. Even if there was or weren't, the story is the same. That you haven't shown any contradiction to the story. From what she says, the most likely situation is that she just making it about race when it's not.
Yeah.
Everything she's saying happened the way it happened seems pretty normal and would happen to anyone doing that. See, now I see how you get away with feeding these guys BS. They don't think for themselves. Good on you for cultivating an audience of brainless drones. I don't see how that works that way when you're saying that. All right, good luck. Yeah, there you go. Now we're both doing it. And that's all we have to do all night. Like, I can play this game. I don't mind. It'll make a difference to me. The thing he doesn't realize is it doesn't cost money to invite somebody. You can just refuse it if money isn't being paid. I'm not still telling him he has to come on. I'm just telling him that there's an invitation that's open.
Yeah.
Refuse it or don't. I'm not saying you don't have to refuse it. I'm not calling you a pussy for not for refusing it. Nothing. All I'm saying is that there's still an invitation and it doesn't cost. I don't have to pay you to invite you. You know what I'm saying? Just say no. That's all you have to say. Just say no, thank you. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
But he's playing this game, and I don't play that game. So, I guess I do play the game. I'll play along with him because it's funny, and I'll just keep doing it. But I think the stream is over. I think we made our point. I think everything this guy said doesn't make any sense, and it's not good. He has a chance, and the invitation will stay open. If at a later time he says he wants to, okay, fine, let's argue this. Come on, I'm totally down for that. I don't have an issue arguing this. I'm actually very confident that I can argue this very well, and we can get to the bottom of it. And I'm very confident that I can explain it. And I think I've done a great job going through the whole thing, explaining it. So,
especially with the screenshot tweet that he was like, "Oh, just do the work for it." Yeah, I did, and he was totally out of context with
yeah, of course,
he was accusing Sean of doing.
And we can go through that context with him if he wants to do it. Yeah. That's the same thing I do, and what everybody I do videos on, like BX Bullet, if she wanted to come on, and we can go through all of the evidence she has about this guy that she claims is a pedophile, we can go through it. I'll go through it with her and I'll show her to say, look, this right here doesn't really say much. We don't know the context of this. What was said before this? What was said after this? What was going on in the Discord that prompted this response, or this statement? We need to see that. Is it in the channel that you're saying it's in? You're saying this was in a channel where there's children. Is it? Like, how can you show us that? You're just saying that. Like, that's the things we could do. That's why I say people can come on. Like, we can come on and get down to this. I'm not coming on. I don't want him to come on so I can be like, I busted you. No, I want to get to the bottom of this. You have an argument. I think you're wrong. I have an argument. You think I'm wrong. Why don't you come on and we can get to the bottom of it? But he doesn't want to. He wants to play this game online. So we can partake on this game. That doesn't make a difference. Here we go. He wants to keep doing it. I don't mind.
Right? Why is his profile picture DW from Arthur? That just shows probably his age a bit, I guess.
And then that's it for the stream, guys. I mean, I'm very confident in this. I don't think that he would be able to beat me in it, but I would always give the chance. I am a person who, if I am going to say you're wrong, or I'm going to accuse you of something, I'll give you the right to come defend yourself. But I mean, you already do have the right to defend yourself. You can make, like, I made this video. He has the right to make his own video back and do a stream back. Like, it's fine. Nobody would be against him on that. And I could just make him one responding back. That's fine. But my point of inviting him is that it makes it so much easier. Yeah. And I like to give him his chance to plead his argument. Yeah. But he doesn't want to plead his argument. That's what it is. And he just wants to troll Sean, is what it is. And he wants to troll his audience. So that's what you get. But there we go. A troll beat up his arguments. He's got nothing. If he wanted to plead his case, he could, and we can argue this. But he's not going to come on. And that's all good. And see you guys next time. We'll find something else to